righty. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Just start by saying thank you to RTT and CAC for your time today and throughout this process. And we really appreciate the early feedback to help refine these proposals. This one specifically, we are proposing to correct and restore fish passage at 9 barriers in 5 different tributaries to the lower Chihuahua River. So here are those 9 barriers. 1 in Brush Creek, 1 in Pole Creek, 2 in Gate Creek, 2 in Grouse Creek, and 3 in Deep Creek. Most of these barriers are within the lower Chihuahua assessment unit, which is a major spawning area for spring Chinook and steelhead. It's a tier 1 restoration priority for spring Chinook and tier 2 for steelhead and bull trout. Pole Creek is in the Big Meadow assessment unit, which is a tier 1 restoration priority for steelhead. Of course, we're addressing the limiting factor of fish passage with this proposal. So based on the 2021 barrier prioritization, most of these barriers are tier 3. There's a few tier 4 mixed in there as well. And then temperature is another primary limiting factor we're addressing. So the lower Chihuahua River, I think most, if not all, of the reaches are listed as having summer rearing temperature as the tier 1 limiting factor. So by opening up fish passage and providing access to cold water in these tributaries, we're addressing that limiting factor. More on that a little later. As you look at the map here, the red circles are 0% passable barriers and the yellow ones are 33% passable. And that's based on the WDFW state criteria. Here we are looking at the percent barrier using the EDT model of fish passage, which breaks it out by age class. So we can see here that all of these barriers are they're total complete barriers for all juvenile age classes. If we look over at the far right, adult spawning, that's when steelhead are moving upstream to spawn in the springtime. You know, we can see that not complete barriers, but still some pretty significant ones out there. You know, Goose Creek, Gate Creek, and Deep Creek all have very significant passage issues. With Brush and Pole Creek, I'm wondering if this model accounts for the debris jams and the beaver dam that's built up on the inlet of these culverts. Brush and Pole Creek both have pretty significant debris jams and hydraulic drops. So in the case of Brush Creek, it's, you know, it's a 5 to 7 foot tall hydraulic drop down into like the culvert inlet. So I'd be a little surprised if it was only a 20% barrier, even for adults in the springtime. It's, you know, no matter how you cut it, there's some very significant barriers out there on the landscape that we're looking at. So, you know, given that when I first put these barriers forward for design funding 2 years ago, some of these tributaries were kind of off our regional map. I just wanted to go through a quick refresher on what we do know about fish use in these tributaries. So here we're looking at Omicus. You know, confirmed presence in all of the tributaries. Pole Creek is the only one that doesn't have a non-cascade fisheries observation. And as far as I can figure, the only reason for that is because no one else has thought to look, which is a little bit of a head scratcher to me, honestly. If you look just at, you know, bank full width at the culvert locations, Pole Creek is actually the second largest of these 5 tributaries and only a shade smaller than Brush Creek. Regardless, you know, every time I've been out there, there are 6 inchers hanging out in that plunge pool below the culvert. So they're out there. The pictures here are accurate. What we all collectively have seen are, you know, either juvenile steelhead that have yet to go to the salt, or Omicus that complete their life histories in these tributaries. But that does not necessarily mean that they don't have offspring that would go to the salt. And there's actually kind of a growing body of evidence that suggests that some probably do. And I'll let that be a teaser for a little bit later in my presentation. But for now, I will highlight that winter rearing is a high priority life stage in the Lower Chihuahua Assessment Unit. So by opening up access, correcting these barriers, and providing access to quality winter rearing habitat upstream, we're helping to address this high priority life stage. Moving on to bull trout, what do we know? Turns out not a whole lot, actually. There's been a handful of eDNA samples taken over the years, a few in Brush Creek and one in Grouse Creek. They're all negative, but as we know, eDNA is a snapshot in time, not necessarily the whole picture. And worth noting, in Brush Creek, the samples were all taken above the barrier. So, our bull trout hanging out right below that culvert, just waiting to get upstream. We don't know, but it's certainly possible, if not probable. Takeaway here is there's kind of a lack of data and understanding on distribution in these tributaries. And I'll let that be a precursor and a shameless plug for Kristen's proposal coming up here a little later this morning. Bull trouts, life stage prioritization. The one I'll highlight here is adult migration being a medium priority, which we would be addressing through this proposal. So spring Chinook, as far as what I could find, spring Chinook really only use these tributaries kind of in the lowest reaches and at the confluences. So likely they would only be indirect beneficiaries of this project. They would benefit because, we're taking out these small little pipes and putting in big ones that allow for the natural movement of wood and sediment downstream, which will help feed and improve downstream habitat over time. So indirectly, spring Chinook would benefit through that. And here are the relevant high priority life stages in the Lower Chihuahua Assessment Unit. So I'm not going to bore you all by going through 9 different designs for 9 different culverts, but I don't need to, because we're going with this design option, a bottomless arch culvert at all of these sites. And there's a few reasons for that. First off, these culverts are on Forest Service lands, with the exception of the Middle Deep Creek site is actually on a private. But the Forest Service, they'll be the owner of the culverts when we're done with this project. They'll be the owner of the roads above the culverts when we're done, and they have a strong preference for culverts. And actually in these tributaries, culverts make a lot of sense. So we're fully on board and supportive with that. The reason for the bottomless, it's just a little easier from a constructability standpoint, especially some of these sites have a lot of fill over them. So it's just easier to get down in there with the machine and build that stream channel the way you want it when you do a bottomless option, which of course, is one of the most important elements of these projects. So they'll all be designed using stream simulation, WDFW, water crossing guidelines. They're going to be large. They're going to be fully passable for all wood, sediments, and of course flood flows. Okay, so we kind of see 4 different main categories for biological benefit through this project. One is improved connectivity to cold water refugia. Second is improve resilience of the Wenatchee steelhead population by promoting diverse life histories and habitats, restoring watershed processes, and improving connectivity to quality habitats. So I'll go through each one of these in a little more detail. Starting with cold water. So as I mentioned, summer rearing temperature is listed as a tier 1 priority in the Lower Chihuahua. The Upper Wenatchee's a bathtub in 2080. Sorry, I didn't mention these are the Norwest predicted 2080 summer stream temperatures we're looking at here. But what we can see is the tributaries in this proposal are all nice and cold. They're still like right in that sweet spot for salmonids, and providing access to the habitat above these culverts could really be very important in the future. These tributaries might kind of be acting as lifeboats during the hot summer months for our salmonids. All right, moving on to resiliency of the Wenatchee steelhead population. So when I presented these barriers for design 2 years ago, I highlighted these 4 different papers, mostly looking at kind of the diversity life history strategies of steelhead, looking at, resident can spawn with an anadromous fish. So I'm not going to rehash all of these, but I'm going to build upon them, especially this Ian Corder et al. Paper. They were looking at parentage of steelhead in the Yakima Basin using some wicked cool science, looking at otolith microchemistry. They could determine what the life history strategy of the parents of a particular fish was. So this was published in 2013. I have some slides here that I'm going to share with permission from Gabriel Temple et al. That kind of continues that data set a little bit farther into the future. So they were looking at the same thing, otolith microchemistry in the Yakima Basin. So series of 3 slides here, they're all set up in the same way. 5 different subwatersheds within the Yakima Basin. The different colored bars represents different combinations of parent life history strategies for an individual sampled fish. So for example, the reddish pink bar there, that would be if the sampled fish had 2 anadromous parents. The green and the blue are when there was 1 anadromous parent, 1 resident parent. And then the purple would be if the sampled fish had 2 resident parents. So here we're looking at just total abundance and smolt counts for the different tributaries. So get kind of a feel for the overall pattern we're seeing here. And then moving forward, the second one, they're looking at trends in productivity described as smolts per spawner. Again, pretty similar proportions there. And then finally, this is looking at returning adult steelhead counted at the Rosa Dam. And, we see the same patterns throughout. And, when I look at these slides, my takeaway is resident fish have a significant contribution to the steelhead population in the Yakima Basin. So, I think by focusing steelhead restoration only in places that we know that there are returning adult steelhead spawning, we might be missing a piece of the puzzle when it comes to steelhead recovery. And Corder et al., going back to that 2013 paper, basically had the same conclusions. Cross life history form production may be critical to the persistence of anadromous life histories within partially anadromous salmonids, like steelhead, particularly in areas where anadromous fish abundance is low due to natural or anthropogenic influences. And that sure sounds like the Wenatchee Basin. And I guess kind of the reason behind why this might be the case has become known as the portfolio effects. This idea that having a diversity of life history strategies and access to diverse habitat types can create resiliency in an individual population. So I did find this paper here by Jonathan Moore et al. That looked at just that, the portfolio effects for steelhead in 2 different watersheds in the British Columbia, the Skeena and the Nass. And I'll just summarize their conclusions here, number 5 down there. This study provides evidence that life history diversity can dampen fluctuations in population abundances and biomass via portfolio effects. Conserving genetic integrity and habitat diversity in these and other large watersheds can enable a diversity of life histories that increase population and biomass stability in the face of environmental variability. That's exactly what we're trying to do with this project here.
Aaron, 10 minutes remaining.
Thanks, Dave. So enough research thrown at you early in the morning. I'll kind of let pictures do the talking here for watershed processes. This is the lowest culvert on Deep Creek that we're looking at in this proposal. Pretty easy to see how not a lot of wood is getting through that thing. And then, of course, you know, a finished product, stream simulation culvert, it's going to pass flood flows, it's going to pass wood, it's going to pass the gravels that will feed downstream habitats and just allow for the full suite of watershed processes, both upstream and downstream movement. And then the final note there for the biological benefit was access to upstream habitats, quality habitats. So here's the habitat data that we do have, 4 of the 5 different tributaries represented here. You can see a lot of green on this table. There are some reds, there are some yellows. But notice that, you know, these things over on this side of the table, pools, large wood substrate, these are the kind of things I was just talking about. You know, those are the things that are going to improve over time when we restore watershed processes. But, you know, why wait? We are planning on taking the same approach that we took with Goose Creek on all of these tributaries. So we're not planning on just for doing the barriers. We're gonna do large wood. We're gonna do BDAs and PALs where it makes sense. We're actually gonna partner with Trout Unlimited, and that'll allow us to really scale up the amount of creeks that we're able to treat. So, you know, we're really looking at not just fish passage, but also turning a lot of these red and yellow squares to green. Not included in this proposal because we don't quite have the metrics styled in yet, but just know that is the plan. Okay, so the metrics I do have here, miles gained, fish habitat for gate, grouse, and Deep Creek. The miles reported here is the numbers straight out of the Kramer Fish Science Report. That's based on boots on the ground habitat surveys of what the upstream habitat gain is to replace these barriers. And then the Brush and Pole Creek numbers are based on Steelhead IP, and that's the IP model that was in place when these barriers were originally proposed and projects were being developed. And then final thing, just kind of, you know, take a step back and remind folks, this is part of a much larger effort and partnership between Cascade Fisheries and the Forest Service and Bonneville Power and Surfboard and tributary committees, PRCC, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. By my count, we're up to 19 different barriers that we're working on in this neck of the world. 3 are already completed, 3 more coming this summer. You know, some truly impressive habitat gain that we're looking at here. And with your help, we can keep moving that forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. For reference, we have about 6.5 minutes, so plenty of time for questions. I'll go ahead and mute, and RTT members go ahead and ask your questions as desired.
Should I call on folks, Dave? I see a hand from Amanda.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Amanda.
Hey, Aaron. I've done some permitting in the past in Deep Creek, and when looking at the fish use, understood that there's a natural barrier for anadromy between Deep Creek and Chihuahua. And so I'd presume resident fish use in Deep Creek. So I think I know or might have seen some of these culverts in Deep Creek. So I guess just did you do any sort of review for that? Because I think that we, you know, as it just in terms of permitting and looking at in-water work windows have assumed resident fish use and haven't had any data to show anadromous fish use.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I also don't have any evidence or proof that an adult steelhead has come up there. But again, hasn't been a ton of effort put into that sort of thing. You're right, it is steep, below that culvert down to the confluence, but at least we've been out there, we've walked the whole thing. Based on what we saw, there wasn't a natural barrier as the state describes it on the state's protocol. But from what we saw, an adult steelhead would make it up there if it wanted to. But you are right. There is a bit of a kind of a drop off down there. But yeah, it didn't meet the threshold for a natural barrier from what we saw.
Yeah, and that's because it's it's the 13-foot vertical wall, or it's 20% grade over I forget how many, I think we have it in meters, so I think it works out to like 500 feet. So if it's brushy and hard to get a true slope sustained, it's hard to calculate. And I didn't try to calculate it in the past when I've gone out there, but yeah, it looks pretty challenging from when I've tried to look at the connection between the Chihuahua and that area. Okay, all right, thanks.
We have about 3.5 minutes left, and Tracy Hillman, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dave, and good job, Aaron.
Thanks, Tracy.
I think when Amanda brought that up about Deep Creek, I remember I thought it was either Gate Creek or Grouse Creek. I think it was Gate Creek. Has kind of a drop off as it enters into the Chihuahua River. And I was thinking that was the place Amanda was talking about. But have you surveyed that lower part of Gate Creek? And I know Grouse Creek is pretty steep too, going into the Chihuahua, but we did find steelhead in there. But Gate Creek, it seemed like that was a pretty good drop from the stream into the Chihuahua.
We've been out there and at kind of spring flows. It seemed pretty manageable, actually.
Okay.
There not to say that there wasn't a drop, but it was a couple of feet. So I think at high flows it'd be pretty manageable. I would say it would be a lot easier because once it's a pretty short little section there on both Gate and Grouse that it's just like going right into the river where there is maybe a little bit of a question versus Deep Creek is kind of a little bit more of a sustained climb, and there are steps and pools and stuff at all of these sites. But yeah, we went out there and looked at both the Gate and the Grouse, and I have some photos I can share with folks too, with stadia rods and stuff, but it seemed pretty manageable. In the summertime, however, when flows are down in the Chihuahua River, that's going to be, it would be, I think, challenging for a juvenile to get into those tributaries in the summertime if they're looking for a place to rear. I feel pretty comfortable saying that's a barrier.
Yeah, thank you. And that's when I observed it was at lower flow. So yeah, that's a good point. And another question, and I don't want to hog the show here, but I think it's important for you to focus on how important it is to have connectivity, not just for fish, but for sediment, nutrients, secondary productivity, and things like that. Because in most of these cases, there are omicas above and below these barriers. And so the portfolio effect, I think, is still appropriate, but there are omicas that apparently occur upstream and downstream. Now, one thing to think about is in some of these, like I think Brush Creek, when we sampled that, there are brook trout above the culvert, but we did not see brook trout downstream. from the culvert. So by opening that up, are you potentially expanding the distribution of brook trout? Now, I would imagine if they're above, they at some point during a higher flow event, they can get downstream too. But just consider that, because I know brook trout are relatively abundant in Brush Creek. They're also abundant in Big Meadow Creek and some of those other streams. So you may want to add a little bit of language in your draft and final application regarding, it's important to restore natural processes. It's important to have wood, sediment, nutrients, and secondary production moving through the system. But we also have an invasive species in there, an exotic species, and we probably need to think about that too. Now, that's not a reason not to do this project, but it's something that we need to think about.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for the feedback, Tracy.
Okay, well, we are at time, so thanks, Aaron. And if you could unshare on deck, Jason, it looks like you're ready to roll. You should be able to automatically screen share. And just for other sponsor presenter reference, there is no step needed. You should all be able to screen share as desired. So for future reference. And Jason, when you're ready, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Dave. And thanks for using Zoom. I appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here with us today and taking time away from your jobs or your hobbies or whatever, listening to a lot of different presentations. I've got two on deck today. The first one is Lower Chewacum Creek. So for those of you that don't live nearby or aren't familiar with Lower Chewacum Creek, it's about 8 miles west of Leavenworth between Coles Corner. It is a cold water perennial tributary in the upper Wenatchee, and it's situated right next to a campground that's been shut down for about 7 years after the Chewacum fire due to concerns for mass wasting events after the Chewacum fire in 2014. This project is a partnership with the Forest Service, and to date we've received funding from the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Bureau, the Surf Board, and the Tributary Committee. And we have 30% designs ready, which I'll get into in a little bit. So this project, I like telling the origin story about these projects, and this one has a pretty good story. A dear friend of mine, Russ Ricketts, who some of you know, he's a local fish advocate and pretty talented videographer. He does a lot of underwater river snorkeling and documents fish. Just some really impressive work. In 2015, which was a pretty warm summer here in the Upper Columbia, he documented all of our native salmonids schooling up at the mouth of Chewacum Creek. And he went around, he showed a lot of different biologists with the agencies and showed us. And, at first it was just exciting. It's just so cool to see this concentration of fish, to get a feeling of what these rivers used to look like, just to see a large group of fish, because we don't see that very often. But then, thinking about it more and talking to people, we realize, these fish were really stressed out and they weren't in an ideal habitat, and they were probably holding on for dear life as they were traveling either into Chewacum Creek or up into the Upper Basin. And, Russ really asked the question, what could we do here? Is there something we could do to make this situation better for fish? And it definitely piqued my interest as well as others. And we started just doing a little bit of cursory background work and, walking Lower Chewacum Creek and just getting a lay of the land. And so I'm going to walk through sort of some of the background work that we did, and then talk about the history of getting grants in 2019 and doing geomorphic assessment and coming up with designs. So this is a FLIR image from Department of Ecology. I think this was around 2012, same time of year, August, and it just confirmed what Russ saw. And you can feel when you're in the river, you can feel that cold water plume. It's really apparent. It's like going from a room temperature bathtub into a cold shower. You really feel it, And so this is just showing about a 3.5 degree C difference in water temperature in late summer, which is when a lot of our species are migrating to spawn. Again, we have all the listed species documented in and around Chewacum Creek. Unfortunately, Chewacum Creek falls in this really weird area in our prioritization. It's unranked, and it falls right on, it's kind of at the intersection of 3 different assessment units. And it's unranked because of missing habitat data, which of course we're going to try to remedy with our level 2 surveys. But for now, it just falls in this really strange gray area in terms of ranking. But we know enough to know that fish spawn in Chewacum Creek. We have a lot of bull trout spawning documented. There's occasional steelhead and Chinook spawning. This is an image from the Upper Columbia's website. I cut off some of the bull trout spawning, but I think it's the lower 6 miles. Tremendous amount of bull trout spawning. These are aggregate reds, I believe. I'm not sure the time frame, but this is kind of an aggregate. Chinook, and I think there's a green dot for steelhead, maybe overlaid with one of these others. And then you have the main stem Wenatchee. There's quite a bit of spawning in the vicinity of the mouth. Again, just some cursory kind of background work that we were doing for our grants in 2019. This is a snapshot kind of showing the static nature of Chewacum Creek. This is a big alluvial fan. You'd expect it to be pretty dynamic, given this is a short, from a geologic standpoint, this is a pretty short snapshot of 70 years. But it shows the creek more or less maintaining its existing course. Couple other things to note is, there is a pretty significant human presence around here. There's been a lot of logging. There was a hatchery somewhere on Lower Chewacum Creek. I'll show some images of the modern day campground and some of those impacts on the alluvial fan and the creek. But we think there is a bridge crossing here. We have pictures of some pilings. There's some excavation over here. I don't know if it was a logging camp or a homestead or what, but humans have been mucking around on Lower Chewacum Creek for 100 years or so. Oops. So some photos from the project area. The one on the left is one of the most upstream campsites. It is right, on the active channel. It's got large riprap protecting the campsite and obviously no riparian area. So this is one of about 28 sites that we're proposing to decommission and remove from the floodplain. Despite the numerous impacts in the history of this area, there are these really nice kind of seasonal low spots that are wet. I don't think they're perennial right now, but some of these low spots exist between asphalt and fill and campsites. And so I'll show you some 1,000-foot elevation kind of images of these areas in a minute here, but there's some nice expressions of groundwater here in the floodplain, which you'd expect. I found this in some of our preliminary investigations. They talk about log drives on Chewacum Creek. It's kind of hard to imagine on such a small stream. I don't know for sure if they were doing splash dams, but around where Highway 2 crosses upstream, the channel does constrict, the valley bottom constricts, and I guess it's feasible to have done splash damming on Chewacum Creek. There's also these pilings I wanted to show you. This is where we suspect there's probably a bridge crossing at some point. So in 2019, we decided to try to lean on the Forest Service and encourage them to support the project. I asked Rob Richardson, who was the head of a grant round like this in 2019. I asked Rob Richardson to do some back of the napkin sketches of what stream restoration might look like in this area. We have Les here on the right. He was the recreation manager for the Upper Wenatchee. and Jeff Rivera and Kathy McMillan. And all these folks have moved on now. But I think, Kathy saw the value from a fish benefit standpoint, and Kathy had a pretty good influence on Jeff. And so we went out there in the spring of 2019 and talked about potentially doing a project. And I felt fortunate, but they engaged with us, and they ended up supporting one of the alternatives. This is what we're looking at here, some of these concepts that Rob Richardson came up with. So the image on the right is one of the alternatives that we were talking about. Again, these are crude. These are done, these are armchair concepts done for grant application for all of you to get an idea of some of the things that could possibly take place. And then the image on the left is the campground directional sign for campers. But you'll see more images of the campground layout here in a second. But I just wanted to show sort of the history of how the project has progressed over the last few years. So we were successful getting money from U.S. Fish Trip Committee and Surfboard in late 2019. We hired Rio. They did a rapid geomorphic assessment of Chewacum Creek that laid the foundation for designing appropriate restoration actions. They confirmed some of the things that we already knew, and then they pointed out things that we weren't aware of, but really studied the nature of this alluvial fan and kind of made some formal recommendations. But we found levees up and down this section of Chewacum Creek. Some of them are likely natural levees. There's others that look like they were probably human-made to protect the campground from flooding. And we broke our project area, which is about a half mile. We broke it in half into a lower reach and an upper reach. And the lower reach was really plain bed. There's not a stick to be found. There's not a pool to be found. Large substrate, less than ideal fish habitat. And then the upper reach had some nice pools that were influenced by bedrock and large wood. There's more braiding going on. So just a lot more diversity in habitat and hydraulic complexity. And Matt Carr, the Forest Service hydrologist, recommended that we scale down some of our proposed treatments in what we're calling the upper reach. And we thought that was a reasonable request and a good compromise. So I'll show you that in a minute when I get into the designs. So again, the upper reach, braided, a lot of wood. Right here, this picture is taken from about a 4-foot diameter Doug fir. It's a massive channel spanning log jam. But yeah, looks really good. Upper reach seems to be less impaired. I know the slide's super busy. I'm sorry, I should have chopped a lot of the text, but we wanted to understand the nature of alluvial fans and how that could play out into a restoration project. But we know that there's episodic debris flows over time and changes that you'd expect to see, habitat, creation and destruction essentially, and a lot more dynamism than we've seen in the last 70 to 100 years. But yeah, the channel's pretty armored, probably because of a lack of wood and a lack of disturbance, both natural, a lack of natural disturbance basically, and very few pools. We already knew and that it's a temperature refuge for fish, and that humans have reduced the floodplain access. So part of our preliminary design grant, we did hydraulic modeling, but imagine our reach break is right about in here. If you can see my cursor delineating the lower reach, what we're calling, and the upper reach, and you can see the upper reach is much more braided and diverse, and the lower reach it's a fire hose. Kind of reminds me of Peshastin Creek, which I'll talk about in my next presentation. Not quite as in size, but just that single thread, high energy transport channel. And then you can start to see these low spots in the floodplain pop out here at 1200 CFS. So this next slide shows us the extent of floodplain inundation at a 100-year flow. This is velocities, but it shows you the places that would be expected to get wet at a 100-year flow based on elevation. And this image really helped us go bigger with this project with the Forest Service and make some bold recommendations to abandon quite a bit of Tumwater Campground. And, you know, I didn't know how that conversation was going to go with the Forest Service, but they have mandates internally to remove infrastructure from floodplains and sensitive ecological areas. So from a public safety standpoint, just on its own, this image would tell a land manager, you know, probably best to remove these sites. And so having this hydraulic modeling really helped us push for doing a larger project and removing infrastructure from the floodplain, restoring some of those processes. So here's a plan view of the project area. Again, imagine the reach break is right around in here. This is just showing wet at bankful width, and then the grayed out areas are proposed campsites to be removed. So there's about 28 in total. I'll get into the campground redevelopment in a minute, but just want to show this image first. Designs can get pretty busy. So the next slide, I'm going to be talking about the confluence area. So our kind of heaviest treatment, our most intensive treatments are focused on the confluence area, Chewacam Creek, to really provide some good holding and rearing habitat for adults and juveniles, and really trying to maximize the benefits of the cold water that Chewacam provides. And then as we move upstream, the treatments become less intense, but you'll see some pretty large jams in the Wenatchee and lower Chewacam Creek to provide holding and cover. The jams in Chewacam Creek are really meant to narrow up that channel and force some local scour and deposition. We think that this will probably increase adult passage into Chewacam Creek as well. And then moving, yeah.
Jason, real quick, 9 minutes remaining.
Oh, geez, that went by fast. Okay, I'll hurry. Some of this is construction access, but this is the main campground road that we're proposing to remove. Not necessarily all the fill, but we're going to remove fill in the low-lying areas, remove the pavement, probably turn this into a walking trail. We may have like armored fords where these low spots cross, but basically remove much of the footprint and allow the floodplain to become re-engaged. And then we want to scatter whole trees with root wads throughout the site. I'm going to show you one more image. So our reach break is about on the left-hand side of this image, where our treatments are really becoming less intensive, with the exception of this big splitter apex jam up here. It's a large footprint to convey in a presentation like this, but I will include the basis and design report and all the designs in my application. So yeah, real quickly, a summary. Basically, 12.5 degree average August temperature in Chewacam Creek. We want to enhance the holding at the mouth of and passage into Chewacam Creek. All three ESA species utilize Chewacam Creek, and we know that the floodplain is disconnected due to human infrastructure. This project will really complement the Yakima's Skinny Creek project upstream. Skinny Creek is a tributary to Chewacam, as well as CCNRD's Upper Wenatchee projects that are proposed. We're about to receive funding from the Forest Service to kick off a whole campground redesign project, which is going to tie in really nicely with the restoration. It's going to help with NEPA, and it's going to be a whole nother partner engagement process with outdoor user groups. So this project has a bunch of social benefits as well as ecological with the redesign of the campground. And that's it. So I'll stop, and I'd love to hear some questions and comments.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, and for RTT folks, there's 6.5 minutes left. John Crandall, go ahead.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate that presentation.
Thank you.
With that plume at the mouth of the creek, in terms of restoration treatments, do you guys look at all at doing any type of wood structure or anything else in the main stem Wenatchee upstream of the confluence, with the thought being that something there may be able to isolate that plume a little bit more and kind of slow down the rate of mixing to enhance the plume that way? And then it almost looked like there was like a little high bar on the river left in the main stem that could benefit from something like that. Did you look at anything like that?
Yeah, John, I think at one point we did have a large jam proposed at that confluence on the left bank side. And I'll have to talk to Rob why our design team nixed that. I don't know if it was a cost issue or what. It's not too late in the process to reevaluate that. You know, we want to get that right. You know, we really, you and I have had some communications. We'd love to see other projects in the Northwest that have been done at confluences like this, because yeah, we really want to enhance the residents' time of that cold water. So I'm open to suggestions for how we treat the mouth, but this is what our design team came up with, going through a bunch of different iterations.
Yeah, because you may have the opportunity when you're going in there, you know, if you can get over there and it logistically works, that you know, to your kind of point there, you know, I think we need examples of trying these things, because
Yeah.
they're not widespread, and this seems to be a very significant plume. And you know, it could be a really good example of how to do that. So I encourage you to look into something like that.
Yeah, I will, and I would be happy to have your input on the design team moving forward. Thank
bet.
you.
Glad to help. Thanks.
Okay, well, there's about 4 minutes left. Tracy Hillman, go ahead.
Yeah, well, John took one of my questions, but I'm gonna pile on a little bit. Having some sort of a log structure that diverts the Wenatchee away from the confluence, so it'd be placed just upstream from the confluence in the Wenatchee River, will actually expand that plume, and then your wood structures downstream would actually provide the depth and the cover that the fish would need. So I agree with John. I think you definitely need to look into that. My other question is related to the structures you're putting in the stream itself. Now, I know that you want to try and increase roughness, and that's good. And it's my understanding that, at least theoretically, we should see a lot of wood coming down that stream, given the fire in the past. There should be a lot of wood recruitment in there. Are the structures you're putting in there designed to trap that wood that we expect to be coming down, so it actually builds up some of those wood structures, but not take it to the point that you actually, you know, blow out the entire campground, but at least to, you know, make use of the wood that's coming downstream? And we don't want that wood to end up somewhere on an island in Tumwater Canyon. It would be great to keep it in the channel. So is that how you're designing those structures in there, the roughness?
That's a good question, Tracy. I mean, we're not making them smooth. We don't have boater recreation in Chewacum, which is really wonderful. I think because we'll be constricting that channel so much, I imagine wood would get trapped and hung up on those. And they're, you know, after the campground is pulled back, I think that would be acceptable. You know, that could be an acceptable outcome. So we're not designing them to shed wood by any means. And I think there's enough mature vegetation on the left bank. If you have wood coming down Chewacum, it could very well get hung up and form a jam. I want to hear from Kate on this. Matt Carr of the Forest Service was really concerned, or rather he was really convinced that after that Chewacum fire in 2014, we'd see a lot more wood racking up and loading. But from what I've seen in the upper Chewacum above our project site, above Highway 2, the wood that has fallen from that fire is large, it's very long, and it's not moving. It is spanning the channel entirely, and the wood that is in the channel, it's just that creek has a hard time moving whole trees just because of its size.
We have a minute and a half left. Go ahead, Kate, if you have a question.
Yeah, Kate was on the design team, so.
Yeah, Jason, I guess when we were talking about, when people wanted to talk about having a structure upstream of the confluence, if memory serves me, the Forest Service was super concerned about having those structures there because of recreationalists. And so that was one of the reasons why it was removed.
Yeah.
And
That
I don't,
might-
you know, because we have tubers, we have the drunk tubers up in that area. And then as far as Matt Carr's concerned about, you know, not having as much tree or much wood in the upper reaches, we disagreed with that. I mean, more is better, in my opinion, within that. And I do agree with you that the creek does have a hard time moving large wood because of its size.
Yeah, I was, you know, we do this dance as project sponsors where we're working with the landowner, and the Forest Service has been so supportive and agreeable all along. And, you know, that we went along with Matt Carr's recommendation to go lighter on the upper reach as sort of a compromise, but we could revisit that.
Okay, well, thanks, Jason. That's 25 minutes. So
Okay,
we can transition to Shaston 2.5.
okay, thank you. And Scott Bailey, I see your comment. Talk to you later since I'm out of time. Thanks for your feedback, everybody. I appreciate it. I'm really excited about this project. Okay, transitioning now a little lower in the basin to Shaston Creek, River Mile 2.5. Again, kind of the origin story here in October of 2021. Landowners that just purchased 170 acres along Shaston Creek called us and wanted to talk about restoration. They also wanted to talk about replacing this decrepit old bridge that they're the majority owner of. There are three younger guys. You know, I'll still consider myself young. They're about my age, but they bought 170 acres, about 3,000 feet of the Shaston riverfront, and they want to do some restoration work. And so in the fall of 2021, we started putting together applications for the trib committee, had a lot of back and forth with the tributary committee with questions and concerns, and then we were funded in early 2022. So for the last year, we've been working on an alternatives analysis, and concurrently, part of the project was to do an appraisal of the 20-acre floodplain that was part of their property. These properties, as everybody knows, are pretty rare along Shaston Creek. Large contiguous blocks, undeveloped floodplain in general. And so working with the land trust and a private appraisal company, we got an appraisal done in the fall of 2022, which is about the time that we had an alternatives analysis completed. So we're coming fresh off the heels of those two things, which I'll talk about more in a second. But just to orient you, we're a couple miles upstream of the Highway 97, Highway 2 intersection. I love historic photos. If you don't know that about me, some of the oldest ones I could find from Shaston Creek were 1949. More or less, the land view, the channel location is more or less the same, but I think there's little interesting tidbits to pick out from this 1949 photo. You can clearly see the braiding. There's, you know, kind of a lot going on here, forested riparian area, but you also see this floodplain has been cleared, and it's been cleared since from 1949 to 2017. If you go to the right, you know, you've lost this large forest. You see a bridge crossing there that is no longer. And then somewhere between 49 and 2017, there's also another bridge crossing right about here, if you can see my mouse. So again, long history of human use on this landscape. But from a fish standpoint, we're pretty fortunate, to have willing and enthusiastic landowners, B, we don't have an orchard here on the floodplain, and C, we don't have homes or really much infrastructure constraints along this floodplain. So some really great opportunities. Oops. So this just shows the parcels. They call themselves Mountain Valley Acres. Three younger guys bought this property. We want to do some, legacy conservation restoration work. Site overview. This is basically what we'll call our project area. I neglected to note, so the appraisal was completed this fall. There's a conservation easement value and then a fee simple value. And the landowners at that point were presented with 3 restoration alternatives and then this appraised value. I thought, if this was me and I owned this site and I had just spent $1.5 million acquiring this land and I had big expenses like that bridge to deal with, I would take a conservation easement or fee simple and use that money to fix my bridge. But they said they weren't interested in protecting the property at this point because it kind of ties their hands in the future. But they did want to move forward with the most aggressive of the 3 restoration options, which I'll get into here in a second. So yeah, Highway 97 here, you can see this is so typical of Shaston Creek where it's up against the highway. I'll show you a LiDAR image in a second, which really gives a better illustration of how constrained Shaston Creek is throughout the valley. But we have really nice riparian forested wetlands up here. We have some channels, some seeps and water here. And again, Highway 97 is touching the Shaston Creek here. As you turn the corner, the Yakima Nation has done some wood structures right down here along this property. We have the Shaston irrigation dam right here. But yeah, other than that, not a lot of constraints, at least on these landowners, on this landowner's property. So LiDAR, you can just see, Shaston Creek, fundamentally from a process standpoint is altered because of development and Highway 97. And it's really all of us that are working in Shaston Creek are working with those constraints. And so I think to have this opportunity is pretty special. And I know Scott Bailey's working on a similar project upstream around River Mile 4. And then we have our big project at the mouth. So it's exciting to think about Shaston Creek in a few years with these fairly large scale restoration projects pretty close in proximity to each other. Some of the prioritization, Lower Shaston is tier 2. And a lot of the habitat features are unacceptable or at risk, and we will be addressing many of these with this project. Not a lot of spring Chinook are spawning in Shaston Creek these days, but steelhead wise, it's a very important tributary of the Wenatchee. Again, some red maps from the SRFB website. We have steelhead spawning already throughout this reach. I hope that if and when we do our project, we'll increase the quality of spawning habitat. As Aaron touched on, some of our projects have this cold water theme, and looking at Shaston Creek and its location in the watershed, it provides very important cold water refuge for salmonids, both now and into the future. Shaston Creek is generally a couple degrees colder than the Wenatchee main stem. And I think this is an important factor given the climate change scenarios and stream temperature predictions for the main stem Wenatchee. These tributaries are going to be, as Aaron coined, the lifeboat. I think that's a good term, but anything that we can do to improve habitat, improve water quantity, which we're not addressing, but I know the county is working hard on that. Improve riparian conditions, improve process to the extent possible, and floodplain connection, I think are really going to pay dividends into the long run. So REM model of the site, give you a little better idea. This illustrates what you saw in LiDAR already. But yeah, not a lot of infrastructure to deal with, not a lot of constraints on the right bank floodplain. And these low lying areas are showing up pretty nicely here. And then this high terrace, which we're not proposing a lot of work on, just because it's several feet higher, and that's geologically, you know, pretty natural, a natural feature, although Shasta Creek is clearly incised. But a lot of Shasta Creek looks like this lower part of the project where it's confined. It's in a trench, and there's not a lot of great habitat quality. Vegetation communities, again, we have this like nice forested floodplain. Anything that we do, one of my priorities and goals is to have minimal disturbance on mature vegetation. We do not want to come in there and rip a lot of riparian vegetation out only to build other things. So finding strategic locations to access with equipment is really important to me. Here's some model results from a 1.5 year flow. You can see these low-lying areas lighting up, as well as this little side channel along Highway 2. And 2 year. And then 100 year. And so we're looking at opportunities to improve and enhance floodplain connection and create as much diversity and habitat types as possible on the site without having an outsized impact on the places that have high integrity habitat values now. So quickly, I'm going to go through the 3 concepts from the alternatives analysis. You know, they go from lighter treatments to more aggressive treatments. We're really focusing on and pushing water up onto this floodplain and re-engaging it as much as possible, and building in some in-stream habitat in Shasta Creek, which is lacking throughout, as I showed earlier. So alternative 1 and 2, and then you can see each alternative has a little bit more riparian restoration proposed. Here's the Yakima's project down here. And then the third alternative is kind of our going big alternative for the site, which would include, you know, small pilot excavated channels here and really pushing flows. I don't have hydraulic modeling of the proposed conditions yet, but I expect in the next month I'll have 30% designs and a lot more information to share with this group. And then this is the big change in alternative 3 is creating this would be seasonal kind of flow through overflow channel here and adding some right bank complexity. The only thing that the landowners asked is to scale back some of the upland re-veg, and I feel like that's a pretty fair compromise. So we'll be tapering back the proposed riparian revegetation quite a bit. But right now, the next set of designs that you will all see will be this taking to 30%. Yeah, so in summary, Shasta Creek's a really important tributary for Steelhead. We know that it's been one of the highest tributaries in terms of wild steelhead spawning in the last 5 to 10 years. We're addressing most of the ecological concerns in this reach. It is above the Shasta irrigation canal, so while water quantity still may be an issue in upper Shasta, it's not quite as extreme as lower Shasta below the diversion dam. Again, I think we could improve spawning habitat by having more hydraulic complexity and gravel sorting and deposition. And again, like I said earlier, I think this really complements well to the county's project upstream about a river mile and our lower Shasta project. So how am I doing for time, Dave? I feel like that one went pretty fast.
Yeah, you have 12 minutes left.
Okay, well, that's all I've got for this presentation. So happy to take questions or suggestions.
Chris, go ahead.
Jason, thanks for the overview. You had mentioned that the landowners were supportive of the more aggressive type of restoration action. Have they seen the 3 alternatives that you presented here, and have they approved or supported the most aggressive?
Yes. Yeah, we met with them as soon as we got these alternatives, Chris, and there wasn't really any reluctance. They said they wanted to go alternative 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
John, go ahead.
Hey, Jason, with that on alternative number 3, what do you expect from that flow split in terms of the period of activation? Is there any idea like what that elevation's looking like and what we would expect there? I know like there was a lot of hand wringing on one of the other projects in this reach in terms of flows and side channels and whatnot. So what do you know about that?
Yeah, it's a great question, John, and one that I was expecting. I can't tell you today, but we are going to propose, it's going to be seasonal. And when I have the 30% designs here in the next couple of weeks, we're going to propose something. But I have been in touch with Scott Bailey. He shared some of his groundwater monitoring from just upstream. So I'll hopefully be able to quantify that a little bit better before our final applications, but I can't tell you today. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just curious, and obviously with the design, trying to develop that side channel so that it's draining positively out at the downstream end or whatever that looks like.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people worry about stranding.
Yeah.
So just having an eye, not that you're not, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I was kind of anticipating some of those concerns, so thanks. And I
Yeah,
hope to be
The RTT is a very predictable group, I'm sure.
becoming that way. But yeah, hopefully we can provide a lot more clarity in the coming weeks. We will be able to.
We still have 9 minutes left, so plenty of time for questions. Steve, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Jason, thanks for the overview of that project. What kind of recreational boating do you expect to account for in your design that might occur in this reach?
Great question, Steve. There is a small contingent of whitewater kayakers. They tend to be more experienced whitewater kayakers. They float a section of Peshastin Creek. I think most of them take out upstream of our site, but we've done a lot of boater outreach for the lower Peshastin project. So I have a lot of great contacts, local contacts that have been surprisingly supportive of fish habitat restoration. They want to know what's going on. So they want us to post, information about our projects on places like American Whitewater, and there's a Wenatchee Facebook group, and to sign things like Lower Peshastin Creek is, we're really going to encourage people portaging for that site. Admittedly, we have more work to do with this specific project, but from what we have learned from the Lower Peshastin project, I don't think it's going to be a big deal. We're going to probably have to make these log jams smoother on their upstream face and not encourage trapping wood or boaters. I can sincerely say that it's a huge concern of mine to be introducing risk to the public because I mean, for a lot of different reasons, but we're trying to find a firm to do some more independent work and mitigation and guidance. The Yakima Nation had it done on the Upper Wenatchee, a company called, I think it was MIG or something like that. And Scott Bailey's done a lot of great work on the Upper Wenatchee, but with this project, we have more public outreach to do. We will probably design these structures to be smooth and then take appropriate measures to mitigate for any risks that we do introduce, like signing and outreach. I hope that got at your question, but yeah, it's a big concern of ours, for sure.
Thanks, Jason. I have a follow-up question if there's time. Are you coordinating with WashDOT? It looks like the river impinges on, or the creek impinges on Highway 97 in one or two or more spots, and potentially you'd be proposing some wood structures in those locations.
Yeah, good question. We have met with WashDOT about this project and have not received any red flags from them whatsoever. I think WashDOT stands to benefit from these projects too, because the areas where Peshastin Creek are right up against Highway 97 tend to be maintenance headaches. So I think there's a win-win here for WashDOT. But yeah, we've met with 2 or 3 of their local staff, and they're supportive of the concepts that we've talked about so far.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, real quickly, Jason, can you remind us again how many acres of floodplain you're reconnecting with this project?
Yeah, Tracy, I don't have that quantified right now. The whole floodplain is 20 acres, but we're proposing to reconnect a fraction of that. I can have that metric ready for our final design, or excuse me, our final application.
Thanks.
We still have almost 5 minutes left. So Jason, if there's anything else you'd like to share, this is your time. So that we can certainly pause for other questions, but just want to let you know that we have still plenty of time.
Yeah, I guess I'll acknowledge, we have a design team, members from the tributary committee. We brought these concepts to them and they put it back on us. They want to know what the landowners wanted, and they wanted to know more about the groundwater relationship to this project. And so admittedly, we've kind of put a pause on the design team because this application process. And so I'm reaching out to my design team right now and letting everybody know that we're advancing to the 30% design pretty quickly, which is it's a little bit of an unnatural flow for how we would like to design this, but we expect to get a lot of great feedback through the application process. So NSD is quickly assembling their basis of design report and more modeling and a 30% design, to which we expect to get really valuable feedback on. But just want to let our design team know that we haven't abandoned that process completely, but we've sort of put a pause on it because of the CERT board process. So we're kind of moving quickly right now, and that's at the desire of the landowners. They wanted to build this project next year, and it's unusual and it's hard to slow down such an ambitious land ownership. It's the other way around. But these landowners want to go, they want to get this done. And so we're trying to expedite the process a little bit. So, yeah.
Amanda, go ahead.
Hey, Jason,
Right.
so just curious, if these folks don't have a bridge yet, what is the access plans for constructing the project? I know that's a ways out, you're still in design mode, but just they don't have, it sounds like, a way over Peshastin Creek currently.
No, they do. They're the
Oh, they do?
majority owner of what's known as the King Bridge.
Oh, okay.
It's a decrepit old bridge, and we're probably gonna, that's a good question. It's a big
Yeah.
question. We might do a load rating for the existing bridge to make sure that we can use it for construction.
Okay,
But we are also going to budget for temporary access
Yeah.
over Shasta Creek.
okay. Yeah.
And I've learned that the
Yeah.
developing a load rating on an old bridge like this is not cheap and it's not easy. So it might be in our best interest to just build a temporary access to get heavy equipment, logs and things like that over. But they do have access now.
Okay.
We'll go
Yeah.
out there and see it in a couple.
Yeah, that load piece for the existing stuff is really important because like there was a situation in Kittitas County where a garbage truck went through a bridge and like some like other utility truck, you know, and other places. So yeah, you don't want to find that
It's-
out the hard way.
That bridge is a big can of worms. We're aware
Okay.
of that, yeah.
Yeah, and for them to build their own bridge is going to be pretty complex given,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, tying into a highway and just the cost. I think they're going to have sticker shock when they get into that. So I was just curious,
yeah.
yeah, what, you know, how that was going to work. Thank you.
I think I'm planning on a temporary bridge and not touching that one.
Yeah.
I don't want to become the owner of their bridge.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. If there was one more quick question, we have about 30 seconds or so. That or Jason, if you wanted to wrap up with any closing thoughts, that'd be great.
I just appreciate everybody's time. I know it's a grind. You have 25 projects to evaluate, so appreciate your time and look forward to getting out in the field with everybody.
Great. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Yeah, so here on deck, Kristen, if you're ready, we can jump into the Goat Creek fan restoration. And let me know if you have any issues with screen sharing.
Okay, thanks, Dave. I will try and leave my video on, but let me know if things get slow and I will turn that off. All right, I'm Kristen Kirkby. I'm with Cascade Fisheries as well. And I am talking today about a request for funding for a final design for restoration on the Methow River near Goat Creek, so up in the upper Methow. And to give just a little bit of background on the project, the Methow Conservancy received surfboard funding for a conservation easement on 2 parcels. In this reach, you can see one of them highlighted there in blue. That parcel is just a little bit off from the county layer, or actually rather significantly off from the county layer, which you can see in green for all those parcels. So the blue parcel actually moved forward with the easement, but the other landowner, which is just upstream of that, backed out, which left the Conservancy with some additional funding. And they reached out to us at Cascade Fisheries to request some help thinking about a restoration design for that reach. So putting that protection money towards restoration instead. So that funding, as well as some really significant support from the Bureau of Reclamation, is going to leave us with 30% design for restoration in this reach in the next few weeks. So we've kind of moved past the 15% and we're just about to at 30%. And then one more piece of reference that's important for this reach is the white dashed lines throughout this map are Methow trails. So that's our community trail going through this area. In that really large parcel, if you can see my cursor downstream or to the right of the blue conservation easement parcel, this is a common area for a homeowners association that includes this whole area. So we're talking mostly about this roughly 8/10 or 9/10 of a mile reach of the Methow through here for restoration. So the project falls within the Fawn Creek Assessment Unit, which is tier 1 for both spring chinook and steelhead and tier 2 for bull trout. The AU is ranked as a medium for fry colonization, summer rearing, and winter rearing for both spring chinook and steelhead, for spawning for spring chinook and for adult non-spawning for bull trout, and then low for a number of other life stages, as you can see. The reaches that this project covers are primarily Fawn 09, which has a reach rank of 1, and then secondarily Fawn 08, which has a reach rank of 2. And then there are a number of unacceptable limiting factors that would be addressed with this restoration. So floodplain engagement. and then looking at cover through wood. And then at-risk limiting factors are that, again, floodplain engagement and then pool quantity and quality we're hoping to address. And just to get at a question that I'm sure is coming, this is a reach of the Met How that can go dry. So in 5 of the last 10 years, there were at least some days where the gauge just upstream of here had a flow of 0. And over that time period, the average over those 10 years, the average number of days with a flow of 0 was 17 days for the year. Of course, literature provides a lot of examples documenting both daily and seasonal migrations for salmonids as they seek out resources like food and cold water and cover. And I really don't think that we're in a position to write off the potential benefit of habitat because there's some time in some years when it's dry. But I just wanted to address that right off, since I'm sure it will come up. As with many reaches in our region, there was a bunch of historical stream clearing that happened and simplified the main stem Met How in this area, and then a number of levees that were pushed up over time in different spots to block flow across the floodplain through here. So this is an image that's taken from the Upper Met How Reach assessment that the Yakima Nation did. The structures are highlighted with those brown polygons. Levees are in the white and black dashed lines. And then you can see some riprap along Highway 20 on River Right as well. The levee isn't complete along the entire stream channel on River Left, but it is actually a little bit more extensive than what's identified here. Some of the levee structures are like consistent linear features, and others are more like spoils piles or short areas that were pushed up just to block, like you can see upstream, that were pushed up just to block some of the high flow channels that exist across this span. Mature vegetation has grown up in a lot of places. You can see it all along here through the levee. So that's a factor in our design as well. Fortunately though, which is not the case in a number of other places in the Upper Met How, the houses in this area were all built up on this terrace outside of the floodplain, which is a pretty wonderful opportunity to think about re-engaging this floodplain area, as is the fact that most of it is in that common area for the homeowners association. So there's not going to be any future development there. This is a habitat map from the Reach assessment, which illustrates some of that simplified Met How through the Reach. So it's primarily glides and ripples. It's lacking wood throughout. There's a little bit as it makes the bend and meets the confluence with Goat Creek downstream that you can see there. And then just a couple of photos illustrating that looking upstream. Pretty simple and a long glide and a little riffle, and then just one example of what some of that levee looks like throughout the Reach. So just kind of a pushed up pile with some mature vegetation going through it in some places. The Reach assessment recommended a number of different restoration actions, removing the levee in places, and then placing some large wood along the margin, and then a couple of bar apex log jam as well. So the Bureau of Reclamation provided a survey, topographic and bathymetric survey, and they also actually provided some direct funding in the form of a contract with Rio Applied Science and Engineering, who we're using for this project. And they've developed a 15% design and are getting close to a 30% design. We've been working with the Met How Conservancy, who is of course the easement holder, Met How Trails, and then landowners, primarily on River Left. And we'll be moving forward towards that 30% design in the next few weeks. So the current design has the selective removal of areas of the levee that you can see here in red. So those are excavation. To help the river re-engage with some of those high flow channels that you can see in the LiDAR across that Goat Creek fan. And then it also has the placement of both some main channel margin wood to provide cover and complexity, even in lower flows, and then jams to encourage that floodplain engagement through the high flow channels. Levee removal would, of course, allow for the restoration of some natural process in the area so that the river can better connect with the floodplain, and then wood structures will engage at a little bit lower flow to provide that immediate cover and to increase the number of pools and the depth of pools over a little bit longer term. So immediate near term and longer term benefits Some of the wood on River Right is for sure going to be removed. All of it maybe, but most of the work that's proposed is on River Left. And we've spoken with all those landowners. They've looked at designs and they've supported us with continuing on pursuing funding for final design with a project that looks something like this. So just a couple of sheets from the design. Oh, one other thing to note, I'll go back. You can see the Met How Trails community trail that runs through here, and the dark areas are hardened fords that we're proposing. The trail already has some issues with this reach right here, which has seen some scour over time. And Met How Trails was most interested in hardened fords as crossings. So we're hoping that this project can actually benefit them in the long run by helping them with a little bit of infrastructure. But certainly they're a partner as we move forward with design. So here's an example of the upstream area, and you can see the red are those areas of select areas of excavation to tie into some of those high flow channels. And then some photo examples of what those sort of pushed up areas of levee looks like, what those spoils piles look like. And then wood along the margin for that cover, and then, you know, helping to encourage flow into those high flow channels. Downstream, some similar things, tying in some of those high flow channels. And more of the same, and then also putting some wood into one of the more active high flow channels in there. Which you can see right here. And this is what those channels look like right now on the ground, those two photos down below. They receive some flow on occasion with some at some levels, but not very often. So a little bit of hydraulic modeling results. This is a 1-year flow, and I just took data from the gauge, which is immediately upstream of here, from 2000 to 2022 to try and get an idea of what the duration of that flow would be. So those are mean, median, max, and minimum number of days per year that met or exceeded that flow. And then on the left is existing conditions. On the right is proposed conditions with both the levee removal and the wood placement. So you can see, of course, some of those high flow channels being engaged on a yearly basis at a 1-year flow. And then 1.5 year, much more extensive. Although from talking with landowners, I think the existing conditions model is a little bit generous in how much area is wetted up. I think that is not quite what's seen out on the landscape. And then, of course, not a lot of difference once you get up into higher flood flows, so 10-year or 100-year flows. So we'll have a 30% design in the next few weeks, and then this funding would allow us to move forward with that and take the project to a final design for about $90,000, split evenly between surfboard and trib. And then I don't know if this will come through or not with internet connection, but this is a video of all 3 of our ESA listed species using a pool at the bottom of Goat Creek, which is just immediately upstream from its confluence with the Met How. You can see bull trout in there, spring chinook, actually there were coho in there too, and then of course micas. It's a reach of the Met How that's been prioritized for restoration for all of these species, and it's a pretty neat opportunity to work in the upper Met How on a large piece of privately owned floodplain that doesn't have any infrastructure on it, and restoring some natural process and then improving current conditions as well. So we're pretty excited about the opportunity. And that's what I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. Or you can just watch the fish. They are quite mesmerizing, especially the bulls.
We have almost 13 minutes left, so plenty of time for questions. John, go ahead.
Good morning. how would you expect this project to tie into that river left floodplain that feeds into Suspension Creek?
The river, right?
Oh, the river, right? Yeah, excuse me. How, like, what influence do you see there? You know, yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot. I'll move through some of the modeling results, and as it stands right now, let me just pull those up. There's not, because of where the wood is, it's encouraging flows more on the river left floodplain and throughout that sort of complex multi-channel area down at the bend. And we aren't anticipating a lot of changes to the river right side or a lot of effect on that from the work. So really it'll be pushing water more towards that river left side and across the river left floodplain, which hopefully will also provide some comfort, if not direct benefit, for DOT2, since this is all sort of rip-wrapped highway through here, and hopefully more flows will be moving then across the floodplain, but not trying to have any impact on this area downstream on river right. And I know that the Yakima Nation did look at this area and also look at the potential for avulsion, I think, when they were doing their Suspension Creek Reach project that was implemented last year. But we didn't spend any time sort of including this area since they had taken a good look at it, and since their project area extended, you know, I think somewhere right about in here, although Jared could speak to that.
Go ahead, Steve.
Hi, Kristen. Thanks for the presentation. What do you know about the groundwater, surface water interactions in this reach? I know you said that the main stem dries up in some years during the summertime low flow period. But do you have any information about groundwater inputs to side channels, or any kind of knowledge about groundwater, surface water interactions outside of the main stem?
Not really. We had initially proposed some work with Robes Parish to do some groundwater study across the Goat Creek fan, thinking about both sort of habitat restoration in the main stem and then more so in Goat Creek itself. Sadly, Robes moved north, so we moved the funding that we had sort of tagged for that to advancing this design a little bit further. There's not there doesn't seem to be a lot of groundwater expression across the floodplain through here. That absolutely happens more in the Suspension Creek headwaters just down here. I think you have a lot of hyporheic flow as the river moves around that bend that is expressed, and may also be springs coming up, some combination of the two in Suspension Creek down here. But we haven't really looked at it in the Goat fan up here. Yeah, Steve.
Hi. Hi, Kristen. I have another question. So are you proposing to remove all of the levees, including the push-up berms, in that reach, or just a subset of them?
Yeah, it would just be sort of some selective excavation. So I think this is probably a good example of that. You can see some of the levees look really different in different places, but this is a good example of what it looks like kind of along this lower reach. Upstream, there are areas that are much shorter and are more like just pushed up piles of spoils, essentially, in a couple of spots. But because of all the mature vegetation growing through the levee, we're really just looking at selective excavation in certain spots that will allow for the connection with some of those high flow channels. And I can pull up the LiDAR again, which might be helpful to look at some of those. But this would just allow for and encourage flow into some of those existing channels, which you can see maybe a little bit better in here is one example of that, what those look like on the ground right now. They're just kind of swales across these meadowed areas right now. But I'll flip forward and pull up the LiDAR so that some of those are a little bit more clear. But we did, I think, just considering the amount of disturbance and the existence of, you know, mature vegetation that is there right now, we were just thinking of limiting it to some selected areas. And upstream, it is a little, the levee itself is patchier. So there's this, you know, one chunk of it up here, and actually there's another little piece up here too. It becomes a little bit more continuous downstream. So you can see in this LiDAR image some of those channels that we're looking to tie into.
We still have 6 minutes, so what's your time?
Yep, Brandon.
Hey, Kristen, could you just put up the 2-year return interval flow model?
Yeah,
I just want to see that again.
happy to. This is a 1.5 year.
Oh, it's 1.5 year. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. Perfect.
Hey, Kristen, this is Steve again. Is there any evidence of beaver activity in this reach?
That's a good question. I've spent time walking along the main stem and I haven't seen any, at least on river left, any activity there. I'm trying to think about, we did habitat surveys up through Goat Creek too. And I think we did see some beaver chews in there. That's it's a higher gradient stretch of goat. So I don't, you know, there wasn't any sign of like dam building in the area. I can't imagine they wouldn't be in there. I'm sure they're down in that Suspension Creek zone is probably a place that they like a lot. Though I haven't been down walking around in that area for a number of years now. But yeah, I haven't seen a lot of activity through here aside from a few chews. And actually, I can't really recall. We walked up. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna follow up. Would that be something that you would consider in your design as promoting more beaver activity in that area by, potentially building some beaver dam analogs or relocating beavers? Or, I mean, do you think that this would be a suitable reach for that kind of treatment? Especially not necessarily in the main stem, but in some of these off-channel high flow areas.
Yeah, I think there's one spot which you can see right here, which is sort of a back channel from Goat that gets backwatered when the Methow comes up. That's kind of the only area that I can think that they might be particularly interested in, just because of the duration of inundation and existing vegetation through there. Some of this floodplain area is definitely on the drier side, although obviously you can see that it's at least patchily, it's well treed across it. I would think that some parts of Goat Creek might be more appropriate for something like BDAs or PALs, just considering the size of it, but it is also, this lower stretch of it below the county road is pretty high gradient. I can't imagine anything aside from, those big boulder weir structures that Fish and Wildlife Service put in sort of persisting with high flows through there. And maybe Kate wants to chime in on that one. Those are the only things that have actually created pools in this reach of Goat Creek right now. Yeah, Kate.
Just a quick time check. We have 2.5 minutes. But go ahead, Kate. Kate, we might be having some audio issues. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So on Goat Creek, the size of the substrate that is moving through that system is incredibly large. And I believe that they would probably obliterate any sort of BDA on the main stem of Goat Creek. And that's why, you know, years ago when we put in those rock structures, that was pretty much the only thing that would hold up to it.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that a little bit, we did, as part of also with that Conservancy funding, we did habitat surveys on 3 reaches of Goat Creek, which extended from the confluence with the Met Howe up to the Forest Service Road. The upper parts of that stretch have sections that are a little bit lower gradient and would be a better candidate for, you know, like direct felling of trees or potential PALs placement. I don't know about BDAs still. But we're working on a habitat assessment and some restoration action recommendations through that section of Goat Creek too.
Okay, well, we have about 30 seconds. So I guess if there's any last second questions, now would be a good time. Or Kristen, if there's any closing thoughts, go ahead.
Yeah, not too much to say. I just think it's a neat, I think it's a neat opportunity, having spent a little bit of time, you know, doing some other work in the Upper Met Howe, like in the Cedar Rissa Reach, because, you know, there is this really large parcel that's a common area for this homeowners association, and all of those houses are outside of it. And that's not something that you see everywhere in the Upper Met Howe. So I think it's a great opportunity. And so far, that homeowners association and the conservation easement holder here have all been really supportive and excited about moving forward with restoration.
Great. Well, thank you, Kristen. So we do have a 10-minute break planned for right now. And so this will give everyone a chance to take a break, stretch their legs. So we will resume, and we'll plan to just pick up at 11 o'clock. So we'll give it a little extra time here. I will screen share just the agenda so folks can track that, and we'll see you here in a few minutes. Okay, Kristen, if you're back, do you want to go ahead and display your presentation or screen share so that we're queued up and ready to roll at 11?
Yep, happy to do that.
Thanks. Okay, and just for everyone's awareness, we will go to 12:40 and then we'll take a 30-minute lunch break from 12:40 to 1:10. So we'll have 4 more presentations before that break. And Kristen, if you're ready, go ahead.
Okie doke. Back for more. Here we're proposing a fish distribution assessment using eDNA and focusing primarily on smaller tributary streams to anadromous reaches, where we currently are lacking information on the distribution of Chinook and Micas. And hopefully you all caught that stirring and compelling case made by Aaron earlier for caring about Micas beyond anadromy. So as just 2 examples of this, I've just put up maps of the Twist River down below and then the Chihuahua and the Wenatchee to the right. We'll be spending a little bit more time with maps like these in a little bit, but you can see the Forest Service fish distribution layers showing Chinook underneath in green and then steelhead in the dashed pink above. Many of our smaller tributaries are currently lacking information on fish distribution, and that of course limits the breadth of our understanding of habitat use and so limits the scale of our consideration of sites for restoration, for land use management changes, protection, and even regulation. So to address this and to guide the development of future projects, we're proposing to use eDNA sampling to assess presence of Chinook and Micas in several hundred sites across the Methow, Wenatchee, and Entiat basins. The MADMAC data gaps that best fit this project are the occurrence and status of steelhead in unmonitored areas, and then fish use in ephemeral streams. But these identified data gaps I don't think are comprehensive of the actual information need, and I've heard this from a number of sponsors and agencies in our region repeatedly, and certainly we feel it ourselves, as Aaron mentioned earlier in his presentation. The data gap is also identified in the recovery plan as a needed research and monitoring action in a number of different AUs, and then also called out for some smaller tributaries to the Columbia, which we're looking at as well. So fish distribution information is also used in the barrier prioritization model, which is hopefully nearing completion, I think. And of course, a thorough understanding of fish distribution is necessary to help inform our choice as sponsors for restoration sites and guide permitting and determine regulatory requirements too. So we have over 400 proposed sampling sites, which fall into 73 assessment units across the region with variable prioritization ranking, including both high and low priority AUs for the 3 species. The application of prioritization is of course limited by our current understanding of fish presence. We are proposing to use the same methods that have been used successfully in the region already by the Fish and Wildlife Service and MSERV in their bull trout eDNA assessments. These are methods that have been refined over the years by a number of different entities, and there's extensive literature that exists in support of the use of these methods. Here, I just have pulled up 3 references to guidance documents that were developed by the Fish and Wildlife Service and then scientists in the EU and Canada. And these were provided to me by Jose Vasquez with US Fish and Wildlife Service, and he has also offered to provide in-kind support in the form of training for us, which is wonderful. A 2-year funding term would allow us to resample if there was any uncertainty or questions that arose from the results of certain sampling sites. And it could also allow us to extend sampling upstream if we had positive hits that we wanted to follow up on in the 2nd year. Our sampling area right now covers the Methow, Entiat, and Wenatchee, as well as a few samples in some Columbia River tributaries, some of the smaller trips that we're looking at. We did reach out to some Okanagan Basin partners. So far, those that we've contacted have stated that they don't feel like there's a need for surveys in that basin, We are, of course, very open to including other sites. But I just wanted to highlight that we have a super amazing resource in the existing samples in our region. So Fish and Wildlife Service and MSERV collected hundreds of samples for bull trout across our watersheds, and we can analyze these again for new species of interest for only $35 a sample. Seems like a real great deal when you consider the cost of getting out and doing that work in the first place. So we've been reaching out to different partners, other sponsors and agency partners, and then Upper Columbia Salmon Recovery Board to help us develop some sample site maps. And we are, of course, open still to requests from partners who have interest in certain areas to consider other sampling sites. Right now we have, you can see some of the numbers here, about 400 sites across the region, a couple hundred in the Methow and the Wenatchee, and then a few dozen in the Aniat. And those consist of both new samples that we would go out into the field and collect ourselves, and then resamples. So analysis of existing samples that were collected for bull trout that we can then sample for Chinook or Micus, or both. Sampling sites were selected based on a number of existing layers, including the U.S. Forest Service fish distribution layer. So again, you can see that here. In this case, it's a dashed green line for Chinook and a dashed red line for Micus. So we looked at Chinook, steelhead, and rainbow fish distribution. We're trying to look at Swifty as well to take that into consideration. We looked at existing intrinsic potential, the eDNA sites that are already out there on the landscape. So those are all on this map in circles. So the white circles were existing samples that we're not proposing a resample in, and then you can see the circle sites where we are proposing resampling for both species in orange, red for Chinook, and yellow for Micus. And then we've also put in diamonds a number of new samples that we're proposing for those two species as well. Also very happy to consider other species of interest. We've reached out to the Colville to ask about their potential interest in other species like lamprey and mussels. They haven't expressed an interest in that thus far, but happy to work with other entities and potentially other funding sources to consider what other species we might sample while we're out here on the landscape and have samples that can be analyzed for multiple species. And then also we were considering natural barriers, which are on here as the black triangles. And wilderness is on here as a green overlay. Just for reference. Okay, so I'm going to pull up some maps and just walk through them briefly. Kate, I am happy to answer a question right now if you've got one.
I do. You mentioned that you had talked to the Colvilles about other potential species such as lamprey. Have you by chance talked with either Jose or RD about doing some lamprey samples as well?
I haven't asked, definitely haven't asked RD about it. I talked with Jose about the project in general and asked if we could reuse their bull trout samples, but I didn't ask him about other species. So I will definitely do that because obviously it's a great opportunity for efficiency if we're out there already to look at multiple species, which is of course of interest to us. That
would be fabulous, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the Upper Methow on the left, which you can see, and then the Chinook on the right. MSERV through their Chinook reassessment proposal that they got funded, I think last year, is going to be doing a bunch of eDNA sampling and some tributaries of the Chinook. So that's why that looks pretty light right now. But yeah, you can see areas that we're proposing samples, some of which, as I guess I'll talk about a little bit later, those that are higher in the basin are likely to be supported by Forest Service funding, since they'll be directly contributing to funding for this project as well. And then those a little bit further downstream are what we would target for surfboard and tributary committee funding. And then lower down in the Methow, kind of the M2 reach roughly on the left, and then further down valley on the right. So like I said, a couple hundred samples in the Methow between both existing samples and new samples that we're proposing. And then the Eniat on the left and the lower Wenatchee on the right, same thing. You can see that we're sort of targeting some of those tributaries that don't currently have information, a lot of fish distribution information. There are some samples that are in a little bit larger streams, like those above the Icicle boulder field that we have proposed there on the Wenatchee. But primarily it's an effort that's focused a little bit more towards tributaries. And then the upper Wenatchee on the left and the Chihuahua Basin on the right. Some of those streams of which Aaron highlighted earlier in his presentation as lacking information. Okay, happy to pull those up again and very happy to share those with anyone who's interested in taking a closer look and making recommendations or requests for additional sampling. Obviously, we want this to be useful for everyone across the region. Oh, and then we are working with Upper Columbia Salmon Recovery Board right now to take a look at the additional IP that is going to be added for these smaller Columbia River tributaries. That's a screenshot of that IP on the right. And we're considering what other spots we might consider adding some samples in on some of those smaller tribs. So I have just a few of them right now on the left, but we may well add a few more to that. The Forest Service, like I mentioned, is likely to contribute around $15,000 to $20,000 for the project, which is wonderful. And that would be used in sites that are a little bit higher up in the basin, might focus a little bit more on Micas, even though we are now all Micas champions, as if we weren't before. And that leaves a pretty modest request of only around $35,000 that would be split between the surf board and the tributary committees, unless of course the tributary committees would like to just pick that up right now. We can just yank it from the surf board process. I think it's a really great opportunity for efficiency with all the existing samples that are out there. It saves a whole bunch of field time. We've contacted the Rocky Mountain Research Station that would be doing the analysis, and they anticipate that they would be able to accept the number of proposed samples that we have on the timeline that we're suggesting, and as well as resample existing filters that they already have. Information on fish presence is really foundational for us as sponsors for the development of restoration projects to benefit our listed species and others. And I think a more comprehensive understanding of fish distribution will only help us to broaden the spatial scale of that restoration implementation so that we can address habitat limitations, but also protection, regulatory, land management needs in areas that we may be currently ignoring right now, but that are providing habitat for these fish. It's a really low cost project, and I think it will provide some really critical information to sponsors and our agency partners across the region. So I am hopeful that you will support it. That is what I have. I'm happy to flip back through any of those maps or pull up anything else of interest. Yeah, Tracy.
Yeah, good presentation. And certainly I think all of us that evaluate these want to know whether or not a project in a specific stream is targeting a species that is there. This is not a question that you have to answer right now, but I would recommend that you include a response in your application, and that is, how do you deal with false positives and false negatives with eDNA analysis? It's often done by doing multiple samples, and I'm not sure if that's what you're proposing to do here, is multiple sampling within a given tributary, but something to think about as you develop your application.
Yeah, that's a question that I also got from John Arterburn. I think that my understanding, which is of course limited by my experience, is that the current methodology that's being used for that leads to a pretty is unlikely to have a lot of false positives. I think where John was referencing concern was around like if carcasses were, put in a basin upstream of a sampling site or that kind of thing. John Crandall may be excited to speak to this. I don't think Jose is on. I didn't see his name earlier, at least. So happy to have others with more experience jump in. But I have been trying to do some research in the literature and then reach out to John Crandall and Jose to clarify. And I will try and address that, as you say, Tracy, with some literature reference.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I can jump in a little bit. I've been overall, like false negatives and false positives don't represent a huge chunk of eDNA sampling. Overall, it does a very, very good job of detecting the DNA when it's present. And so that's been established. And then, so within all that, you know, there are steps you can take to minimize like false positives through your sampling protocol and being rigid within that. But eDNA, as I think we know, is really the gateway to more investigation. If you get results that look suspect, you know, as we've seen in the Wenatchee bull trout work, there were a couple there. But overall, the false positives and negatives aren't really ever gonna constitute a significant chunk of the overall samples. And then if there is the ability to go back, say in year 2, to collect a sample from a spot where it doesn't kind of make sense, really that's the approach that can help. So overall, that, you know, I know folks have concerns with that, but the overall value that, you know, return on the method and the project, I think far outweighs the potential for a false positive or negative. So you're never going to really eliminate it, that potential. It exists, but if you acknowledge it and takes the steps to address it, I think you've got in hand what's been proven and published to be a very solid method for obtaining distribution information.
Yeah, thanks, John. I would recommend that you look at, and I can't recall it off the top of my head, but I think it was researchers at Weyerhaeuser did a study where they were trying to document the end of fish point in many of their streams, and they used both electrofishing and eDNA, and they did a comparison. So I'll try and dig up that report, but I think that would be a valuable report to reference in your application.
Thanks, Tracy.
And Kristen, we have about 8 minutes left.
Brandon?
Yeah, I think it's cool that we're starting to look at some of the the Columbia River tributary streams below Wenatchee, and I see you had a couple of them in there. But I wanted to just put in a plug for Brushy Creek and Quillamine Creek. I'm familiar with both of those, and I think they're both similar to Tlaloc and Takayason, or however you say that, in drainage and kind of just hydrology. And so maybe that's a discussion for both the eDNA but also for the IP effort as well. But those two streams, Brushy and Quillamine, not on the map here, but they're just below. They're just downstream of that big bar there. So.
Okay, yeah, great, thanks. And it's a great sort of opportunity too, as we're moving towards doing level 2 surveys this summer. I've been talking with Philip Klinke on our in our organization about doing some habitat surveys in some of these streams as well. So certainly open if folks have requests and recommendations for both of those 2 projects.
Good deal, thanks.
Any other questions? We still have over 6 minutes. Steve, go ahead.
Yes.
Hi, Kristen. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. You may have covered this, but in which case I missed it. But you've got almost, I think, out of the total number of sites, about half of them are resamples and half of them are new sites. could you provide just a little bit of background into the justification for choosing the number of resamples, or like, you know, kind of coming up with that proportion of resamples to new samples out of your total number of sites?
Yeah, it was really just a map exercise for me, looking at, so all the circles on here again are the existing sites. The white circles are ones that I didn't choose for resampling, then the color circles are proposed resamples. So it was just really thinking about how best to take advantage of what information is already out there that we could just resample so that we didn't have to get back out in the field and collect new samples. So it was less about any set ratio and more about an individual basin and where we might consider looking if we could take advantage of existing samples out there. Those, I know that, you know, the bull trout work was done mostly looking at like 1 kilometer stretches between samples. This is a little bit different because it's a little bit more targeted to certain areas. So I don't have it set at like a 1 kilometer between sample sites, as is the case for that. I think a lot of that bull trout work that was done. Yeah, so really it was just taking advantage where we could of existing samples and then adding in where we didn't have access to those, adding in new samples. So Goat Creek maybe could be a good one to look at for the, as an example. There were a number of samples taken in the headwaters and then in some tributaries, the lower end of which we could resample. You know, those are $35 a piece, so it's pretty cheap to take a look at that. And then I added in some in the main stem because bull trout, you know, migrate up through there. That's known. They're spawning up in the upper reaches. So bull trout didn't need to sample that. But for Chinook, you know, there's a question of how far up they're using Goat Creek right now. So I included samples further down. Certainly happy, as I said, to take recommendations or requests on modifying sample maps too.
Did you account for the feasibility of accessing these sites and
Yeah, I tried to.
of some of these sites? Okay.
Yeah, I tried to. A lot of it will be road based. I mean, generally, for new samples, I stayed out of wilderness areas, just thinking that there's not going to be a lot of land management changes or restoration actions proposed. So there are a couple of exceptions to that, like up in the Lost, I have a couple of new sites in there which could be taken during bull trout surveys, for example. But primarily, it's a lot of it could be road based. I did factor that into timeline, spent a lot of time on Google Maps, thinking about a budget for that. But there aren't too many that are going to require sort of more extensive field work. And it could be hopefully that we're able to couple, depending on when funding came through, if we could use some of that Forest Service funding, if we get it earlier, we could couple it with some of our level 2 surveys when we're already out on the ground at some of those places.
And we're at 2 minutes remaining. Okay. Well, Kristen, that might be all the questions. So thank you. Again, if there's any other last second questions, we still have plenty of time, but yeah, thanks, Kristen.
Yeah, thank you all very much. I really appreciate any feedback on this. You know, as we work to develop these sampling maps, feel free to reach out. I'd love that.
All right. Well, thanks again. And Mark, Mark Ingman, are you ready to go? And I saw you on here earlier. There we go.
Yes, thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
All right, is it showing?
It is, yes.
Okay, great. Well, thanks, everyone. I'm Mark Ingman. I work as a project manager for aquatic projects at Cascadia Conservation District. And this proposal sets out a new project area for us. A lot of our work had been up in the Chumstick subwatershed. And so this is the Mill Creek low-tech restoration envisioned as a first phase. There's a picture of a couple adult salmon in Mill Creek as provided by the landowner. So for the description, Mill Creek is a perennial cold water tributary stream flowing into the lower Pashastan AU, has documented steelhead presence and a direct connection to the highest density and collection of steelhead reds in all of Pashastan Creek. I'll have more on that in a later slide. Really fairly simple in the goal and objective of this proposal, essentially to increase base flows in Mill Creek to benefit salmonids in again, the lower Pashastan AU assessment unit. And we'll achieve that through field fit or design build project to install over 60 beaver dam analogs and post-assisted log structures for what is around 500 feet of stream in our first phase. And in turn, that cold water input to the lower 4.9 miles of the Pashastan Creek, lower Pashastan Creek. And then just a quick picture of, and side note about our team that we have with Trout Unlimited, our partnership, and with Cascade Fisheries as well. And we, all of our installations are done in-house, no subcontracting. So that gives us a high degree of certainty about outcomes with our projects and a lot of pooling of resources and benefits, labor, you know, so a lot of good things work and just more fun, frankly, doing these projects as a coordinated team. So for prioritization, if you can see the cursor, Mill Creek's there roughly in the middle of the lower Pashastan AU. It's ranks as a 2 for steelhead. I believe it was just a few points shy of a tier 1 for steelhead restoration, and then tier 2 for spring Chinook as well. Life stage prioritization, spring Chinook is medium priority for adult migration, holding, spawning, fry colonization, and summer rearing. And for steelhead, high priority for spawning, medium for fry colonization, and medium for winter rearing. So for creek or for reach level prioritization, Mill Creek 01 and 02, like a lot of the smaller streams, does need a level 2 assessment. Unsure right now if any additional funds for the existing assessments that are in progress will potentially extend to include, but that obviously is needed. And in particular, because we give on the basis of the county's recent work, I think it was 2021, that main barrier was removed. So again, another plug for the need for more assessment, as all of this stream is all the more connected now. What we do have for data is that base flow for Mill Creek 01 is at risk, and for 02 is unacceptable. And that's primarily the basis for our goals and the reason why we have turned to low-tech restoration with BDAs and PALs. For steelhead benefits, this is kind of what brings home the main reason why Mill Creek. You can see that this perennial stream delivers cold water to the highest density of steelhead reds in all of Peshastin Creek. And also for the entire subbasin, this is also one of the largest steelhead reds areas or segments in the whole subbasin as well. And it's immediately upstream of that collection of reds at about where Mill Creek has confluence with the main stem Peshastin at about river mile 4.9. Just a quick visual. Obviously, we're targeting these lower areas along Mill Creek. I've done some work to total up what I think are the floodplain reconnection areas. It's a little bit on the steeper side in the vicinity lower where the barrier was removed by the county. And then it levels out and has floodplain to reconnect up through these two parcels you see. The lower parcel's offhand 26 acres and the upper parcel is 178. And as you can, one thing I'd point out here too, you can see the clear cut. So the upper parcel, these both are privately owned. They're the only privately owned parcels before Forest Service land up higher. And you can see the clear cut in this image here. Again, with the point being to store water laterally and provide cold water to the main stem primarily. This clear cut is additionally something we as Cascadia are working with the landowner to develop a forest plan through our forestry program and forest health work. And this is a new landowner where this was Weyerhaeuser that I believe that was part of this or resulted in the clear cut, and the new landowner wants to do revegetation work. So that's a side project for us with the landowner. And here's just a look at some of the Norwest model. You can see our first phase of our project areas in the blue box on Mill Creek here. You can see US 97 going through the valley. And so that what is 12.5 to 15 degrees C is both the water we are stabilizing. Ideally, we're creating a little more shade through what BDAs do in terms of increasing riparian growth in the range of 25%, but also a light touch planting in the riparian corridor. The upland with the Weyerhaeuser clear cut is again a different project. So for fish presence, in light of it being one of the streams that doesn't have the full set of data for the assessment, what do we know about the fish presence and fish use? Mill Creek 01 does have a documented steelhead red that you can see as part of actually the same real steelhead red map that I showed on the other slide. There is one actually in the lower end of 01. 01 and 02 have 3 documented Omicus data points between 94 and 08, according to the Forest Service Region 6 data. So again, going back to those profile or rather portfolio dynamics of resident versus sea run Omicus. And then we have landowner account of adult steelhead even above the and before the barrier was removed on Mill Creek 01, as well as of course these adult salmon in the creek in the photo. And just as a side note, the spring Chinook red maps are basically just above Mill Creek and extending to Ingalls Creek. So it's relatively close as far as a Chinook connection too. So one thing I wanted to point out, I guess, for me, if we're talking about salmon restoration or salmon recovery, I think to do so seriously involves talking about beaver recovery. And it's surprising how many presentations and just projects in general are not inclusive of beaver, which is unfortunate. I hope that, for my 2 cents, into the next Upper Columbia salmon recovery plan, that there's more than 2 mentions of beaver that when I looked it up, there's only 2 mentions of beaver and they both involve nuisance, which is really unfortunate for our salmon recovery plan. And also that the beaver IP layer is not something I hear anyone talking about, unfortunately. So to that end, I'm trying to maybe balance a bit the lack of beaver as a focus as part of salmon restoration, salmon recovery projects in our area, even though I know there's a lot of great work that some of the partners are actually very involved with beaver. Mill Creek has a really phenomenal opportunity to recover beaver. And you can see here the beaver IP layer. This is per Detbrenner 2018's work. Ranks in the middle range, but it's the longest beaver IP layer that you'll see of any creek within Pashaston, and one of the largest in all of the Wenatchee subbasin. For me, when we're talking steelhead, we're talking beaver recovery as well, if I haven't made that point enough already. And so I think, again, I'm very excited about what beaver are going to bring, the ability to propel and keep these benefits going forward, and for us to step out of the way and let beaver take over the restoration process in our area, and in particular this proposal that is proposed to put beaver dam analogs in the landscape. And there are no orchards here. Both landowners are fully on support of this proposal. And so and then, you know, you can even see, I actually heard from the landowner this morning, there's a cottonwood that fell down right at the mouth of Mill Creek. So they're knocking at, or chomping at the bit might be a way to put it. They want to regain Mill Creek as an area for them to recolonize. So the beaver to steelhead connections, we know BDAs have a comparable biochemical benefit to actual beaver dams. We know they expand the wetted channel, active floodplain, surface inundation, side channels, and the groundwater benefits. We know they increase base flow, reduce peak flow events by essentially shifting the hydrograph. And then, you know, some of the more recent and in our area studies, Bennett et al. Found that an increase of steelhead productivity ranging from 30 to 77%. That's per the Asotin intensively monitored watershed project down in the Southwest Washington, Idaho border. And Nick Bowes et al. Saw increase of actually 175% in juvenile steelhead production per BDAs and actual beaver dams down in Bridge Creek in the John Day Basin. So there's, I mean, just at face value, those are pretty impressive numbers. And I specifically sought out project sites that are in dry regions very near to us this year to cite for this steelhead and beaver dam connection that each year we see more and more studies showing this type of connection and benefits to steelhead, or beaver benefits to fish. Phase 1 includes essentially 60 BDAs and PALs, reconnection of around 1.5 to 1 3/4 acres of floodplain. The stream to be restored, we will treat 150 meters or around 500 feet through low-tech restoration to benefit around 4.9 miles of lower Pashaston AU. Again, a quick comment on the vegetation shade, you know, roughly see a 25% increase without doing planting of vegetative growth. And we also want to do what is about a relatively light touch riparian planting lower on the 0-1 reach to strengthen shade down there. And then land tenure. So these two private landowners that have signed on to this proposal amount to 2,800, almost 3 kilometers of Mill Creek, connecting the main stem Pashaston up into the higher elevation and Forest Service land. So it was nice to connect with these landowners and see their support for this project. Biological benefits, I've said it before, obviously steelhead, secondarily spring Chinook, And I wouldn't want to leave off coho and then like the summer Chinook that you saw in the photo from the landowner. Maintenance and monitoring. So we obviously will do the maintenance through the full cycle of the funding, and also with consequent funding packages, being that we do BDAs at a programmatic level throughout our region. We see low tech basically kickstarting a series of biological processes that allow stream power and the biology, like beaver, to make restoration process enduring into the future. Very few projects can say they initiate and create and kick off a process that's self-propelling into the future, and ideally, and in theory, building, so actually increasing benefits over time. And then, of course, the value that beaver have. Again, cottonwood dropped this morning from what the landowner said, just at the mouth of Mill Creek. Beaver are knocking at the door, and they want to retake their landscape in Mill Creek and be the ones doing the maintenance for us, which sounds perfectly good to me. Again, I find that to be one of the more attractive attributes of this type of process-based restoration.
Hey, Mark.
Monitor-
10 minutes remaining.
Okay, I'm rounding it up here. Basically, the monitoring. So we measure taking information and data at the structure, complex or series scale, and the landscape scale to gauge effectiveness and provide a feedback loop of how to improve. These are things such as grading the stream bed, lateral reconnection of the floodplain, the level of inundation, creation of side channels, the extent water levels are raised, increased ponding, looking to expand with remote sensing for vegetative growth, and basically riparian species overtaking and pushing out upland species, kind of putting upland species back up into their places, so to speak. Our research partners, more recently, we're working with the Forest Service and Washington State University to study benefits to fish, frogs, and beaver. Actually, some of the eDNA, some of those partners there are interested in eDNA, so I'll be interested to circle back and connect with Kristen, who you just heard from. Stream survey, snorkels, we provide our technician support to some of that work. Mark recapture, so we're kind of in a partnership phase for some of that monitoring. The budget, you can see that in the proposal. Proud of these numbers to say that all these funding stays in-house. We don't contract it out of area. And that gives us a degree of certainty. We know, our partners who we're working with, the labor that we're going to need. And we did over 100 BDAs in our area last year, and we'll build on that this year. Some risks and cost effectiveness. So risks are overall fairly low, not zero risk, but low. We install our BDAs at the complex or series level, which is redundancy. They work together in coordination, that being the groupings of structures. They're low height, they're natural systems, mimic natural processes. They're minimal impact, damage to riparian landscape. We're not bringing in heavy machinery and then having to go and invest resources to repair the riparian damage to large staging areas. They're practical to implement on a large scale. And most important, in all of this, we're trying to benefit the base flows and ultimately counter climate impacts and the reality of reduced snowpack. Financial risks are small. It's modular BDA and PAL design. It has engineering ideas, but not engineered. We don't have to pay for full-on engineering, and relatively low cost. And then, for the benefits per linear foot restored, according to Silverman et al., it's an order of magnitude more cost effective than your larger heavy machinery projects. Outreach is great. I got a call even yesterday from a landowner wanting to do BDAs, and that's been almost weekly now. People are excited about beaver-based restoration in our area. I mean, there are some that are still on the fence. Obviously, no one's ready to put beavers right into their backyard, but I would say it's catching on. There's a lot of word of mouth going, our newsletters, our social media. So they're less and less a mystery to people what beaver dam analogs are in our area. Okay. That brings me to the end. That was quite a few slides for me to go through, and I know it's been already quite a few presentations and a lot to go, but I appreciate your time, and I would really like the feedback on how to make the proposal better.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, we have almost 5.5 minutes, so RTT members, go ahead. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Mark, for the presentation. You had mentioned one of the factors that basically was the prescription for what you're proposing was this base flow in the reach 2 was unacceptable. Do you know what was the cause of expected lower base flow, and what is your target as far as reaching a base flow that would be acceptable?
That's a good question. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, my understanding is in that habitat attribute as being ranked at risk and then unacceptable. Those were functions of stream temperature data. So I believe it's working off that stream temperature versus volume type of that relationship. But I can look into that further. I think that it's for the cost of this kind of project, it's a little bit on the challenging side to go, extensive on, say, trying to model, flows and how much increase one's going to get. I think on the other hand, I feel pretty confident that the research is clear that BDAs do raise water levels, and for example, on the landscape scale, if we, and I hope to get others out there and look at these both inset floodplains and historical floodplains along Mill Creek, but it's incised, on the low end around 1 meter and as high as 2 to 3 meters. And so it's, just a simple idea in understanding that the more feet we gain of lateral connection and reconnection of floodplains, I estimate at least an acre and a half of floodplain reconnection. That's both delivering water quantity. What was described at the NOAA Riverscapes conference as the magic trick, we're storing more water and actually see more water in the landscape and have more water downstream. And of course, that's not creating new water, it's just shifting of the hydrograph. So I guess in summary, I'm confident what the research has shown, that connecting floodplains without doubt delivers more water downstream when it's needed and helps riparian growth increase at a range of 25% greater, meaning more shading to that increased flow. So it's all going in a positive direction for cold water benefit.
Okay, thank you.
We're just sub 2 minutes. Tracy Hillman, go ahead.
Yeah, I won't take long. So first of all, I find it interesting that there are spring Chinook spawning in Mill Creek. I think that suggests to us that, the removal of that culvert with a bridge was useful. But it also means that I think Chelan PUD will need to do their spawning surveys up in Mill Creek, because up to this point, they have not been surveying that as part of their hatchery M&E program. So I'll pass that on to them. But I do think it's important that you reach out to Andrew Murdoch with WDF&W. I know when we were evaluating the application to replace the culvert with a bridge, I think it was replaced with a bridge, He was on the site visit and he had indicated that he had done quite a few surveys upstream in Mill Creek. And he was talking about the habitat and the number of fish that he observed up there. And I think he could give you some pretty good information, some useful information on fish use. And I think at that time it was Omicus. And you may want to add that information into your application. So I think it was Andrew that was providing that information at the time. So just recommend you reach out to him.
Great, thanks, Tracy. And if I gave the impression those are spring Chinook, my bet is they're probably a summer fall. I think the landowner said roughly September, so I doubt they're spring Chinook.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I don't, but I'm not a fish guy
yeah.
in that detail, so who knows?
Okay, well, that's worth looking into because
Mhm.
spring or summer Chinook do not probe up into Peshastin Creek much at all.
Oh,
So
okay,
it might be worth looking into.
okay,
Thanks.
interesting, yeah.
John, you had your question up and then we'll have to end it. John, go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of following up on Chris's question. I think you mentioned in there that there were no orchards on this reach of Mill Creek, but in those areas, it looked like there was some cleared land. So I'm wondering about what, are there active surface water diversions in the reach that would kind of be driving as the major limiting factor to this? And we've seen this on other streams where projects like this are going in to do what, all the goals of BDAs and whatnot, but in terms of stream flow, the real limiting factor are surface water diversion. So what do you know about how much water is being removed from the creek for agriculture or other purposes?
Right, yeah, well, that warehouser clearing, that's something I'm confident, given my knowledge of the landowners, they're gonna be able to rectify working with us or other partners for a forestry plan. But that's a good point. I should have included that. There is a diversion. It's up just above the 0-1 reach. And right now it's not being used a lot. I think it's limited by the number of users. And it's another reason to want to work with the landowners to see what, I've got some ideas in the back of my mind of maybe some things they might be open to or things that could be adjusted to improve. I mean, they're screened and that sort of thing at the very least, but that could be as big or bigger. I completely agree depending on what the landowners might be open to as far as the diversion. It's sort of acreage limited for what they can irrigate, there's just not that much land and there's just not that many users off lower down below on the Mill Creek on the Peshastin floodplain. But that is something I will be looking at as developing this partnership with the landowners.
Yeah, I think it's especially in these smaller streams where oftentimes is the case where a diversion represents a much higher proportion of the overall stream flow. Kind of cracking that nut may provide a lot more in-stream flow benefit than anything else you may do in here. And then coupled with the in-stream work, then you're really getting to something. But you may still have low flow as a limiting factor if you don't address some of those diversions.
Yeah, no, I think you hit the nail on the head. Thanks for that.
Okay, well, thanks, Mark.
Yep, thanks, Dave.
Okay. Brian, are you ready to go? Well, it looks like we have Nason Creek, River Mile 9.4 on deck.
I am, thanks. Are you seeing my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
And it's in presenter view, not with no notes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, great. Well, yeah, good, I guess, end of the morning to everybody. I am Brian Maloney with Chelan County Natural Resource Department, and I'm going to present my proposal for the Nason Creek River Mile 9.4 restoration. So this is a project that some of you might recognize and remember from a 2021 surfboard proposal, I think from Scott Bailey from Chelan County, which was funded through Surfboard to cover designs. And the project is located, can you see my cursor, Dave?
I am not seeing your cursor right now.
Okay, have to do without. And the project is located where the thermal refuge pin is there. And this is on Nason Creek, a few miles upstream of the corner with Cole's Corner, and just upstream of the rest area on Highway 2. And now we're looking at the RTT priorities for assessment units. And this is the lower Nason Creek assessment unit, and it's ranked a tier 1 for restoration of spring chinook, steelhead, as well as bull trout. So high priority for restoration for all 3 fish. And the priority life stages, the high and medium priority life stages include chinook, spring chinook, holding, spawning, summer rearing, and winter rearing, steelhead spawning and winter rearing, bull trout spawning, juvenile and feeding, migration, and overwintering. This project is in Reach 8 of the Lower Nason Creek Assessment Unit. And the goal of this project is to address some of the life stage limiting factors for Reach 8. That includes improving temperatures for holding, spawning, incubation, summer rearing, smolt outmigration, improving pool quantity / quality for holding and summer rearing, reducing and eliminating contaminant point sources for spawning and incubation and summer rearing, and also improving cover wood for holding, fry, summer rearing, winter rearing. So really trying to address those high priority life stages at the project area and the reach specific limiting factors. This project occurs in the midst of really well-used spawning areas. So in the upper left are steelhead reds shown as green dots going down Nason Creek with the project site as the red star. In the lower left, chinook reds are the purple dots. And then in the figure on the right are bull trout reds. And you can see a number of specifically steelhead reds and chinook reds upstream and downstream of the project site. And you can notice that the years of spawning red data are different, but yeah, show that there is a lot of use, particularly by a lot of spawning by steelhead and chinook. So this project, as I said before, was funded originally through Surfboard in 2021, and that covered conceptual and preliminary designs, and we're wrapping up that project now. This proposal that I'm talking about today is for final design and construction. The proposed activities are final designs, so 90% draft finals and construction ready, 100% designs, and also cover implementation. And the components of implementation are removal of old bridge abutments that are no longer functional, installation of a engineered log jam and some boulders for habitat complexity and thermal refuge, and then some minor work to stabilize a beaver dam at the site. And the project cost estimate is $450,000 for all of the components, including design and implementation. So to kind of bring this to our project goals, we're talking about improving quality of cold water refuge in proximity to these well-used spawning areas. And again, those are the steelhead and chinook reds displayed in relation to the project area. And then enhance the cold water plume area depth and temperature differential and increase cover and complexity. This is a fairly planar reach of Nason Creek, so lacks complexity overall. And I want to talk about the thermal component. So there's an issue with water temperature in Nason Creek. Nason Creek often exceeds the state water quality standards. The figure at the bottom there is water temperature in 2019, or water year for 2018. And you can see that the water temperature in the summer often exceeds 15 and reaches above 20 degrees Celsius in peak summer. And the horizontal line there is marking 16 degrees, which is the core summer salmon habitat threshold for temperature. So this poses an issue for spring Chinook holding and rearing and spawning and steelhead incubation and rearing. And of course, climate change is only expected to exacerbate this problem. So part of the ongoing design project that's wrapping up through preliminary designs was to monitor temperature and some water data at the site. And so the site includes Butcher Creek coming down from the top left of the map and entering Nason Creek. Nason Creek's flowing from left to right. Butcher Creek's flowing from kind of northwest to southeast. And Butcher Creek actually flows through the historic alignment of Nason Creek before it was moved to accommodate the new highway. And then is actually held near the outlet by a beaver dam that doesn't seem to be actively maintained. And part of the monitoring effort for the design project was to install surface water loggers at the outlet of Butcher Creek above the confluence, and then also in Nason Creek above the confluence. So we were able to document water temperatures through the summer and also took some discharge measurements. So this image is showing, this figure is showing stream temperature at the site on the y-axis across the date through August on the x-axis, and Nason Creek is in the dashed black line and Butcher Creek is in the solid blue line. And you can see that Butcher Creek is always a degree or more cooler than Nason Creek. So consistently provides cooler water to Nason Creek through that period of critical time, kind of low flow summer conditions. And again, so 16 degrees would be the line for core summer salmon of habitat threshold. And you can see that Nason Creek regularly exceeds that. Whereas Butcher Creek is often below 16 degrees Celsius. To kind of drive the temperature difference a little farther. So this is temperature difference on the y-axis. So it's the amount that Nason Creek is above or warmer than Butcher Creek across those dates on the x-axis. And you can see that the Nason Creek is up to 3 degrees or more warmer than Butcher Creek, and often 2 degrees Celsius warmer than Butcher Creek is. And to kind of discuss the second primary goal of this project, which is to remove a contaminant point source. This is an image of the old bridge abutments that were left once that road prism was, or the crossing was removed. The bridge abutments remained. I know there was a lot of discussion around the bridge abutments when Scott presented this in 2021 about what flows the stream would interact with the treated timbers and so forth. This is an image I took this summer that shows some of the dripping preservative from the treated timbers onto down the structure, then onto the ground. And so you can see a lot of that material is moving, and it's pretty alarming when you're out there, particularly as the snow's melting and if it rains, just the amount of water dripping through the structure and dripping onto the stream bank. So creosote treated wooden abutments can be an issue because of the toxicity released from those structures. The primary contaminant of concern is PAHs, or polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. There are documented negative effects on salmonids, including reduced vigor, narcosis, reduced growth, increased risk of predation, increased disease susceptibility, and puts embryos and juveniles most at risk. And the photo on the bottom right is an image kind of across where the bridge used to be, but where the bridge abutments remain. So what we're proposing to actually do, this is a design sheet from the preliminary designs. Again, you have Butcher Creek flowing in from the top left, Nason Creek flowing from left to right. And the thermal plume that we documented this summer is that kind of teal blue color. And we're proposing to remove the wooden abutments to the north and to the south of the Nason Creek, and then also to regrade some of the oversteepened stream bank associated with that north abutment, and then install a log jam underneath the footprint of the existing abutment, where you see the pictures of logs sticking out there, and then place a few boulders for additional habitat complexity. And in the LiDAR image, you can kind of see on the northern side of the crossing where the stream bank has been oversteepened associated with that wooden abutment. So yeah, part of the proposal is to remove the abutment and then also lay that stream bank back to reduce the gradient of that stream bank. And this is another design sheet from preliminary designs in the top left, showing the pool that'll be created and then maintained by the stream interacting with that log jam. And then on the top right, the log jam next to a few boulders placed in the stream for habitat complexity. And then a fairly minor, but I think important piece of the project is some minor stabilization of the beaver dam. The beaver dam doesn't have any evidence of really active maintenance by beaver. And I think it's had some issues in the past with material running out of it. And so, you know, this beaver dam really holds back a lot of Butcher Creek water. So providing that cooler water through the summer and providing that thermal refuge and cooler water to Nason Creek. So we think that a pretty critical component to this project to stabilize that beaver dam with some hydraulic post pounding. And this has kind of come out of conversations with the Yakima Nation Coho program staff that I've been working with, because this is a coho acclimation pond. So we've kind of worked through this project to not impact private landowners, and then also incorporate feedback from the Yakima Nation Coho program, because we don't want to negatively influence their operations there. And with that, I can open it up for any questions or suggestions.
Yeah, Brandon, go ahead, and I'll just note that we have about 11 and a half minutes.
Right on. Hi, Brian. Hey, thanks for a great presentation. You may have covered this, and maybe I just missed it, but is the cold water input from Butcher Creek, is there is there a bubble of cold water apparent in Nason Creek when you were doing your temperature log? Could you see that in Nason Creek, that influence?
Yeah, so the monitoring, we did a few things. One was a temperature logger in Nason Creek, one in Butcher Creek, and then discharge measurements in Butcher Creek. But I also went out and measured temperature in transects. So basically measured from the confluence out into Nason Creek, perpendicular to the direction of flow every meter, and then moving every 2 meters downstream on Nason Creek to kind of document when that body of water kind of returned to the ambient Nason Creek temperature. So I could kind of see that there was cold water hanging along the stream banks for a little ways.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Question. This is Bruce Marighi with the Chelan County CAC. Curious regarding the water temperature coming in from Butcher. Are we talking a small temperature degree difference, large, medium? Can you give us a perspective of, or a concept of how much variance there is in the water temperature that is colder?
Yeah, so I mean, the temperature difference as I measured, the highest was a little over 3 degrees Celsius. But more often in the 1 to 2 degree range. And yeah, it's fairly it's a fairly planar area of Nason Creek, reach of Nason Creek. So that cold water is kind of just floating down along the stream bank and then eventually being warmed enough by the Nason Creek water to not have much effect.
A short follow-up on that, that temperature difference, obviously there's different times of the year that it hits them, really nice and cold as opposed to fairly close to ambient temperature. Since the 1994 Round Mountain fire, that area has been pretty scarred and open. So as far as the tributary area that it comes from, the temperatures that are cooler, are they in spawning times? Do they coincide? The times when we want the cold water to be there, is that when the water temperature is colder for spawning?
Yeah, so when I measured temperature last year, I installed in late July, possibly early August. It seemed like the peak flows didn't attenuate until later than expected, based on the snow melt of last year. But yeah, so the temperature differences that I measured were throughout August, which is a pretty critical time for Chinook specifically.
All right, thank you.
John Crandall, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. It's great to see this project going in and kind of similar to that Chewacum effort, addressing cold water patches and potential complexity efforts and kind of the same, how did you, I got a couple questions. One is, how did you decide in terms of the placement of both the rocks and the wood structure there? And did you ever consider having that more at the upstream end of the confluence there to, more or less isolate the plume a little bit more from upstream and mixing of water? So that's one question. And the other gets at what's passage like, and I'm thinking more towards juveniles into Butcher Creek through that existing beaver structure that, having a pond in there and having that utilized for coho rearing and then having that netted off at times of year, what is passage both up and downstream? Because if Butcher Creek is cold, then it should be able to provide benefit for juveniles late season if they have access. And what does that look like, and how how would that integrate with how this that pond there is being utilized and managed for a hatchery program?
Yeah, so to answer your first question about the putting the log jam at the confluence, yes, that is something we considered. I think that was our original goal, and it talking to the Yakima Nation coho staff didn't negatively influence their operations, and would be ideal from a thermal refuge perspective because it's closer to the confluence, so there's less infiltration of that warmer Nason Creek water. However, the adjacent landowners were not very supportive because of how they use that sort of area of land and safety concerns over wood in the creek right there. So we kind of pulled back to be within the disturbance under the abutment, still within the thermal plume, but yeah, also less disturbance to install. We won't have to run equipment except just in the area disturbed for the abutments anyway. But yeah, so that was considered and kind of discarded for landowner logistical reasons. And then your question about fish passage into the Butcher Creek Pond, I think that's really interesting. I don't know if anyone has assessed fish passage moving up there. There is there's a pipe in the pond, and make sure, let's see if I get this right, that is capped when has a net around it when the coho are present, and then when it's time for the coho to leave, that net is removed so fish can go out and exit the pond through the pipe, and then it's capped again when the fish are gone, so that the pond maintains height through the summer. So yeah, there's kind of some interesting management considerations happening already, and I think it would be interesting to see if fish could get up there, but I think it would certainly have to be integrated with the Yakima coho program as far as how they use the pond currently, and yeah, whether you could accommodate fish getting in there and leaving in the summer and fall.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of a clash of programs with different goals. But it's just interesting that access into the area is restricted when there are no hatchery fish in there. But yeah, thank you.
We have about 3.5 minutes. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, my question was kind of similar to John's, but a little bit more specific, just about wondering about the justification for including boulders in the structural complexity design, and why not just use wood in that location?
Yeah, so the boulders was, I guess, a response to pulling the log jam away from the confluence due to those landowner concerns, and added boulders for some habitat complexity without needing to move machinery any farther into the existing riparian area, so kind of reducing disturbance there, but being able to use an excavator and reach out with an arm and install some boulders. There was some concern about thermal gain from those boulders if they were exposed, but there's just to the west, to the left of those boulders, is a kind of existing overhanging alder that were part of the plans is to keep that in place, to keep that shade there, and yeah, ideally keep those boulders fairly well shaded and under the surface of the water.
Okay, well, Brian, there's still about 1.5 minutes, so if there's any closing thoughts, feel free to continue on. That way you could build this time for your next proposal as well.
Great. Are you seeing, it's a little strange with the screen share between the presenter mode and the kind of presentation modes. You're seeing my Eagle Creek presentation?
I am, yes. No,
Okay.
it's not in presenter mode.
Okay, interesting. Let's see. Maybe I'll just go. Okay, you should be seeing the PDF version now.
I am, yes.
Great. Well, thanks everybody for sticking around. So this is my proposal for the Eagle Creek lowest for barrier corrections. So this is in the Eagle Creek assessment unit, highlighted here in the teal, which is a tributary to the Chumpstick. And this is a tier 2 restoration priority for steelhead, and then a tier 3 restoration priority for spring chinook and bull trout. There is a good deal of steelhead intrinsic potential in the Eagle Creek drainage overall. The 14 miles is calculated based on the old IP layer, and this image is actually the new IP layer. But so the project area is down here in the bottom left, lower down in Eagle Creek, and steelhead IP extends from the confluence with Chumpstick up to the confluence of Van Creek, capacity IP, and then marginal IP extends up Bjork Creek, Van Creek, and Eagle Creek higher up. Eagle Creek also has a good amount of Chinook intrinsic potential. Again, the project area in the bottom left, and Chinook IP extends from the confluence with Chumpstick up to the confluence with Van Creek. Yeah, around 5 miles upstream. This is a fish passage barrier correction project. And this image is from the UCSRB passage barrier removal prioritization. So these are the barrier prioritizations from the 2020 effort. The current barrier prioritization is kind of ongoing and not a finished product yet. And the colors here represent the tiers. So there's a number of tier 2 barriers lower down in Eagle Creek, and the project area is highlighted in white. And there's actually only 11 tier 1 and tier 2 barriers in the Wenatchee Basin. And so this project is addressing 3 of those 11 highest priority barriers in the Wenatchee Basin, being tier 2. And then this is zoomed in a little farther on the project area. And there you can see the barriers proposed for replacement, 3 of those tier 2 barriers, and the barrier downstream actually was replaced last year. So this is kind of outdated. But again, 3 of the 11 highest priority barriers in the Wenatchee Basin. This is a map displaying barriers up a portion of Chumpstick Creek and then up the entire Eagle Creek drainage. There has been an extensive effort with a number of partners to replace and restore fish passage on Chumpstick Creek. Here, the barrier symbols represent passability percentage. So green is 100% passable, and you can see all of those replacements running up Chumpstick Creek. And then barrier passability of orange or yellow, orange, and red in decreasing passability from 67, 33, and 0%. The project area is highlighted down here. And again, we're talking about the 4 lowest barriers on Eagle Creek. One thing I'd like to point out is that there has been a number of efforts directed at Eagle Creek for restoration. The lowest barrier was replaced through FFF2P last year in 2022. Another barrier upstream of the group I'm talking about in this proposal will be replaced through FFF2P in 2023. And then another barrier is high on the list for FFF2P, and we won't see the final list until May this year, but we're anticipating that will be selected for replacement in 2024. We have funding for an alluvial water storage restoration project. This will likely be a mix of PALs and BDAs on Bjork Creek. We're talking with a landowner about water rights acquisition on a property up Eagle Creek. We've managed a few culvert replacements through FFF2P in 2017 and 2018 higher up. And we've also installed an alluvial water storage restoration project in 2021, a lot higher up, which was more of an engineered log jam project. And then other sponsors are working in here too. Cascadia is working on a low-tech, PAL BDA project in Bjork, and I think in Eagle Creek proper, and then also a fuel thinning project up and around the Bjork area. So to zoom in on the lower section of Eagle Creek and our project area, there are 8 passage barriers in this lower 2 miles of Eagle Creek. So this is kind of a push to restore passage to all of Eagle Creek, but starting from the bottom end and then incrementally making our way upstream and hoping to restore full passage, kind of like occurred in Chumpstick Creek up to Mary Canyon. And so we have some pit tag data from 2018 and 2019 that were installed and operated. One was installed downstream of the project area and one was installed upstream. The pit tag arrays did not produce a tremendous amount of data. And this is something that I have discussed with Tracy Bowerman, but did detect steelhead, chinook, and coho entering and trying to make their way up Eagle Creek. There were not enough detections to assess passability and anything like that, but did confirm fish use. So our project goals are to install replacements for the 4 lowest barriers and restore full fish passage to Eagle Creek. And this is part of a comprehensive effort for Eagle Creek that I've mentioned. Replacing the lowest 8 culverts would restore full passage up to River Mile 2.1, which we think would be a great gain. And this proposal addresses 4 of those lowest 8 culverts. And then one of the others is already slated for replacement through FFP, and we think another will be picked up. So we're really not that far away from that goal. So for this project, we have anticipated funding from FBRB. We applied in the most recent biennium. The full project cost for the 4 barrier replacements is 1.4 million, and we put in a request to FBRB for 1.2 million. And this project was ranked number 20 on the approved priority list. And so what we're requesting for this project is the required 15% match for FBRB, which is 213,000. This is the FBRB list for the 23 to 25 biennium. And so again, this project ranked number 20 out of 102 proposals statewide. And there is this proposal highlighted in red. So on the approved ranked project list and ranked fairly high on that list. It is anticipated funding. The legislature hasn't finalized the budget. So we don't know the final funding for the FBRB program. But the cumulative running total up to the 20th project, which is this one, is still far below the governor's request for this program. So we anticipate that funding. And so for project status, this project has been funded through final designs on an FBRB project, which is wrapping up. And through that project, we've completed final designs and submitted permit applications. And we have worked with the landowners and other stakeholders, Chelan County Public Works, WDFW, through the process to incorporate feedback from all of these entities. And I guess we've also gotten some funding from the Forest Service to work on designs. So to view the work sites, we're talking about these 4 private driveway crossings on Eagle Creek. Eagle Creek's flowing from right to left. And the driveways are visible in the red polygons as the area of potential effect for each project. This project offers a lot of efficiencies. There's the same landowner for the lowest 2 culverts. Approaching these as a bundle for construction, as we did for design, allows for efficient contracting for that construction, really efficient project management for staff time and design review from stakeholders and permitting agencies. And then temporary access between properties is eased by constructing them one after the other under that construction contract. you could temporarily access the upstream property through the downstream property, and then vice versa when you're constructing the upstream property. This is the lowest culvert, 603922. It's 67% passable due to velocity. I didn't see John Arterburn on the call, but he asked about kind of barrier condition at our recent barrier prioritization call. And so this is a culvert that has a opening seam in the middle of the culvert and kind of deteriorating metal above the driveway is starting to slump. It's a paved driveway, but it's starting to kind of slump down in the middle there. So undersized culvert and definitely at risk structurally. The next one upstream is 33% passable barrier due to slope. And moving upstream, this is another culvert that's in really rough shape, 33% passable due to slope. You can kind of see some of the deteriorating concrete and the metal wiring now exposed. And this crossing actually has some very small water surface drops of like an inch or two in the middle where the concrete seams are becoming exposed and the concrete's essentially breaking apart. And then the fourth culvert upstream is 33% passable due to slope, but has water really rushing through the culvert and over a water surface drop at the outlet. This is I won't show, I think this is the only design sheet I was going to show, but this is from the final design set and shows the lowest culvert, but the structures are essentially the same for each site, but modified slightly for stream bed sediment and so forth for each site and grading. But generally taking out, very undersized culverts and then replacing them with a three-sided concrete culvert that allows a lot more conveyance of material, water, fish, so forth, and then some minor regrading at each of the sites. A little more regrading at the upstream crossing because it's a fairly high gradient site. And with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions or comments the RTT might have.
Go ahead, Kate.
So when we saw this project before, I believe it was in the tributary committee, we had asked you if the lower landowner would be willing to consolidate his crossings since the lower two culverts are on one property. Has that been pursued, and is there any way to encourage him just to go to one crossing?
Yes, that's been pursued and was a non-starter for the landowner based on kind of how they use the site and pulling in sort of big rigs and trailers between the two different properties. But yeah, unfortunately, he was not willing to consider consolidating into one crossing for the two driveways.
And just for a time check, we still have over 11 minutes, so plenty of time for more questions. Okay, perhaps there are no more. In that case, if there's any closing comments you wanted to make, feel free to do so. That, or we could break a little bit early for lunch, but it looks like Tom Keeler, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Hey, Brian, just following up on Kate's question about consolidating. I've been thinking through that. Yeah, it'd be great to have them consolidate, but can you address at all obviously, consolidation would mean abandoning one crossing, but then you have failing culverts and would there not also be additional costs associated with perhaps decommissioning the existing culvert? I mean, we would need to do something with a culvert that's not or that's past its functional life and may be a greater barrier in the future if it continues to deteriorate. Can you address that? Or do you know where I'm going with that? I think I tried to make it
Yeah,
clear.
I
Not
think,
sure I did.
yeah, I mean, if consolidation were an option, we would still want to go in and pull out the abandoned culvert and remove any road fill associated with that and regrade. So the project, yeah, it would be a much reduced effort because you wouldn't be excavating as deep for new structure footings. But I imagine would, still be excavating out that existing crossing, regrading the stream channel to match upstream and downstream, pulling out a bunch of road fill sediment, regrading stream banks, and so forth.
Thank you. Go ahead, Amanda.
Yeah, something that might be a consideration for consolidation, just for, and if folks are already aware of this, I apologize if I'm telling you something you already know, but the county has structural requirements for bridges and culverts, for residences. And depending on how many residences are on the other side can affect what's, what their structural allowances are for fire and ambulance and access. And so I think in some cases, if you have one crossing serving multiple homes, depending on the number of homes, it might have to be a bigger structure, or 2-lane, or I don't know the details. Kelly Snodgrass, our engineer, knows those types of things better than I do. But yeah, so it can be a little bit more complicated design wise about consolidating, depending on what the county's permitting requirements are.
Thanks, Amanda.
Steve, go ahead.
Hey, Brian, are you planning to add any habitat features to the channel, either upstream or downstream of any of these crossings, like, for example, wood?
No, so we are proposing just some clusters of boulders. Wood was another kind of non-starter for some of the landowners. So yeah, we originally proposed wood, and then when got a bunch of negative feedback from the landowners, changed that out for some boulder clusters that should provide some habitat complexity, but also some of the structural benefits that the wood might have provided. And I guess I, personally feel like it's okay to exclude wood just because it's a passage project. So, I feel like the primary goal is to allow fish to move upstream and downstream freely. It all flows in all life stages, but not necessarily to, to have log jams and really complex habitat at the site itself. We're really trying to get these fish, past these people's driveways and their properties to go upstream.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, so I want to follow a little bit up on what Amanda was saying. You know, full disclosure here, I kind of struggle with some of these projects because when you, it looks like there is some passage that's there. You said 33%, but I think there is passage, and you also showed kind of the high entropy that's going on within these culverts. Given that, you know, these are on private property and we're using fish dollars to replace somebody's failing culvert, if we didn't do that and the culvert fails, then the landowner is responsible for replacing the culvert. Given that, and given what Amanda said, would the landowner be required to replace it with a more fish-friendly culvert?
Yes, Tracy. They have to meet current criteria if the culvert fails.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Yep. I guess the other thing to consider is if the culvert fails, then there's the impacts associated with the road fill material, and it's pretty hard to get all the road fill material back out of the stream after a blowout, you know, or a catastrophic failure. And with individual landowners, they typically come to us, you know, when somebody is making them to get a permit to replace their structure. So, or they know there's, you know, they know there's a structural issue and it's not safe. You know, and so in some cases it's been because, you know, that the county, they want to build or subdivide on the other side of their property, and the county, you know, through the Public Works Department, you know, had a trigger for review and said, you know, your current structure isn't load rated for, you know, the kind of traffic access you're going to need. And so we're not going to give you your building permit until you fix that. And then they have to get an HPA too. And that's when we'll get brought in for those conversations, or, you know, post fire debris flow when things are really bad. And people are typically caught off guard, and their homeowner insurance doesn't pay for it. And so it's, yeah, it's, I guess, just, I keep in mind that it's, you know, even if it is the landowner's responsibility, if it were to fail, sometimes getting those next steps in progress isn't expedient and may not happen. And then there can be ongoing environmental degradation too.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda. So that brings me to my next question. Is there any financial contribution at all from these landowners? I don't recall seeing that in your budget.
No, there is not.
Okay. All right, I'll stop there.
We still have 2 minutes.
I guess I would just point out that a few of those culverts are in rough shape, but a few of the culverts are in, you know, fine shape from a landowner perspective, whereas they might be in rough shape from a fish passage perspective. But so, you know, this effort is largely us building our relationships with landowners and trying to restore fish passage. And I think the fact that someone might have a failing culvert is maybe a reason why they're willing to talk to us. But not for every landowner. You know, some of the landowners have a perfectly fine driveway from their car's perspective, and just not a good driveway from the stream perspective. Well, thanks everybody for listening to my proposals. I'll be giving one after lunch too, so you'll see me again.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Yeah, it's nice to get a little break there in between your proposals here. So Tracy Hillman, what do you think? We are about 4 minutes over right now. do you want to just carve out a few minutes from lunch and continue as planned at 1:10?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Well, then we'll resume at that time. I'm going to pause the recording and we'll pick up here in a half hour, or actually about 25 minutes. Thanks.
Chinook intrinsic potential. And again, the project area down by the mouth, and the Chinook IP extends from the confluence with the Wenatchee up to the confluence with the South Fork, Beaver Creek. These are some fairly old data, but this is to kind of document fish use in Beaver Creek. These data are from 2011 to 2014 on a pit tag array in Beaver Creek, and documented an abundance of coho, and then some hatchery steelhead, wild steelhead, and spring Chinook in Beaver Creek. This map shows the lower reach of Beaver Creek. So we have the Wenatchee River here, Beaver Creek running up from Plain, steelhead IP. And so the barrier we're talking about is the lowest barrier on Beaver Creek. And this is a project that was originally funded through FBRB in the 21-23 biennium, and this was actually ranked the number 2 project on that list. And here's the FBRB list from 21 to 23, and Beaver Creek. This project is highlighted in red, and this was ranked number 2 out of 87 proposals statewide. So I think is a very compelling project. The project goals are to install replacement for the lowest barrier and to restore full fish passage in this lowest reach of Beaver Creek. So the secured funding that we have so far, this is a project that was a design and construction project through FBRB that we're working through currently. The total project cost is just under $600,000, and FBRB has contributed $500,000, and Tributary Fund contributed $54,000 originally to cover some of the design work. And so the needed match funding that I'm asking for is this $36,000 to reach that total project cost. And so through that current FBRB design and construction project, the project status is that we have final designs completed, permit applications are submitted, and we are shooting for construction in 2024. So we're really just trying to get this last piece of funding to facilitate construction. So the work site is a little bit complicated. This is the Chihuahua Loop Road on the left here, and then Mountain Springs Lodge, and the barrier here on Beaver Creek. The main lodge facility for Mountain Springs is here, and then closer to the culvert is the main parking area, and the culvert is in between the main parking area and kind of a recreational lodge facility, a type one that people might rent out. And then the road is crossing over to the eastern area where there are additional lodge facilities. And this is a venue that hosts events, snowmobile rides, weddings, things of that sort. This is a 67% passable barrier due to velocity. It's a really undersized arch culvert, and has some complexity on site. So this is looking across the culvert. Culvert's down here, and you could see the main lodge facility over here, the main road, and then this parking area for the lodge, and some utilities on site. So this power pole and this transformer that'll need to be removed for construction. I'm not going to again go through a ton of details in the designs, but this is a design sheet from Final Designs, and you can see the new structure is going to be able to convey a lot more stream flow and accommodate full fish passage. So it's a proposed to be a precast concrete structure, bottomless on footings, with a railing. And then you can kind of see some of the issues with the current culvert. It's really undersized, but the east side of the crossing over here is pavement that's a lot higher, so a lot easier to tie into the proposed crossing. And then the main parking area that's to the west is a lot lower, so will require some work to kind of access the crossing in here, and require a lot of material to be placed to actually get up to that required elevation for the crossing. And that was yeah, pretty quick, but I just wanted to open it up to questions and comments on this Beaver Creek barrier project.
This is Bruce Murgy with the Chelan CAC. I have a couple three. The problem with living a couple miles or a couple hundred yards away from the project area. Are the Newells, the property owners, helping out at all with this project?
Financially, no.
In any other way? Like access to equipment, anything?
No, but they have been willing to kind of accommodate construction with, wedding schedules and so forth. So we've gotten them to block off a number of weeks, late September, early October.
So this is all on private property, correct?
Correct.
And last one, how far up? How many miles of Beaver Creek does this open up for fish? The removal of this barrier?
Yeah, so there, when this proposal was originally submitted, I think it was a mile or mile and a half, and I have to go back and check. Since then, a barrier was assessed on an old beaver dam that I think Trout Unlimited is working on. Or I might be getting that confused with the Stonewater Ranch property. But so there's a project that a sponsor is developing to replace a barrier upstream. So it kind of depends. I know FBRB, when they rank projects, they rank them, or when they calculate the stream miles opened, they discount projects that are actively being replaced or will be replaced and are funded to be replaced within the next 3 years.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Leah.
Hi, Brian. This is Leah from the CAC. Does Beaver Creek tie into any of their recreational ponds that they have there? I believe that they stock them with fish. I'm not sure if there are trout in those ponds there at the lodge.
I don't think there's connectivity between the ponds and Beaver Creek.
Great, thank you.
We still have about 15 minutes, so plenty of time here, folks.
I was just going to hop in and address that question a little bit, Bruce. So there is both the beaver pond on the Stonewater Ranch, and then an associated, just adjacent to that, a 0% passable culvert. So that's it's less than half a mile upstream of this site. But both of those pieces are in the process of being addressed, potentially also through the same FBRB funding cycle. So at some point in the near future, that impassable culvert is expected to be taken care of. And so that would open up. I was trying to take notes and look at the same time. I think it's about 2 miles of habitat between this project and then the Stonewater Ranch project just upstream that Trout Unlimited is working on. So in combination, these should address the high priority barriers at the bottom of Beaver Creek.
Oh, thank you, Tracy.
I'll look up those exact numbers for you.
Oh, it doesn't need to be exact. I just remember that there was other barriers up the creek from previous grant cycles or projects. And I was just wondering, okay, if the landowners are going to do anything, because they're the ones that put the culvert in, they're the ones that made the change, shall we say. They could probably put some equipment into the mix. I have a funny feeling they have access to dozers and loggers and all kinds of family ties.
Scott, excuse me, Scott Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that there is a upstream of the Stonewater Ranch barriers that are being replaced. And I don't know, Kate put in the chat that those are being replaced this summer. I don't know that for a fact on the Stonewater Ranch, but I can tell you that there's 2 more upstream of that are on private property as well. And I'm working on those. Those are going to be implemented this summer as well. So, really by the time this project that Brian is presenting is done, we'll have opened up Beaver Creek essentially all the way up into the forest. And my understanding is that Cascade Fisheries is also working on some crossings in the Beaver Creek watershed on Forest Service lands. And I'm looking at a couple up there too for future projects. So Beaver Creek is the site of a lot of passage barrier work. And this is just kind of a part of the puzzle, the lowest piece at that. So.
All right, we still have nearly 12 minutes, so we can pause for some more comments, questions, if those are, and if there's any others. Okay, that looks like that's about it. Brian, any final comments of your own?
Oh, no, just thanks everybody for your questions and comments through this presentation and my previous too. I appreciate it.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, Ali, are you on yet? Ali Lutz?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah, great. And actually, really quickly, let me just do, given we have a few minutes for RTT tracking and for the greater group, just a quick adjustment of the schedule. So here over lunch, this is updated, lunch break here at the top. Ali will be presenting on the Kaler Creek proposal. And then both Mike Caputa and Mike Kane will present on the Nason Creek floodplain restoration, that PUD transmission project. Mike will then continue with the Mission Creek barrier project, and then towards the end of the day at 4:15, Mike will have one more, and that being the Icicle Creek in-stream flow project. So just a little shuffling among CCR and CCNRD staff for tracking, and then for the recording's sake and for anyone watching this later on, I'll be sure to update the agenda so that people can better track the sequence of presentations today. So whenever you're ready, go ahead, Ali.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, I just want to make sure I share the right screen here. Okay, I'm Ali Lutz. I'm representing Chelan County Natural Resources Department. Thanks for your guys' time today. I'm going to be talking about the Kaler Creek process-based flow restoration project. And this is a project that was identified through our alluvial water storage model, which I've presented on to the RTT before. So yeah, excited to talk about this one a bit more. So project overview and site, I'm sure many of you guys are familiar with, but Kaler Creek is tributary to Nason Creek and it meets at River Mile 6 on Nason Creek. So it's the yellow star on the map of Nason at the bottom of the screen there. The project area that we're focusing on is from River Mile 0.1 through 0.6 of Kaler Creek. We are not focusing on the lower 1/10 of a mile because that's within the 100-year alluvial fan of Nason Creek and just is highly mobile and not the structures that we're wanting to put in would not be would be easily undermined. So we're working above that lower section, which is also a nice like kind of intact area that we want to preserve. This project, like I said, was identified under our alluvial water storage modeling effort as having high stream flow restoration potential relative to other Nason tributaries. We also found it to be a compelling project identified under the thermal refuge assessment, having a number of thermal refuge plumes identified at the mouth of Kaler Creek and Kaler Creek being identified as significantly cooler coming into that particularly hot reach of Nason. The project reach is entirely below the Forest Service road bridge 6910-112. So there's no infrastructure within the project. It's on CDLT lands, and then access in for construction would be partially through CDLT lands and then the Nason Ridge Community Forest. Disturbance within kind of the Kaler Creek area has largely been through logging and road building. Through the project, we have also observed a number of large stumps occurring right up to the creek. So there is definitely historic logging within the riparian buffer. In general, there is good reference in stream large wood holding grade within the project area, but overall there is a lack of large wood and also large conifer for future recruitment. The project area is about, it's a high energy reach boulder gravel substrate. It's about 5.8% gradient. Channel width is 10 to 12 feet wide. So project background and timeline. I think this is the first time we're presenting to the RTT on this project, but we've been working on development of the designs under different grants. So we received a lot of interest from ecology actually on this project, and they're funding design development and part of the construction as it relates to improving stream flow and temperatures within this reach to address TMDLs. But we started the project, as I said, phase 1 was really through the identification of the alluvial water storage model and the thermal refuge assessment. That led to an initial grant with the Rose Foundation to do assessment work and conceptual designs that we did and completed with Natural Systems Designs is the project design engineer. And we completed preliminary designs and the basis of design last year. We are at the point now where we are going to be seeking feedback from agencies, state and federal, through permit applications and get kind of that feedback on what we're proposing this spring. And then we have funding from ecology to work on final designs over the summer and fall. We're looking for match construction funding to our ecology funding for implementation. So this is all towards implementing in 2024. So what are the design goals and project objectives? We're wanting to increase the hydraulic roughness within the stream channel. So increasing the amount in the effective stable in-stream wood through the install of 9 hand-built and 3 engineered log jams that would be machine-built in order to capture and retain alluvium and regrade the incised stream channel. The hope is to improve late season base flows. So we've modeled a potential stream flow benefit of 12 acre-feet per mile, contributing to 3 to 8% of base flow contributions. And base flow in August, we've measured at about 0.3 CFS. And having increases in late season base flow will have positive effects towards improving water temperatures by reducing subsurface hydraulic gradients, increasing the volume of subsurface water storage, and essentially just shifting the hydrograph towards more lateral, decreasing those lateral groundwater drainage rates, as well as improving water quantity and quality. We also are aiming to increase in-stream habitat complexity, so increasing sinuosity, triggering pool formation, pre-scour, retaining gravel-sized substrate, increasing cover, and engaging the floodplain. And then we're going to do supplemental planting with the aim of sort of long-term conifer recruitment. So existing conditions, channel geomorphology. One of the questions we had when we identified this project was, is this an intact system? Should we, is this reference? Should we be even going in here and doing any work? And what we found was that through the assessment work and the basis of design, that there are relic floodplain terraces that are present on both a higher and lower floodplain terraces. And so the higher overflow channels have no recent evidence of activation. So these are relic floodplains that have been abandoned by incision. And we observed a lot of channel incision throughout the project reach, sort of ranging from 3 to 8 feet. It's like I said, it's a high energy reach, so it's boulder gravel substrate, this incised channel, and then there's kind of this lower sort of relic floodplain that is activated at higher flows. There's multiple head cuts, high steep channels, and large quantities of alluvium are moving sort of through the channel. There are nice assemblages of large wood that are sort of historic large wood contributions, as you can see in the picture there, present in the channel, and they appear to be stable and holding grade. And that's really the only kind of evidence of complexity through the system. Those sort of relic features we've incorporated into the design with our proposed features so that they are working in concert off of each other. It's just a picture of one of those historic stumps, but we saw a lot of evidence of larger, mature stumps down into the riparian. And then also retainment of sand and gravels behind historic wood structures. So there's definitely active sediment recruitment through Kaler Creek, which is positive towards being able to achieve addressing channel incision. So I alluded to this earlier, but one of the considerations that drew us to this project was stream temperature and the correlation to flow. So stream temperatures in Nason Creek within this project reach are unacceptable. The thermal refuge assessment, this is a temperature profile from summer 2015, but essentially through the Nason Kaler reach, it gains about 3 degrees Celsius. Kaler Creek is a cool water input, and it's about 2 to 3 degrees cooler during mean August temperatures, and that's off of the Norwest stream temperature mapping. So it's, kind of a thermal refuge zone within that lower portion of Kaler Creek in general. There's also, as I said, a number of thermal refuge plumes that have been identified, and Chelan County is working on some concept designs to kind of modify and ensure that we're, retaining those thermal refuge zones. Restoration, prioritization, life stage. So I included both the kind of Nason Creek information and then what was available for Keeler Creek. So it's within the lower Nason Creek Reach 5, which is number 1 for restoration, spring chinook, steelhead, and bull trout. You know, summer rearing and winter rearing high priority zones for this section of lower Nason. And then I'm not going to go into all of this. Of course, you guys are very familiar with it, but the unacceptable limiting factors within Nason of this section being pool quantity and quality, temperature, and then that this project addresses, and then these limiting factors of low flow, summer base flow, floodplain connectivity. Keeler Creek reach was included in the restoration prioritization as having unacceptable low summer base flows, unacceptable temperatures, and steelhead intrinsic potential up to the Forest Service bridge. Not a lot of information about fish utilization within Keeler Creek. So that's something that through this work, we hope to find out more about what data exists out there. So key design factors, was really we wanted to minimize the disturbance to what is a good existing riparian through the area, while also, you know, considering that it is a high energy reach. So it's, you know, what's finding that balance on the kind of structure continuum of how much to engineer and how much to not engineer. And we really landed on looking at a combined approach of hand-built structures and machine-built structures. And that's something that was developed also in consideration with the risk-based design guidelines, which I'll go into next. So for this project, generally low risk for public safety and property damage risk. So there's no bridges or roads within Keeler Creek. All the work is below the Forest Service bridge. Public access is, you know, relatively restricted, but is of course opening up with the Nason Ridge Community Forest. So we'll be we're working in coordination with Aaron McKay, who's the county contact for the Community Ridge Forest, just to ensure that we're coordinating as it relates to recreational concerns. Yeah, so within that consideration, what we landed on with CDLT was sort of a stability design flow of 10-year recurrence interval. And that's what led the development of our design. So here's sort of an overview of the proposed conditions, access, staging, and what you can see, and we'll go into more detail on the individual kind of subsites, but most of the access to the through the lowest engineered structure would be kind of at the lower bottom at around River Mile Point 1. That has we've been able to kind of find a pretty good pathway for access through here that wouldn't remove a lot of riparian or, you know, mature trees. I think finding our access through this for this middle machine built is something we're working on right now, wanting to refine exactly how we would be able to achieve that. For the upper machine built, which is at River Mile Point 5 here, that would utilize sort of an existing machine access route that is on the landscape already coming in off of Land Trust. So just a bit closer up here. So this is the lower section here of the designs, and kind of going, really one of the premises we were going off of was using these machine builds as like a catcher mitt, interspersed with the hand-built structures, as well as the natural wood accumulation, those historic wood jams that are holding grade, and using them in concert to create this reach effect. So that's one of the main kind of design criteria that we were working on. We didn't want to do engineered log jams throughout, mostly for cost, but also trying to minimize disturbance. And then
We
just
have 10 minutes remaining.
okay. Oh wow. Went by fast. So this is just a closer up of the upper section. So I'll just move kind of through this a bit faster. So the design, as I said, of the engineered log jams are these catcher mitts. So designed to be stable at the 10-year recurrence interval, but vertical posts driven to a depth of about 8 feet. And we're wanting to put in large structural logs and root wads. So if we get blowout of our hand builts, they're, you know, sort of racking up and building off into these engineered machine built structures. This is kind of building off of the work that we did at Eagle Creek and refining our design there for the engineered structures. For our hand-built structures, you know, because of the large cobble size, it's unlikely we're going to be able to do hand piling, and so it's going to be structure stability achieved through entanglement, some minor excavation and backfill, and then the use of hand-driven posts when feasible. So it's not going to be able to be kind of a PAL structure. So we're going to have to, you know, be creative in terms of the structure to stability, and that was one of the reasons we wanted to incorporate the engineered structures as well. We have a robust monitoring program for our alluvial water storage flow restoration projects. We installed monitoring equipment in 2021 and 2022. So we have discharge stations upstream and downstream of the project area. We have continuous stage and groundwater levels at 2 different monitoring locations. And then as part of project, we would do geomorphic transects pre and post immediately upstream of where the structures would be located, as well as photo points. And this is all designed and guided by our FLAP, which was developed in coordination with the Department of Ecology. So budget, we're asking for 100,000 from Surfboard and 40,000 from TribCom. This budget doesn't reflect all of the costs that have gone into the project to date, but Ecology is funding our final design. They're funding permitting, planting, monitoring, and a portion of construction. Some of these, you know, construction numbers include taxes and indeterminates, and so it really just depends as we advance and receive feedback on our preliminary designs. We'll have hopefully a better, more refined construction estimate as we advance into the surfboard. So I'm going to stop there and leave time for questions.
Go ahead, Steve.
Hi, Ali. Thanks for the presentation. It's really interesting. It sounds like you guys done a lot of work, which is great to get to this point and have really thought out some designs that would work for Kaler Creek. I have a couple of questions. Just for clarification, you may have covered this, but is there, what is the fish use in this creek?
Yeah, so there's intrinsic potential for steelhead all the way up to River Mile 0.7, 0.6, essentially up to the Forest Service bridge. And then the lower gradient, as you can kind of see here, of Kaler Creek in particular, I mean, just seems like really prime off-channel kind of refugia habitat. But that's something that we're working on finding more information out, is about the fish utilization. I think that's a question that we're still trying to understand.
Okay. And then I guess regarding the designs, you had mentioned this, but with the hand-built structures, you mentioned that it's not possible to use a hydraulic post pounder and create like a post-assisted log structures like you had mentioned. Is that because you said of the alluvium that comprises the channel bed? Is that it's too coarse? Is that why?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to see if I can find good pictures, but I mean, where it's possible, Steve, we will utilize that method, but we are just anticipating that we're going to have to kind of rely more on entanglement and kind of ballast and not being able to get kind of that driven support. So that's the expectation based on just the large boulders and cobble size.
Okay. And then for all, what is it 9 or 12 structures? I can't remember, but are they all channel spanning or not? Are some of them just kind of spanning just a portion of the width of the channel?
Yeah, great question. So it's 3 engineered log jams kind of spaced at the top, middle, and bottom of the design, and then 9 hand-built spaced throughout. And so the design of the engineered log jams will be kind of valley width. It's designed to extend across the valley, incorporate these brush bundles, debris bundles to help kind of reduce the localized scour on the foundation of the structure, and also just to try and prevent end running. So it does extend kind of out into the floodplain and would be channel spanning. For the hand-built, similar. I think it's a field fit with the hand-builts, and so it's really trying to find the right locations and do as much sort of lateral extent that we can.
Okay, thanks, Allie. And I have one last question. Sorry to monopolize your time here, but I assume that you're sourcing logs from off the site, or are you felling trees on the site as well?
Both. So we are hoping to coordinate. We were just chatting with Aaron about this, how to coordinate with existing thinning projects and fuel reduction projects that are planned for the Nason Ridge Community Forest. CDLT also has, I think, some thinning plans on the property as well. So it's really trying to incorporate what is already there and then fit within kind of the forest practice rules of what we can and cannot take on site and within the allowable buffers. Anything that we need to remove to get into the site, we would incorporate into the structures.
We have about 2 minutes left.
For me.
Sorry, Steve. Yeah, just about 2-minute time check, and go ahead, Chris Fisher.
Good afternoon, Allison. Thanks for the presentation. One thought about the location of just the gradient of the stream channel. You had mentioned it's high energy. I think it's over 5% gradient. Is there a concern at all that the structure that you put in maybe redirects the flow and may in the future isolate all the structure that you would put in the channel, that it would just route around it, like do an end around?
Yeah, it's one of the design considerations. This Kaler reach is, as you can kind of see here on the rim, is like confined in these pretty steep valley walls. So once you get down in there, there's the channel is quite incised, and then you've got a lower inset floodplain and a higher one. So we're wanting to build the structures laterally out to try and prevent end running. So they will extend out into the floodplain. That's part of the design of in particular, the machine built. And it's why we're incorporating machine builds, instead of just utilizing a BDA or a PAL wouldn't really be appropriate for this site or wouldn't have the longevity that we're hoping for. It's really the large, stable wood that's holding great in this project site. But yeah, let me scroll to that. Oop. You can see the sort of the roughened floodplain features that would extend all the way out. So the channel itself really would run through where you're seeing more of the like brush bundles and the debris, and then you're getting the larger structures that are extending out into the floodplain to ensure that we're not getting that end running.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Thanks. Thanks, Ali, for that presentation. How did you land on the 10-year flow for the structure stability? And did you consider a higher interval flood for just the longevity of the investment rather than, you know, increasing the probability of those structures being blown out? Why not design to a higher flow?
Yeah, good question. It was, I mean, as you know, it's always these trade-offs in like determining project budget, impact to the site, what the landowner wanted. So in working with the land trust on the project, it was, you know, the consideration was, well, we don't want to over-engineer this site. So we want to be able to use some hand built. We want to be able to, we're okay because of the lack of infrastructure. So following kind of the risk-based design guidelines, it fell within the low public safety risk, low property damage risk. But that was our main consideration was, are we going to design to the 10 or the 25 year? And we ended up landing on the 10 because of mostly just wanting to limit our disturbance in. So we wanted to have less machine built structures overall. And so like building to a more robust would probably increase costs, increase the number of structures that we would want. So it was, yeah, it was a trade-off. And trying to find the right fit for the site.
Thanks.
Okay, well, thanks, Ali. We are at time for your allotted amount of time. So thank you, and we'll transition to the next one here on deck.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep, you bet. John Crandall, your hand is up. Was that still up from the last time you asked a question? Just to confirm.
It sure is, Dave. I
Okay.
did not put it back up, but I'll get it down now.
No worries, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mike Kane and Mike Computer. Looks like you guys are both ready to go. So whenever you are ready, go ahead and get started.
You want me to just run the PowerPoint from my end?
Yeah,
Mike,
please.
why don't you do that?
Okay.
Mike, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. Great, thanks. Thanks, Dave.
All right. You guys see that okay?
Yeah, full screen.
Great. All right, well, thanks everyone. My name is Michael Kane and I'm here today with Mike Caputa, and we're going to be talking about the Nason Creek floodplain restoration PUD transmission line relocation conceptual design. And apologize for the long title, but it is what it is. So essentially this is the Nason Creek Reach in Lower Nason Creek, kind of between the knife store and the rest area. And the idea is there's a transmission line corridor, the Mackenzie-Beverly line, that runs parallel to the stream, parallel to Nason Creek. And so what we're looking at is a funding to develop alternatives analysis and conceptual design to move that section of transmission line, and also to look at the opportunities to kind of develop an alternatives analysis for what kind of stream restoration we could do in this reach once you had that out of the way. And then some of the sites we would probably take all the way to conceptual designs, but not for the entire 3 miles of stream. So that's the goal with this effort. There's a budget, $250,000 total, combination of surf board and tributary committee. And just to get you oriented to the site, this is, sorry, went too far ahead. This is actually an alternative from the Upper White Pine project in Nason Creek. And the upper end of that red line is near the kind of just past the knife store. And the lower end is down near the rest area. And so during the Upper White Pine project, we looked at a range of alternatives for moving a section of transmission line, a section of this Beverly McKenzie line. And part of that, this alternative 13 was developed by HDR, which really went beyond the scope, but it was just sort of laying the groundwork for future potential project, which is to move that existing blue line that you see down along the stream out to the highway. And so at this point, we're not planning to move the line to the highway. We're going to look at all the alternatives. Maybe look at moving it into the BPA corridor or moving it somewhere else, maybe up onto the Forest Service. But probably the best option so far that we've considered is this WashDOT corridor. So just to give you an idea of what that could look like, this is just an example from that Upper White Pine project. In the image, you can see a very straightened section of stream, and then there's a red line going through the middle. That's the existing, or was the existing power line. And all those other colored lines were the other alternatives that they looked at for that little section. And the one we ended up selecting was along the White Pine Road. And this is a fairly large project that the county implemented. I think it completed in about 2018. But this just gives you an idea. We're looking to do something similar with this effort with HDR, is to look at all these alternatives. And just to give you a context of this project, this is during construction. This is that Upper White Pine Reach looking downstream. The channel on the right was the existing channel. On the left, the meanders that were constructed through the corridor that was vacated at this point. So the first phase of the project was to move the power line. Second phase was to actually do the construction. So that's the idea in this one. And then from a biological perspective, of course, a big part of the project is just removing the infrastructure. So that's a big part of this. It's a long stretch. There's actually 4 different reaches as per the Upper Columbia's evaluation of reaches. They're a little different reaches than in the reach assessment that was completed by the Bureau of Reclamation. But essentially, most of the things that you find in one reach apply to the other reaches, and that includes the limiting factors include that bank stability, cover wood, floodplain connectivity, the lack of a developed riparian in a lot of places, and then temperature, both for rearing and for adult spawning and holding. Those are some big ones. Percent fines and embeddedness is a little more pertaining to the road network that's in the Nason Creek watershed. And of course, this applies to spring chinook, steelhead, and bull trout. They all use this area. It's probably about 3.5 miles of stream that we're looking at. And just to give you a sense, here on the left, you see the river mile 12.7, where my cursor is. That's the start of where the new alignment was created for the Upper White Pine project. And then down through, you can see this corridor running through the floodplain all the way through here, and then it continues down. This is reach 12 and 11. And then downstream here, we have reach 10 and reach 9. And again, here's that corridor moving down, and it crosses, the river in multiple places and continues all the way down through here.
Hey, Mike,
So
do you want to turn your video off? Your audio is a little bit patchy.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry about that. So here's just a couple of images from the existing conditions on this site. In the top photo, we're looking down the floodplain, and you can see there's a number of transmission lines or poles in the corridor. And then on the left, on the lower left, you can see the railroad on the left bank, and on the opposite side of that is the BPA transmission corridor. The channel itself is very broad and very plain bed in this vicinity. There's hardly any real complexity in this area. And then on the right, similar section, but on the right, you can see that PUD transmission corridor running right down along that right bank. So essentially, you're really pretty impacted throughout most of this reach. This is a set of sheet piles. This may have actually gotten removed from the Upper White Pine project. I don't recall if this is still in place or not, but this gives you an idea of how sometimes the infrastructure is literally right in the floodway of the creek and creates problems as well. And then I wanted to include kind of this, a sense of perspective. This is a image from 1949 on the left. The channel was still channelized by the railroad, so the floodplain to the south of the railroad was already disconnected effectively. And then, but you can see here, there was still a meandering pattern through this one area, but you can also see there's a corridor of vegetated where all the vegetation's been removed, which is the BPA transmission line corridor. And then over time, since 1949, the channel just avulsed or eventually just occupied that channel. So on the right, what we're looking at, which is looking upstream from the highway, very exposed and very warm section of river. And there's really no opportunity to develop any kind of a canopy in an area like this. So it creates problems. Another thing that we did a few years back, Adrian Rumaset put together a proposal to do some spot checking of cold water inputs in Upper Wenatchee streams. And as part of that, she did a profile on a number of streams, and we sort of specifically selected the hottest part of the year to do this. And it's usually coincided with spring Chinook spawning. So this example that you're looking at here, the upstream river left, I mean, the left of the image, you're moving downstream, and you can see at the very bottom, that red area, that's kind of the area where my last photo was taken on the highway looking up that section of warming. So what this is showing is just that you're getting this downstream warming, and it shows it a little easier. This is essentially just the graphic representation of that. So her starting temperature when she started that section of float at River Mile 12, kind of up near Merritt, was about 16.5 degrees. The red line just indicates the temperature probe that she stuck in a shaded pool just to create a baseline for during the time period that she was floating. And then as you can see, she hit a cold spot at about 11.6. Actually, that's right next to Merritt, that 11.6 spot. And then when she gets to about 10.6, the temperature really starts to climb. And that's what we're seeing with that corridor where it's wedged between the railroad and the PUD transmission line, and then it goes into the BPA transmission corridor. So I think warming is a potential issue in this reach. It could even create some kind of bottleneck for adult migration. I'm not sure about that. I don't think anyone's really studied it at this point, but that's one of the aspects of this project, is to seek an opportunity to address that. One other sort of parallel to the salmon effort is this idea of risk reduction and resilience for the transmission lines. Utilities are getting a lot of interest for finding ways to increase the resilience, to decrease the risk of wildfire starts. The PUD has generally, their agreements in place on this line have a opportunity up to 100-foot clearing width. In a lot of places, it's only 50 or 60 currently, but I think they're moving towards wider clearance. So what we could see in this case is actually a wider transmission line corridor than we have now. So that's one aspect of this. The other thing is that the current alignment is really challenging to access during floods or like winter storms. We had a big snowbreak storm, winter of 2012. The line was down for a week and a half up in here. So that really creates problems, not only for the PUD, but for the local folks who live up there. The other thing with the access for just the summer vegetation management is they have to cross the stream or wetlands in a few different places just to get to all of this line. So moving it out of this corridor to somewhere else, somewhere more accessible, like the Highway 2 corridor, would be a big benefit for that. And then I think I mentioned, or maybe I didn't, but there has been some erosion over the years, so they've had to replace some poles. Ongoing thing. We might see some more. The only thing to really pay attention to here is that we do have this high hazard, fire hazard that we have in the area. So this map shows Merritt, the town of Merritt, and you can see it's red. So this is that zone that the transmission line corridor goes through. So anytime we can do something to reduce those impacts, we're going to look for that. So I'm hoping that further down the road on this project, when we're looking for construction funding and such, or even the next phases of design, we might be able to use some of these resilience arguments to look for other funding sources that are non-salmon habitat related. And this is just an image. There are some projects that have been done in this reach already, and folks are aware of that. Kind of the bookend at the upstream end is that upper White Pine project. Sort of the downstream end, we have the lower White Pine project where we reconnected the railroad embanked or disconnected area. But in here, this is the River Mile 12 project that was funded last year. And this is some of the work that's going on there now. And you can see here they had about 50 feet of bank erosion since 2006. And that's eroding right towards our transmission line corridor. That's what we're looking at there. And then I'm going to focus a little more on just the potential, like once that power line is out of the corridor, what we could do with some of that area. This image here is just from that Upper White Pine project that I showed you the image of before. It's kind of an example, the most relevant example we have in the area. We do have some LiDAR imagery that's brand new that we're expecting to go online here shortly for this. And you can see the this area has been so modified between the railroad, the highway, and the power lines that really it's the channel modifications that we're looking to address, and that long-term, finding ways to develop that long-term mature riparian plant community. And then even some opportunities for hydroponic exchange if we can keep water cold or find a way to cool warm water. So we're probably looking at a mile to a mile and a half shading that we could do, 15 to 30 acres of riparian habitat that we could restore, about 40 acres of floodplain that we could reconnect, and then potentially remeandering some sections of the stream. And that's something that we'll have to look at in the process. I think it's important to keep in mind that we might want to make some big changes here if it makes sense. And then throughout the reach, the 3 miles, 3.5 miles, we would be looking at increasing pools and wood structures where possible. There's some access roads that are used currently, and if they're not used for something else, we would want to be trying to decommission those as well as part of that restoration. I wanted to just show this. It's mostly just to see how many channels are out there in that floodplain. This is sort of the upper section of the river. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this is the town of Merritt right here. And then that's that upstream area around River Mile 12 and that project. So there's a lot of floodplain opportunities there. There are also more opportunities all the way downstream, as you can see, but it also shows you what was disconnected by that railroad. There's a few folks on the committees that weren't around back when we did the railroad project, and that gives you a sense of how altered Nason Creek really is. And this is one example. I think that this is a little bit of a straw man. We've actually been talking to these landowners just to see, how interested they are in a proposal like this. But the idea is, are there ways for us to alter the channel and develop that riparian habitat? And instead of running the channel right along the railroad and right down the center of the BPA transmission corridor, are there ways to maybe go perpendicular to the transmission corridor, something like that? And this is a project that we also, we were looking at this as a part of an effort we were doing with the Bonneville Power Administration as well, just as an exercise. How am I doing for time, Dave?
9.5 minutes remaining.
Great, thanks. And then, there's, like I said, there's projects that have been done in the past. This is the large meander. It was kind of an avulsion from the 94 or 95 flood, I believe. And then, so the Yakima Nation did a project along here. Just recently, the Fishery Enhancement Group did a project along here. So I think one opportunity getting the power line out of there would allow some of these groups who have already done some work in here to go in and, maybe put some finishing touches and improve the riparian development. Maybe they weren't able to plant trees underneath these corridors, and they would be. So some of the areas where we couldn't work, I think we could maybe do some work to improve what's already been done, including, just kind of adaptive management. We had a conversation with the Yakima Nation, and they were interested in potentially going back and looking at this site again. If that were if the power line was out of there, they would maybe do something different than what they've done in the past in this zone. This is up by the knife. I think there's a number of opportunities, and even to the degree where, I think we're all aware of the problems with the railroad, and having long sections of our stream right adjacent to the railroad is really an unfortunate situation, both for heating, but even just for water quality. So if we can create any kind of a planted bench, move the channel over a little bit and find some opportunities to develop a little bit of a riparian zone on the south side of the creek, we think it'll be a real positive plus. These are pretty long-term focused projects. The realizing these benefits could take many years. And then again, I just wanted to give you that sense of the LiDAR, just to give us an idea of this is just a relative elevation, to give you an idea of what floodplain opportunities like, and that's the upper section, and then again, the lower section there. This really shows you in this straightened reach here that I was sort of talking about before, how much habitat was disconnected off these meanders. It's really more of a rehabilitation effort in this section of stream than a restoration. And then again, I mentioned the access routes that we would be looking to decommission. There's a number of these associated with channels, and so of course, that would be part of the potential work to do as well. And then key partners, we've got a number of folks that we've been working with. The counties they've been meeting with PUD for probably a couple years specifically on this project. And then just most recently, we started some conversations with WSDOT and the U.S. Forest Service. And so far, there's been real positive dialogue with the WSDOT about even potentially putting something along the highway there. And even PUD has been interested in that as well. And again, there's a lot of infrastructure in here, so a lot of partners, a lot of people to work with. And then Mike, I don't know if there's anything that you wanted to throw in there before we started questions, just about your conversations specifically, or if you just want to wait and we can kind of field them with the questions.
Yeah, Mike, I'll just add one thing from the PUD's perspective. We've been talking with their transmission department and with their consultant HDR Engineering. So they're giving us some of the initial information that we included in the pre-proposal. We're going to have a full scope of work in about 2.5 weeks from them that we'll include in the final proposal. But they are starting to put some boundaries around how much they think it might cost under certain circumstances, to move the lines. And so we're having really productive conversations with them.
Okay, well, we have a little bit more than 5 minutes for questions, so go ahead and ask those questions as they come to mind.
No questions.
Steve, go ahead.
Hi, Mike. Thanks for the presentation. This is kind of exciting just to hear about a project where so much infrastructure is going to, potentially, we're thinking about potentially, moving a significant amount of infrastructure from the valley bottom. What are the, has BPA or any of the other stakeholders provided any disadvantages about moving? I know you talked about a lot about the advantages of moving the transmission lines, but what are some of the disadvantages of moving them and instead just keeping them in their current position?
I would say the biggest, I don't know if it's a disadvantage, but a challenge will be the number of private landowners that we will have to engage with. I think a lot of folks will be happy to see the power line go because it's essentially between their home and the river, and they would rather not have that there. But on the other hand, there are going to be some changes because that new line will have to go somewhere else, whether it's along the highway within the existing right of way or somewhere adjacent. And I don't know specifically what we're going to find with the proposal to align it on the BPA corridor. There's challenges there because we would have to cross railroad tracks and everything else. So, but I think the biggest one that comes to my mind would be, just we're going to have private landowners to work with. Mike, is there anything else that you can think of?
No, I think you hit it just right.
I hope the audio was okay. Apologize for that.
It did help turning the video off. It's certainly got better on my end.
Good.
Well, we still have 2.5 minutes, so we can certainly give people a moment to think about potential questions.
Well, I will add the conversations, I mentioned this, but the conversations with WashDOT and PUD about aligning it on that WashDOT corridor have gotten very positive recently, and that's been a plus because that's the most natural location.
Yeah, Mike, I can add a little bit to that. If that's the alternative that looks like it's going to be, providing the most benefit and be the most feasible, that's exactly correct. And that is a little out of the ordinary for the PUD. They don't necessarily like to locate their transmission lines within the highway, either state or county right away, because then they have to get a franchise agreement. And anytime the highway would be moved, it would be on the utility owner to pay for the movement of any poles. In this particular location, the PUD feels like they could make that work. And so if that option looks more feasible from a restoration perspective, then it'll certainly be a lot more cost effective to do it that way. But yeah, back to your point about, there could be clear zones and safe zones, and clearing vegetation that may have an impact to the property owners. Right. And so that would be something that would be looked at as part of the evaluation.
Great. Well, thanks for the opportunity to present this.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, Mike Computer, are you ready to go for Mission Creek?
I think I am, Dave. Let me
okay.
Tee this thing up.
I'm seeing that in presenter view.
Say that again, Dave. So you're seeing it, but you're only seeing it in presenter view?
I am seeing it in presenter view, yes.
Is presenter view the same as full screen?
Same thing, yeah.
All right, then let's go with that. Thank you, everyone. Mike Caputa, I'm the director of the Chelan County Natural Resources Department. I'm going to present the Mission Creek Barriers final designs proposal to you today. We had a somewhat similar proposal last year, although it was only for preliminary design and it was for one barrier. We actually have a full proposal for final designs for 7 barriers today, and we have some other positive developments that have occurred since last year. So excited to be here today. Couple details on what the proposal is. So again, 7 final designs on the lowest most barriers on Mission Creek. The lowest barrier on Mission Creek would be a roughened channel. We would have 2 steps in the design phase, a preliminary design and then a final design. And then upstream of that first barrier, there are 6 irrigation diversions, and we would go straight to final designs for those. So a little simpler to approach, just would take some engineering and some working with the landowners to get those done. The total cost for the project is just under $262,000, and our funding request for the surfboard process. And we also have a same request into the tributary committee for $73,120. So we're basically looking for match for the other funding that we have, which I'll talk about in a second. In terms of priorities, Mission Creek and Reach 1 in Mission Creek is a top priority, rank 1. There's a priority action of restoring fish passage, number of priority species there. This is the lowest barrier that we're looking at for the roughened channel. Let me move my screen here. There we go. Is the only tier 1 or the highest priority barrier in the Wenatchee Basin. And so I'm using the barrier prioritization for 2020, which is current on the Upper Columbia Salmon Recovery Board website. There we go. Okay. So I mentioned some new news on funding for this project. So we had submitted the final design package proposal to the Brian Abbott Fish Barrier Removal Board. What you're seeing here is the approved ranked list from the Fish Barrier Removal Board. The Mission Creek package was ranked number 10 on that statewide list. And so we had requested from them $188,087. And again, that was to complete final designs for all 7 barriers. I don't know if everybody had seen this Fish Barrier Removal Board list previously, but we had a couple of others there on this list, some Beaver Creek barriers that Scott Bailey in our department was working on, and then we've got the Eagle Creek ones down lower. So the state budgets have come out this week, and it's looking like the Fish Barrier Removal Board will get about $38 to $40 million, maybe a little bit more. So it's looking like at least the top 20, maybe the top 25 or 30 projects on the statewide barrier list will get funded. And so we're very confident about the Mission Creek proposal getting funded. So to focus in on the project area, so this is a clip from the prioritization maps, and so you're looking at Cashmere with north being at the top of the screen. You can see where Mission Creek Reach 1 in dark blue. That's a tier 1 priority. Comes through the city of Cashmere and goes into the Wenatchee River. That green dot is the lowest most barrier. That's the proposed roughened channel design where we would do preliminary and final design. So that's the tier 1 barrier. And then the 6 irrigation diversions are all upstream of that. So I'm going to walk you through what these barriers look like. So this is the lowest most barrier, number of large angular rocks, and from time to time, a lot of debris gets caught up on these large angular rocks. Interestingly, there are 2 fisheries biologists who are neighbors to this project. On one side, you have Pierre Dawson, who's a retired fisheries biologist with the worked for the U.S. Forest Service. And then on the other side, you have Jim Craig, who's with the Leavenworth National Fish Hatchery. So this photo was taken during the fish barrier inventory, probably late summer, fall. The next photo, this is a photo that Jim Craig had taken, kind of, again, looking upstream. You can see the ice dam that forms here. Jim says it forms, probably once a year when temperatures get below about 15 to 10 degrees. It just forms this ice jam. And then, of course, there's side flow on either side here as well. And then there's also water that backs up across some of the streets in Kashmir. So that first barrier is barrier ID 603691, right? So it's about 9/10 of a mile up. And then there are 6 more irrigation diversion barriers that we're looking at. It's a combination of tiers 2 and 3. And here's the river miles for each one of those. So the uppermost one that we're going to be looking at is at river mile 6.1. Just a little bit of history on this. This is something that we learned last year as we're kind of going through this process, that there had been some replacement of some of the irrigation diversions in 2007, 2008. And it appears that Trib and Priest Rapids, a little bit of BOR technical assistance, assisted with a handful of them. We haven't determined yet exactly which ones were constructed by the that effort, which ones have remained, and which ones have been kind of adjusted, I'll say, since the 2009 event that blew them out. But I think we can kind of make some assumptions based on some of the photos I'm going to show you. So the first one, again, the stream is going from left to right here, moving upstream. This is the first one that's about half a mile up from the Jim Craig Pierre Dawson barrier. And so this has been, hand constructed by the landowners. This particular view doesn't give you a good sense of the elevation at this site, but it's pretty high. It's probably 2 or 3 feet high, and you get a better sense of elevation from some of the other ones. So the next one is just upstream of that one. Again, built by landowners. And this is a site that I visited with a couple of the landowners this past fall. Very supportive of something new and modern that would work a little better for them. They're sort of constantly doing maintenance on these handmade, owner-made structures. Continuing to move upstream, we have another one, looks like similar design to the one we just looked at. Same here. And this landowner in particular, has struggled with some of the pumping here, and could use some help with some fish screens as well. So we've talked to the Bureau, and last year we talked to WDFW about assisting with fish screens as part of this project as well. Continuing to move upstream, these structures look like structures that may have been built and withstood some of the flooding back in 07 or 08. It's possible that one of these was actually constructed even earlier in the late 90s. But these we'll be looking at as well. And then finally, there's a closer in view look of some of the other, these are the last ones moving upstream. Just to give you an example of what a roughened channel may look like, I think most folks are probably familiar in general with the roughened channel. It can take any of a number of different shapes and sizes and configurations. This is one that we had handy from something we were looking at 25 Mile Creek on Lake Chelan. And so you can design these to, you can have sort of weirs across those. You could have more sort of natural looking rock clusters. But the idea is to have some consistent grade with some structure in there, sort of rather than as an alternative, say, to the barrier that exists now. I think there's this is the 25 Mile Creek bridge, and just kind of looking at the sort of the angular rock here. I thought there's some general similarities between this location and the location on Mission Creek. It's about the same elevation. I think the one on Mission Creek is a little bit higher up than this one. But it gives you kind of a general sense of what may be possible there. Interestingly, as a side note, it looks like the county is going to get some money to actually replace this bridge on 25 Mile Creek through some FEMA funds. So I don't think we'll be doing the roughened channel here anymore. It'll all be replaced. Again, just a closer up look at the roughened channel potential, given what's at the location now. And I wanted to give you a sense of what some of for those 6 upstream irrigation diversions, what they could potentially look like. So on the upper part of the screen here, you have the plan view flow going from left to right, having an upstream facing weir, log structure, an area where you could pump water out. This may or may not be the actual design, but this is a type of design, and then you can see the cross section of that. And of course, we'd work with the individual landowners to come up with designs for their particular site that worked for them, but just wanted to give you a general sense of what those upper 6 could possibly look like. And Dave, with that, that's what I had for the group here to share on this proposal.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. I'll go back to that one. Yeah, so I'm happy to answer any questions on the proposal.
Great, and we have about 11 minutes, so plenty of time.
Great.
Amanda, go ahead.
This might be a question just for the whole group. I just wanted to confirm the fish use in Mission Creek. The fish distribution information we have as an agency only shows spring Chinook and steelhead. And I double checked what the Upper Columbia website had. So Mike, or maybe someone else, am I missing something on bull trout use in Mission Creek?
Amanda, I will double check on that. I want to recall that there was some eDNA work that may have shown some bull trout presence there. I don't want to go too far on that though, but I will look into that.
Yeah, and just I guess the spring Chinook, I guess I question how far they go up to. I know we've got some pit tag arrays lower down that shows some use, but I don't know that we have any spawning or, you know, like maybe we have some rearing, but just, I guess, looking at, you know, what the major species benefits will be and getting a better understanding of that.
Yeah, thanks. Amanda, I think I'm correct in assuming because it's a tier 1, you know, that there are multiple species present there.
Yeah, I've only seen steelhead, so I'm just curious if
Yeah.
others might have more experience. So yeah, not necessarily a question to you, but maybe the entire group. So others might know more than me.
Great.
I was just gonna hop in really quickly to clarify. So yep, they did get an eDNA bull trout hit on one of the tributaries to Mission. And after further looking into it, have decided that that was probably a false positive. So sort of circling back to the beginning of our conversation with the eDNA analysis, but it's still generally considered potential FMO habitat, so foraging migration for subadults. But at this time, Fish and Wildlife Service is not considering it bull trout spawning and use in Mission.
Thanks, Tracy. I think we had John next.
Thanks for the presentation. Mike, I had kind of 2 questions. One was there any, it just seems putting more weirs is kind of going with more potential barriers over time in terms of how those develop. Was there any discussion in getting the diversions out of the creek and into wells? And then kind of within that, what's that combined volume of those 6 diversions? What's the overall volume of water that is removed relative to the low flow in the creek? It just seemed like there's a lot of diversion in a very short area, and I'm just wondering what that contribution is to the in-stream flow.
Yeah, good question, John. So that's 6 miles there. I could do the math kind of on the fly here. I mean, if it's 100 acres that's served, and I don't know that it is, I'm going to ballpark and say it's 100 acres. So that's probably a couple of CFS, maybe less, that could be served there. So I'll
So what's
I'll
the
look
low
into
flow in Mission Creek like in August, September?
well, there are gaining and losing reaches at Mission Creek, you know, and so there are some areas that have been known to go dry. I don't have the number on the top of my head about what the low flow is, but it's in the single digits.
So to areas within that diversion,
Yeah.
those diversion reaches, does that go dry?
Yeah, what I'll do, John, for the next
thanks.
iteration of this is we will map that out and show you, because we did a study on the gaining and losing reaches of Mission Creek, and we should be able to overlay that with where these diversions are. Chris Fisher.
And was there any
Oh, I'm
conversation
sorry,
about?
John. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just any discussion about getting the diversions out of the creek and getting other ways to convey water?
You know, it's a good question. We have not had that conversation with them, but we certainly could as part of this effort. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And I don't mean to pile on, but it was kind of the same question I had that John asked was, you know, you said there was 6 diversions, and now I'm informed that you're delivering water to an estimated 100 acres. One step further, is there any opportunity to you know, change? I don't know what the conveyance is. Is it earthen canals, or is it an opportunity to pipe? It seems like, I don't know how influential the water that's being diverted is increasing the magnitude of these barriers such that, that's influencing how many of these barriers may or may not be a barrier if you didn't divert as much. So is there any opportunity there to maybe look at the other end of it, much like what John was saying, and limit the amount, not limit the amount, but increase the efficiency of the water that is being diverted, so there's not nearly as much water being diverted? So is there again, I don't know the conveyance mechanisms, but just looking at trying to be more economical with the water that's being diverted.
Yeah, we'll and to answer your question and John's question again, I mean, we will look at those options. We'll also overlay, the low flows, how much water is being diverted. It is interesting in Mission Creek and Upper Mission Creek, you have individual diverters, and in very lower Mission Creek, you have individual diverters, but in the middle, you have folks who are served by the Icicle Irrigation District, right? And so there's a little bit of a gap there on the irrigation diversions because of that, because the irrigation district comes through there. But we'll certainly take a look at that. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to take over the facilitation. I was just kind of going around can I go to Steve?
No problem. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Mike. You had mentioned, I don't know, 15 years ago, there was a flood that caused some changes to these diversions. How dynamic is this reach, in particular at the sites where these diversions are located, and what do you think would be the potential for future channel changes, kind of undermining any kind of future channel work that might be completed here? And how locked in is the creek, or how dynamic is it? Is there, do you have any kind of handle on the dynamic nature of this reach?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Steve. So after that 2007, 2008 event, the Bureau came in and did an evaluation on what occurred there. Steve Kolk sent that to me after last year's presentation. And so we have quite a bit of information about flows, where and how the creek is dynamic, and what kinds of structures we ought to be considering when you take that into account. I won't be able to speak to the details of that analysis very intelligently today, but we will be incorporating that into the design effort to make sure that we're choosing designs that take that into account. So, and that's something we could elaborate on that in the full proposal as well, about exactly what those conditions were, what the Bureau evaluated, and how that would influence design at each of the structures.
And we still have almost 2 minutes, so go ahead, Tom.
Hey, Mike, thanks for the presentation. I was just kind of following on what Steve was asking, wondering how confined the reach is it, and so that would be interesting to provide in an application. I'm wondering about if there's confinement by infrastructure that limits the future capacity of this floodplain to be activated and so on, then if we're locked into this channel configuration, then is there something that we've been doing in Canada at a different scale? Well, I guess there's some of them that are at this scale. We're using, I guess they're calling them Newberry riffles. If these features are functioning in this Mission Creek system as grade control structures, then you may be able to use these riffles where it's not just a rock weir, but you're actually getting some sort of semi-functional feature that could be used by spawners, et cetera, if you use a engineered riffle instead. I don't know if that would even work in this system, but it's something to consider.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I'll pass that along. And I would say there are a couple of other diverters in this stretch who have like it's like an alcove that was kind of dug out on the side of the creek, and they pump water from that alcove, and so they don't have a structure, kind of a channel spanning structure like I showed here. I don't know if that is necessarily appropriate, you know, as a new design. But we're certainly open to new designs and new ideas. I had only intended to show that one, you know, that's kind of a traditional design, you know, that last one that I showed. But if there's a different or a better way to do that, then yeah, we'd like to consider that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, well, we're at our 25-minute point. So thank you, Mike. I know, Mike, you'll have one more here this afternoon. We're a couple minutes ahead of schedule, but I think we can plan to take our 10-minute break now, and we'll just allow that to be about a 12-minute break. So we'll resume at 3 o'clock with 2 presentations from Scott Bailey. And then for reviewers, just note that we'll close out the afternoon with 5 presentations. So this is kind of the long haul, and we will ideally still wrap up at 5.
Oh, hey, Dave. It's Carlos. Could I check my screen sharing ability?
Yes. Thanks, Carlos. Go ahead, give it a try. You should not be able to.
I should not be able to?
You should be able to already.
Oh, should now be able to. Okay, where is that PowerPoint? Looks like it's not going to be a problem. Yeah, you seeing that?
I am, yep.
Okay, cool. So I was worried that let's see, how do I de-share now? Oh.
Should be at the top, a little red there.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Yeah. My my operating system updated, and I was wondering if it made me, the first time around, it made me change a setting that I had to restart the whole computer. And so I just was making sure it wasn't going to make me do that again with the new operating system.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I appreciate you checking.
Yep, thanks.
No problem. Okay, go ahead, Scott.
Just before I get started, make sure you can see my screen.
I'm seeing your screen. Yeah, thanks for getting that prepped.
Excellent.
And just really quickly, actually, just a couple of RTT members, I didn't see any screens come on. Can you just do a quick camera on? Thanks, Bruce. Still fishing for one RTT member camera. There we go. We'll take it. We got 2. All right, go ahead, Scott. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Dave. First of all, just thanks to everybody for sticking it out today. I know this is a really long day. There's been some really great presentations and great projects to sift through. So I know that I and other presenters really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules to view these presentations and to help with this fundraising process. So this is the Nason River Mile 12 project. You saw a little bit, you may have seen this on a couple of the previous presentations, notably Mike Kane's presentation about the PUD power line relocation project. This project is located near the Highway 2 milepost 79. That's approximately a half mile east of the knife shop and about 2 3/4 miles west of the WashDOT rest area on Highway 2. It includes the main stem channel and adjacent floodplain on both sides of the creek, between approximately river miles 11.75 and 12.1, and you can see that outlined in red there on the screen. The project properties are owned by Chelan County and the Chelan Douglas Land Trust, and we are partnering with the Land Trust on this project. This is a final design proposal with match. It will include efforts to further characterize the site and collect data to inform designs. And for permitting purposes, we are proposing a cultural resources survey and reporting, wetland delineation. We want to collect additional thermal data, topographic data, and discharge data from the site. We'll also prepare draft final designs and construction-ready designs per the RCO guidelines, and we'll prepare JARPA and HPA applications, as well as complete a CLOMR process for special flood hazard area permitting, as this reach of the river is a designated special flood hazard area. The cost estimate for this phase of the project is $265,000 and some change. About 208 of that from RCO, about 56 from 57 from the Tributary Committee. These include funds to support subcontracts for engineering, wetland delineation, the CLOMR preparation, the cultural resources survey, as well as funds to support staff time for both the Chelan County Natural Resource and the Land Trust. I'm going to go through these next handful of slides pretty quickly because I think we all know that Nason Creek has a lot of issues, and those have been touched on in previous presentations today, and a lot of other Nason Creek presentations that people have seen. So I'm going to go kind of quickly through these next ones. The need for projects in this area were identified through previous BOR assessment work. There's been a number of ongoing and historical impacts from timber extraction, transportation infrastructure, power transmission infrastructure, rural residential development throughout this whole lower stretch of the river. The lower left-hand photo shows the site relative to a lot of really pretty serious constraints, including the highway, the railroad corridor, and 2 power line corridors. This is a Tier 1 assessment unit for all 3 listed species in our area. And we have high and medium priority life stages for all 3 of those species within this reach and this assessment unit. As the RTT prioritization process rated a number of life stage limiting factors. Suffice it to say that none of them were considered acceptable. 36 are rated unacceptable, 36%, excuse me, and 64% are rated at risk. And this project is addressing reach priority life stage limiting factors. It'll improve cover wood for holding maturation, adult non-spawning, summer and winter and natal rearing life stages, improve pool quantity and quantity for a number of life stages as well, and off-channel, side channel, and floodplain habitats. And we also think it will have, although it's kind of a indirect, I guess, response to this project, we think it'll have some temperature improvement processes as well for a number of life stages, and I'll touch on that in a little bit. Our goals for the project are to, our first goal is to increase spring Chinook adult holding habitat. We'll install large wood structures to increase the quantity and quality of pool habitat. And you can see the circled in red there, that's from the Upper White Pine reach assessment. And you can see that there are some pool units within this stretch of the river, but there's a lot of other types of units, and we think that there's obviously a lot of room for improvement and increase in quality and quantity of pools within this stretch of the river. Our second goal is to increase the quantity and quality of juvenile rearing habitat. We want to install wood structures and utilize selective grading to improve in-stream complexity, increase the quantity and quality of pools, and better connect side channel and floodplain habitats. Our third goal is to improve floodplain connectivity and improve water storage and riparian health. Again, a lot of these are interrelated through the installation of wood structures and selective grading. And then finally, we think that there's some real opportunities for thermal improvement here. There is an identified cold water plume downstream of this. We think that the enhanced hyporheic exchange that we'll see through better floodplain connectivity and greater in-stream habitat diversity will affect those features downstream of the site and should help improve this, what we saw talked about in previous conversations about this stretch of the river where we see a pretty dramatic downstream warming effect, and we think that this can help kind of dampen that effect that we see projects like this. So we are in the middle of towards the end of an ongoing conceptual and preliminary design phase that was funded by the Surf Board and tributary committees both. In 2022, we completed a pretty extensive site characterization work. We collected time series thermal data, deployed a couple of loggers at the downstream and upstream end of the project reach, and recorded continuous stream temperature data. And you can see that down on the left hand graph. We also completed a lot of RTK GPS work, topobathymetric data collection. We mapped features, and we mapped water surface elevations in coordination with collecting discharge measurements. So we have known water surface elevations at known discharges. And we did that three times last summer. We want to continue some of that effort during this next phase of the process. We did also prepare some conceptual designs, and I want to kind of run through those quickly to give you a feel for where we're at the conceptual level. Things are going to change, obviously that's the conceptual levels are for that. We identify things that we might want to do. We explore how they interact with the stream and the area around it, and then we make changes based on those interactions. And so we're kind of in that process of identifying, where we're going to go in the preliminary design phase, which is underway currently. So you can see in this photo, I'm going to talk about the large wood features that we're proposing, or that we've identified in the conceptual level. We have a number of large wood structures, ELJs from apex ELJs, deflector and bank enhancement structures. Those are to direct flows, encourage scour, deposition, sorting of both sediment materials and organic matter, and to provide direct cover for fish as well. And we've got habitat logs and some of the excavated channels to increase the habitat quality of those features right out of the gate. Right now, the current designs include 3 constructed riffles out of rock and log. These are designed to raise stage, create some backwatering effects, and facilitate floodplain and side channel connectivity, and really enhance channel diversity. We noted that it's a pretty plain bed system throughout much of this reach, and we want to really increase that diversity of channel habitat units. We've also got some selective excavation associated with the conceptual designs. These are really the construction of new side channels and pilot channels to get water into existing off-channel networks. And you can see that here from one of the plan, kind of a blow up of one of the plan sets. And then we also explored site access and in-stream isolation in this current phase. We've identified potential access routes, temporary bridge locations, in-stream isolation, structure placements, kind of those types of things. We also identified ways to, there is an existing large wood feature that we don't want to disrupt. And so we've considered that in all of our design work as well. We did an in-depth hydraulic modeling exercise. We looked at existing conditions, proposed and expected changes, and that's kind of what you see here from left to right is those top to bottom existing, proposed, and changes in both water depth, velocity in the middle, and I think this is water surface elevation on the right-hand panel. And so we've looked at those at typical winter flows, Q2, Q10, and Q100 as well. So the next steps and what we're asking funding for now is, or the next step, excuse me, in our current process is to prepare that preliminary design iteration, take those conceptual designs and get feedback on those and move forward with those refinements in the preliminary design. Continue some site data collection efforts again this summer. We expect to complete that effort by this September when, and then we'd like to start right in on this next phase of the final design. So this proposal is that proposed final design phase. Again, some additional site characterization. We want to continue that thermal data collection, maybe do some groundwater measurements as well, set up some monitoring sites for future, for long-term monitoring of the site. Continue to collect topographic data. As I think Mike Kane mentioned, there's been new LiDAR flown. It's not yet available, but we anticipate it will be available sometime in the next month or so. We don't have time or funding to work with that under this current phase, so we want to move into start using that in the next phase, in that final design iteration. And just to make sure that everything's on the up and up, we want to get out there and do some additional topographic data collection to really ground truth that new LiDAR. And again, to continue to collect those water surface elevations to help refine and calibrate our models. And then we do a draft final designs and then construction ready designs. And then finally, we also want to take care of the environmental compliance things that we need to do for these types of projects. We need to have a cultural resources survey completed. We need to do our wetland delineation work. We will continue to communicate with regulatory agencies and coordinate with them regarding permitting of this project. We'll also prepare JARPA and HPA applications and then go through that CLOMR process for the special flood hazard area. And then that'll set us up for the final phase, which would be implementation, getting the contracts out to bid, and then ultimately construction. And with that, I'll take any questions that y'all have.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, we have 10.5 minutes for all the questions. Yeah, Steve, go ahead.
Hi, Scott. Thanks for your presentation. What I think, in my opinion, what would be really valuable to know about this reach, which would then, guide your design moving forward, would be just how it's changed over time, like how it's changed in the past, and then how you expect it to change as a result of your proposed design elements. And so, for example, one of the things you could look at would be just, meander migration rates or bank erosion rates, and how what those rates have been in the past, and then what you expect those rates to be in the future, especially where you're proposing, some of your wood bank deflector structures. You had mentioned that you anticipate those structures inducing scour and deposition. Well, some of the best ways to place those structures would be to place them in a way that would direct the energy of the creek towards the bank so that it recruits sediment for downstream bar development and spawning habitat, and then creation of pools and so forth. So that would be helpful for me. The other thing that would be helpful would be just to kind of understand how this reach operates in a larger spatial context with the upstream and downstream reaches, to know what kind of channel changes are occurring in this reach compared to both the upstream and downstream reaches.
Okay, thanks, Steve. I appreciate that feedback. I did neglect to say that, we do have the basis of design report, all the hydraulic modeling, and the plan sets and other components of the conceptual design package that will be included as part of the the online submission. So I couldn't include that with the pre-proposals, but with the full proposal, those will be attachments to that full proposal. And I think Mike Kane shared an image of, just to get at one of your questions about, channel migration, that image that Mike shared about on that one bend that's migrated about 50 feet in about 15 years towards the, kind of towards the south and towards the PUD alignment and the railroad. That's from this site and from this study. So we do know a little bit about, at least just from aerial photo evaluation and historical photo evaluation, we know a little bit about channel migration, at least in a part of this. Much of it's very static, as you can imagine. It's pushed right up against the stream channel, just right up at the upstream end. And then so there's a lot of static built into the stream right now, just because of all the constraints and the way it's been operating for the last many decades. But we do have some of that data, and that I've taken notes, and so those are some things that we can continue to address as we move forward.
Okay, last call for questions for Scott for this presentation. Otherwise, you can just dock a few minutes and add on to your next presentation, Scott.
Okay, no more questions. So I guess I'll just go on then, Dave.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks, Scott.
Okay, are you seeing that?
I am, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, well, this next project, the RTT is very familiar with. We've been bringing this to the RTT during the previous design iterations for the past 3 years. So, and most recently, we presented to the RTT in January of 2023. So I apologize to the RTT members. There's going to be some overview information in here that you've seen for 3 years, but we do have some folks that haven't seen a lot of this information. So I want to make sure it's accessible for those folks as well. But we have, as I said, we have taken this to the RTT for 3 years now, and really we appreciate all the input and the feedback that we've received from the team. The designs have changed quite a bit since the conceptual designs were first presented, and a lot of those changes, and I think the improvements, and we have a much tighter, finer project because of it, is because of all the feedback that we've received over the years. So we appreciate that. I'll just say that to start. So this is the original project area that we looked at, was roughly from river miles 36 to 38 on the upper Wenatchee. This is, you can see that in red here. We got Highway 2 on the left-hand side of the screen, Tumwater Campground and Chewacum Creek, where Jason's project is, Cascade Fisheries project is, that you saw the presentation for this morning, is down here. In the lower, on the left-hand corner of this image. The green polygon that you see here is kind of the refined project area, we'll call it, really where we focus all of our activities in the current design iteration are focused within this smaller footprint polygon. Relatively from river mile 37 to 38. This is an implementation project. The proposed activities are, construction contracting. We have both ground-based and helicopter-based work planned for this project. So we have contractor selection, contract negotiations, preparation, and execution for 2 different contracts. The construction itself, material acquisition and preparation, the fish salvage and site isolation work. We have an extensive recreation safety plan that we'll implement during the project. The in-water and floodplain construction work, and then the site evacuation and access access road decommissioning as all part of that construction effort. And then post-construction, we will develop the as-built drawings, the final reporting for permits and funders, and restoration planting of trees and shrubs in disturbed areas. And I do want to say, just to touch base a little bit on that construction contracting part, we're currently funded by the BPA for the final design preparation, and that's ongoing. But towards the end of this year, we also plan on getting bid documents all prepared and out the door. But with those 1-year contracts that you have with BPA, we don't have time to go through the entire contracting process. So what we anticipate is we'll get bid documents out the door on the streets for people to look at and to start looking over, and then we'll make those selections in the following calendar year under a new BPA contract, and ideally under this contract as well. I hope that makes sense. We're the project lead on this project, Chelan County Natural Resources. We're cooperating extensively with the Bonneville Power Administration, the U.S. Forest Service, and also the Washington Department of Natural Resources. And both the forest and the DNR are the landowners. The forest owns all the land surrounding the river, and the river itself is state aquatic lands, which is administered by DNR. So our cost estimate for this project is roughly $1.55 million. We anticipate that we'll be asking for and receiving approximately $1.1 million from the BPA. Our request for this proposal is not what you saw in the pre-proposal. It's changed a little bit, and I'm sorry, it's a little bit squishy right now, but it's somewhere in the 300 to 400,000 range. We do know that the Forest Service is committing $100,000 to the project. WDNR also is interested in helping to fund the project. And we, at this point, I don't yet know approximately how much we can expect to receive from them, if any at all. But we want to keep a kind of a placeholder there. And so that's why our RCO request and is a little bit shaky right now, because we just don't know what all those numbers add up to our total. And this includes funds for construction, contracting, engineering oversight, and construction support, and for CCNRD staff time for tasks before, during, and after construction. So why this project? This is, if we had a wild and scenic area on the Wenatchee River, this is probably it. So there's not a lot of current impacts, but it's still being affected by legacy impacts. And those are, associated with fur trapping, railroad development, a lot of timber extraction, both logging and log transport through this reach, as you can see in the photo, fire suppression, rural residential development, transportation and power transmission infrastructure. All of those are factors that have affected the upper Wenatchee Basin. This is a Tier 1 assessment unit for restoration actions to improve conditions for both spring chinook and steelhead, and it is Tier 2 for bull trout. There are a number of spring chinook and steelhead high and medium priority life stages, and those are shown here. Again, also the RTT in their prioritization process rated habitat quality features. There's a number of them that are rated as adequate. There's some unacceptable coverwood and flow. Summer base flow are rated unacceptable. Pool quantity and quality, riparian canopy cover, and summer stream temperature all rated at risk. Floodplain connectivity and off-channel side channels are rated adequate. However, I've put asterisks there and changed the coloring for a couple of reasons, and I want to kind of elaborate on that a little bit here. They're rated adequate, but modeling indicates that the river left floodplain is largely disconnected from the main stem at flows below the 2-year flood. Also, DFW research suggests that there are far fewer juvenile fish using this area than could be if the off-channel rearing options were improved or increased. So as a result, we believe that neither floodplain connectivity or the accessibility to off-channel habitats are really adequate for this reach. We think that more similar to Reach 3, that these parameters are probably more of an at-risk rating rather than adequate in reality. So this project addresses a number of limiting factors. It will improve coverwood for summer and winter rearing, and pool quantity and quality for summer rearing. Also, it will improve off-channel side channels and floodplain connectivity for both summer and winter rearing. We also think that while we don't think that the project will affect base flow, we do think that it has some, again, kind of like the other project that I presented, due to the increased hyporheic and floodplain connectivity. We think that we're going to improve temperature for spawning and incubation in this reach, and I'll touch base on that in just a few slides. So again, this project also addresses a number of factors that are rated at risk in the Upper Wenatchee Pilot Project aquatic habitat assessment and restoration strategy report, and it's also consistent with the approach to watershed and aquatic habitat restoration identified for the Forest Service's Upper Wenatchee Pilot Project, and this project is within that larger pilot project area. So I wanted to touch base a little bit on that thermal refuge point that I made just a minute ago. This is some imagery in the lower left of a ground photo of where that red arrow is in the right-hand photo. And the table is from Adrian Ramaset's 2020 thermal refuge assessment. And this is a documented cold water feature. However, as you can see in the table there, there's really no water, there's no plume created here. There's no flow, there's very little or to no flow coming out of this extensive side channel floodplain channel network that we're hoping that we're going to activate with this project. And I'll show that in a moment. But we think that providing more flow into this wetland complex on the river left floodplain will increase flows from this cold water source and create more of a plume in the river itself and provide better accessibility into this cold water side channel feature than what we have currently. So I want to just touch really quickly on some of the restoration elements that are included in this project. As I mentioned earlier, it includes both ground and helicopter-based construction. So the helicopter-based work is highlighted with the red polygons here. That includes 12 boulder clusters of 4 to 5 boulders each. These are large 4 to 5 foot boulders that will place via helicopter in clusters of 4 to 5 in the areas, kind of the upstream portion of the project area. It also includes 18 habitat trees that will be laced into bankside vegetation in this existing side channel feature here. In addition to the work that will use the helicopters for placing materials in the river, we'll also use the helicopters to transport some of the larger logs down to the project area for ground-based construction. We have some access issues with the road that limits the length of materials that can be transported on the road. And so we plan to get around that by moving some of those larger pieces to the ground-based staging areas via helicopter. Our ground-based work is in these kind of orangish polygons here in the center. That includes 3 ballasted apex ELJs and 3 ballasted edge ELJs. The apex ELJs are these 3 large ones here, and the edge ones are here. I think this gives you a little bit of a false sense of scale. These are quite a bit bigger features here, these 3 apex jams. They're all relatively similar in their construction methodologies, but these are larger, more massive structures. These are not small structures by any means, but they're not as big as the apex structures. We will also excavate about a 40-foot wide by 225-foot long pilot channel over here on this left bank floodplain to take water from the main stem channel and feed it into this extensive floodplain channel network that we have on River Left. It's about a 55-acre floodplain with thousands of linear feet of channels. So just a few things to note. Fish salvage and site isolation will be completed around all the ground-based construction activities. Again, as I mentioned before, some material for that ground-based construction will be delivered via helicopter. We do need some temporary bridges, and those are these dark lines here and here to access that River Left floodplain. We need to get across the river. There is no access from River Left, so we have to come from River Right and cross the river itself. That's one of the reasons that this project has taken as long as it has to design, as well as the reason the cost is largely associated with some of these access limitations. And you can kind of see this, how we anticipate this bridge construction to work in this upper inset photo on the upper right corner. Finally, we'll have to improve in the green, we'll have to improve this, a portion of this streamside access road. It's a decommissioned route currently, and we need to recommission it to get in here to do the work, and then we need to re-decommission it on the way out, which will include planting of seeding as well as shrub and tree planting.
Scott,
So
you
our
have 10
goals.
minutes remaining.
Thank you. So our goals, again, increase floodplain connectivity and juvenile fish access to floodplain habitats. Here you can see kind of those apex ELJs and the edge ELJs here, the bridges, the excavation for the side channel. And you can see this is what the anticipated change at the 1-year flow. So this is a hydraulic model, but this is the change. So we expect up to greater than 2 feet more water in these channel areas in here, greater than 2 feet more water in these areas here that are in dark blue, down to about a quarter of a foot here in these greener areas. But we do expect some pretty dramatic increase of flow into that side channel, into that floodplain, 55-acre floodplain area on river left. We want to promote lateral channel migration, sediment deposition and sorting, and organic matter retention. Here's a hydraulic model output at the 2-year flow. This is the change in conditions in velocity. And you can see we're going to get some velocity through that constructed channel, some increased velocity and flow in the side channel area, and some reduction in velocities here in the main stem itself, which should create some opportunities for more island building and bar building like we see down just, about a half mile downstream of the project. We want to enhance habitat diversity and quality via increased pools and cover and better floodplain and side channel connectivity. And this just shows kind of those schematics of the ELJs. You can see these are extensive, massive rock ballasted structures. We have very shallow bedrock, so we can't sink posts or poles into the bed here. So we need to ballast these structures against this very massive river with very massive amounts of rock. And you can see lots of racking materials. So these are going to be really messy, big structures that provide a lot of cover and do a lot of work geomorphically. And you can see this is a picture of the floodplain in the winter months. So we do have some groundwater moving through there in the winter. You can see it keeps it ice free. And this is roughly the alignment and proximity of and placement of the side channel that we'll excavate. And so you can see we'll feed this very extensive channel network on river left from the upstream end, which currently doesn't really happen until about the 5 to 10 year event. We have an extensive recreation safety plan that we've developed and worked with both BPA and WDNR on getting this through, and we'll implement that during the construction. We'll have signs posted. We'll have people in the river upstream of the project, making sure that we don't get boaters floating down through and interacting with the bridge. We'll have a portage site set up so that people can walk around the in-water work. And we'll work with the Forest Service to assure compliance and consistency with a variety of applicable policies and regulations, from the Regional General Permit 8 for the in-water work to the ARBO 2 terms and conditions, and as well as terms and conditions established in the EA developed for the Upper Wenatchee pilot project. And with that, I'll take any questions that y'all have. Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Question: when you showed the budget, it was like 1.5 million, I think, if I'm correct.
That's right.
And it seemed like all the additional funding to get to the total was there. So I'm not clear as what the request would be.
The request is this RCO
Okay.
request for 300 to 400,000 right here.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how much what that number is right now. I'm still kind of waiting on some information from DNR to determine whether or not they're going to contribute. They've expressed an interest, but they're in the middle of their budgeting process right now, and so they haven't decided whether or not they can provide funding for this project.
Okay, and just a follow-up. So this is an implementation project. Is it expected to be implemented this year?
2024.
2024.
The
Okay.
target date, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
And we have about 5 minutes still. Okay. Going once, going twice for final questions. Okay. Well, thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Hey, Adrian, are you on? It looks like you are. And you can go ahead and share your screen and start when you're ready.
Okay. Okay, hi everybody. I am Adrienne Romaset here with the Chelan County Natural Resources Department, and I am presenting on the proposed Lower Wenatchee and Peshastin Thermal Refuge Assessment. This picture here is of the Peshastin Wenatchee confluence, and you can see that Peshastin comes in a bit warm to the Wenatchee, which is a fun little fact. So I wanted to start kind of zoom out. I recently came across this quote that I feel like really describes why having a context for temperature is so important for all restoration, not thermal refuge only. And this sentence came after he stated that, you know, the billions of dollars that has been spent in restoration in the Columbia Basin. And he says, climate change, however, raises serious questions about the long-term outcomes of restoration because projected increases in air temperature could make many of these streams and rivers uninhabitable for salmon and trout within a few decades. So just having a simple context of temperature is really important. And this picture is floated around a lot. It was 2015 when it was very warm in our rivers. And this is a bunch of ESA listed adults holding in the confluence of Chewacum Creek, where there's a nice cold plume. So this assessment, it's an assessment, is going to address this tier 1 data gap. That is the location and characteristics of thermal refuge areas. So this data gap has been addressed in the upper Wenatchee through the 2018 Upper Wenatchee Thermal Refuge Assessment, and that covered temperature limiting reaches of the Upper Wenatchee River, Chihuahua, Nason, and Little Wenatchee, kind of targeting spring Chinook spawning habitat. And this project will expand that work to Lower Wenatchee River, so kind of Leavenworth, down to the Columbia, and then also Peshastin Creek. And that should be a 16, not a 14. So yeah, the lower 16 miles of Peshastin Creek. So this is kind of just a snapshot of the prioritization web map, and little stars indicating the reach breaks. You can see there's a really mixed bag of how the reaches are ranked, the dark blue being rank 1. Oops, don't know how that happened. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I'm not going to go over all the rankings, but you can see, yeah, there is several rank 1 and everything else in between. So these are just the kind of relevant information from the prioritization, kind of what this assessment will address. There's a lot of other information, but basically for the lower 26.5 river miles of upper Wenatchee River, these are the reaches we're talking about, these 4 reaches. Actually, all of the reaches of, I'm going to slaughter the way you pronounce the Nahum, Alala and Derby, and then only Tumwater 1, which is actually through Leavenworth. It's not actually in the canyon. So rearing temperature is unacceptable in all these reaches. There are a couple high priority life stages, including steelhead and spring Chinook winter rearing. And then steelhead summer rearing is a medium priority. And we have 2 reaches in the lower 16 river miles of Peshastin, lower and upper Peshastin reaches. Rearing temperature is also unacceptable in both these reaches. And we have some medium priority life stages that this project would address. Steelhead spawning is high priority, but you know, they come when it's colder. So Chinook summer rearing in the lower Peshastin is medium priority, and steelhead winter rearing in both reaches is medium priority. And high priority life stage of bull trout natal rearing in the upper Peshastin. So this is just a very rough budget, just to give you an idea. And also, so we're asking about 70,000, and that we have cost share. Actually, we got approved for some money to do the lower Peshastin work. This includes purchase of a FLIR drone setup. So the drone and the camera, Matt Holland went down the rabbit hole to get what is going to work best for this use. So that's exciting. And then the surfboard ask would be for the lower Wenatchee surveys, field work. The map portal, which I'll show in a second, kind of just a way to really have this data very accessible to sponsors and anyone else. I got a quote of 7,000. And then everything else, you know, writing the assessment and managing the project. So yeah, like I said, this is rough. So the broad goals of the assessment work is to address that tier 1 data gap by identifying and characterizing the cold and warm spots that may serve as winter and summer thermal refuge in the lower Wenatchee River and Peshastin Creek. And then identify habitat actions to expand or augment those areas. And then disseminate this continuous temperature data, which you've seen some figures of in some of these presentations, those thermal continuous temperature profiles. So disseminate that data, and then also the cold spot data, in multiple formats to help inform. And so inform restoration by saying, here's a habitat action you can do, but also provide that context for any restoration action within surveyed reaches, that context being, this is a snapshot of temperature continuously in the summer when it's hottest. And here are where we've located some surface water and groundwater cold areas and warm areas through the FLIR technology. And here's just a couple pictures of how a deflector can create a bigger plume. And this picture is of the Chewaucum confluence with Wenatchee. So kind of going deeper into the methods and objectives. So first off, identify those cold spots and warm spots. I hesitate to call them thermal refuge because you don't really know unless you see fish in them. So this on the left or right, sorry, is one of the products from an upper Wenatchee reach. All the yellow are surface water cold spots, pretty much tributary mouths. And then the pink is all the ground kind of water seeps. So in these reaches, we're going to conduct some cold spot checking of areas that look like they might be potential cold spots. And we'll find those potential cold spots by looking at the FLIR data. And then also just, some of these areas I found just by probing around in off-channel habitat that wasn't necessarily indicated in the FLIR. And this is similar also to what John Crandall did in the Met How. And then we will characterize and map the spots that have at least a 1.5 degree Celsius differential between the ambient water temperature and the cold spot, and we'll display location, plume size, and habitat quality. And a lot of data with this, a picture, Scott kind of showed that table of each of these cold spots will have all that information. And then we are going to using this new FLIR setup. We want to do some flights both in winter and summer, which I only say winter here, but the winter work will help us identify some of those warm spots because the groundwater will be warmer, so it'll come to the surface. This FLIR data only gets the temperature of the surface water, so that groundwater is going to be heavier in the summer, but it's going to come up to the surface in the winter. And that's where we can find some of those potential warm spots and really get after the high priority winter rearing issue in the lower Wenatchee. So in addition to finding those cold and warm spots, we want to inform restoration to address those limiting factors. And this is where we collect that continuous longitudinal temperature data using the ground-based methods I did in the last assessment, and then also some drone-based FLIR sites on select reaches. And I think I already said, no, I didn't. Okay, so identify habitat actions to expand and or augment thermal refuge areas that we located. And then make data accessible in a variety of formats to inform restoration in the lower Wenatchee. And so this is just a screenshot of the map portal. I also have it up if we want to, if there's more time. Actually, why don't I just show you? Oh, actually, it's not letting me. I was going to show you the page, but never mind. I have it up, but how do I do this? Sorry for the technical difficulties here. Slideshow. There we go. So anyway, we'll deal with the screenshot. So you can see that you can put all the layers, but this is kind of the continuous temperature layer. And then these are only the groundwater spots, but if you click on it, you get all the data and you also get a picture. So this is just has all the data in one place for sponsors to go and just kind of cruise around and see what's out there. So that's just where we also have the assessment, the written assessment, and then all the data layers will be on the UC SRB website to use in GIS. So how will sponsors use the data? So in the past, I think you've seen some of these. What we've done is develop some of the projects identified in the assessment. So these are just a list of what's happened so far. NASEN 9.4, that was identified in the 2018 assessment. This is a picture of Butcher Creek, so that's NASEN 9.4, comes in cold. You can almost kind of see where the plume is, and designs are underway for that. Also, there's some work going on at the Kaler Creek confluence, lower Chihuahua area D, taking into account a couple of the tributary mouths down there, or up there. And also, sponsors can use this data to inform and contextualize project development and or refine goals and objectives for existing projects. So that's kind of the projects beyond thermal refuge, where temperature really is this master variable that shows us both abiotic factors like shade or complexity that we can kind of get a sneak peek on what might be going on, but also where the fish might be. So those biotic factors. So this has happened, just our last presentation, Scott's presentation. He's used some of that data to kind of refine the goals of the Upper Wenatchee project. You can also use it in the way that Kane showed earlier by targeting those warming reaches. And yeah, kind of just what I explained is the last point. And here is that reach that Scott was just talking about, kind of this cold spot, and just really seeing kind of what temperature does, kind of steadying in this reach. And yeah, there's a lot of, it's interesting how, you know, you can look at a longitudinal profile and really get a picture of what's going on in the reach you're looking at. So let's see, I'll go on. I have a few more slides. I just wanted to see where I was time-wise, but it looks like I'll just keep going for a little while. So
Yeah,
I
just really quick, you have about 8 minutes left, Adrian.
Oh, I do. Oh, okay, I'm not tracking it right. So yeah, I'll just ask questions. If you want to see actual FLIR data of these reaches, ask a question about it. Here, I'll just leave us up with this. This is the FLIR data for, this is what I would be surveying is, or what we would be surveying is here downstream. And you can see that that really warms up, and there's also some interesting variability. So yes, I would love to have your questions. And I guess I'll just. Or comments.
Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
Well, thanks, Adrian. It lowers my heart rate knowing that someone's actually using FLIR to detect a cold water input during the winter time when you're actually going to be able to detect it, when it's going to come to the surface. Unfortunately, airing dirty laundry, but back in 2015 or 14, our agency actually spent about $150,000 to survey the Okanagan River looking for these cold water inputs. It was recommended that they fly in the winter to locate warm water coming to the surface. Unfortunately, they flew in early September, and not surprising, the results didn't show anything as expected because everything was warm, hot or hotter. So anyway, I appreciate the fact that to use FLIR effectively, in my mind, to get to trying to detect cold water input, especially it may not be that large, 1 or 2 CFS or less, that to do that, you're going to have to fly during the winter time, kind of counterintuitive, but warm water is going to come to the surface and you're just going to be able to utilize that, that technology more effectively. But my question is, in your experience, have you seen, or is there a kind of a delineation where you have to have enough cold water input to actually try to augment it? I mean, is there like a minimum amount? Like you might see a seep, right? And it might be, I don't know, let's just say 50 gallons per minute, but that's just not enough. I need at least an X amount. Is there some kind of delineation when you're tracking this that says, this is good and this isn't, because it's just the yield isn't there? Have you made that distinction?
Well, I don't have experience with trying to augment the groundwater seeps, but I will say I spent a lot of time kind of in my early days with the county probing around our projects, especially in the lower Wenatchee, and found, like, for example, in CMZ 12, found this really small little seep underneath one of the wood structures that's there. And there was a huge group of salmon just in this little spot. So I guess to your question, that I mean, I don't know this for sure. I can't say where it's small, but it seems like if it's hot enough, fish are going to come to that little groundwater seep. And that's where what I've found is that depending on the ambient temperature, if it's warm, and I did a lot of cold spot checking in the morning and it was still cool, but you could tell that the cold spot was cooler. But if the river was warm enough, there was almost always salmon there, even somewhere like the lower Wenatchee and CMZ 12. So anyway, so I don't know if that really answers your question, but I guess, yeah, it just is a capacity issue in my mind. If it's small, it's less fish. If it's big, it's more fish. But
so essentially it might be worth protecting if it's small, but it may not be worth augmenting because it's too small to augment. Is that fair?
Right. And thinking of augmenting, because this same CMZ 12 spot, it was actually the fish were stranded in the CMZ 12 channel, and there was a great blue heron, and there was no cover on the, we had these little wood structures, but they weren't actually covering the fish. So I think a way to augment it would be just to provide cover. So I don't know, we don't always have to make it bigger to augment it. It can just be to make the habitat quality better so fish can use it without getting eaten by a heron.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Mhm.
We have about a minute and a half for any other questions as well.
And I will say, Chris, you actually, in the original assessment, were the one who gave me the idea for the winter FLIR. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you for acting on it.
Okay, well, great. Well, thanks, Adrian.
Thank you.
All right, and now we'll move on to Mike Caputa's Icicle Creek in-stream flow restoration proposal. Mike, you should be able to screen share.
There we go. Dave, can you see that okay? I will put it into presenter mode.
Yep, I can see it.
Great. All right. How's that look, Dave? Good?
Yep, full screen, looks good.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Again, Mike Caputa with the Chelan County Natural Resources Department. I'm going to present the Cascade Orchard Irrigation Company in-stream flow project. I want to describe a few things at the outset here. I think many folks on the call today are aware of the project, and a good number of you are directly involved in some way in this project. There's a lot of work going on. There's been a lot of work going on with this project. This project was actually presented to the through the surf board process in 2017. Project was not able to move forward within the 5-year time frame, and so those funds had to be returned. The surf board funds had to be returned to the surf board. However, there's been a tremendous amount of progress made on the project. I'm going to talk about a few things around the project that are currently under development and in discussions. And I just want to say at the beginning that I'm going to try really hard not to get over my skis on some of the topics that a lot of you are currently involved in. That said, there may be some of you who don't know the first thing about the project. You know, you may not have been part of this surf board process or part of the Icicle work group. And so I'm going to try to do both those things, cover the project sort of basics, give folks an update on where we are in the project, and again, not get over my skis on some of the work that's going on right now. In terms of project roles, at least for 3 entities here, there's 3 folks working together to try to build this project. Prior to today, I think most of the funding presentations have been given by Greg McLaughlin at the Washington Water Trust. Washington Water Trust has been working with Cascade Orchard Irrigation Company for probably 7 years, 6 years, 7 years on this project. Washington Water Trust is still in that role, working with Cascade Orchard Irrigation Company. The irrigation company is the owner of the planned new facility, and they're the owner of the existing infrastructure. The county was brought on very recently, like September, October of last year, as the construction manager for the project. I mean, we've been tracking it and participating in project development through the Icicle work group, and the Icicle work group and others have funded a lot of the design work to this point. But in terms of the county actually presenting on grant applications and playing the construction manager role, that's a relatively new development. So let me cover a few basics here, and then I'll show you some maps of where we're talking about here. So just some basic project components. The overall goal of the project is to separate what is now a shared diversion between the Cascade Orchard Irrigation Company and the Leavenworth National Fish Hatchery water diversion. This is on Icicle Creek. And as many of you know, the fish hatchery is very close to finishing their new water intake system on Icicle Creek. It's been a major multi-million-dollar construction project that has been underway by the Bureau of Reclamation. This project would build a new pump station for COIC at a downstream location off of Shore Street, and I'll show you that on the map. So effectively, that would then forever separate the two entities, and COIC would have their own diversion via the pump station and be solely responsible for management of and ownership and maintenance of that pump station. And the Leavenworth National Fish Hatchery would have their own facility. And there are two things that would happen here. One, there'd be a water right change for COIC to move their point of diversion to where it's now co-located and where they provide water to the hatchery downstream. So there's a lot of discussion about that. And I'll get into a little bit of detail on that, but again, that's right. I don't want to overstate anything about the water right change that's going on right now. And this would also effectively end the COIC Leavenworth National Fish Hatchery contract. So there was a change in 1940 that added the fish hatchery as a beneficial use to the COIC water right. The COIC water right through the adjudication is number one in the adjudication line. And through the adjudication, they were originally allocated 11.9 CFS and for 600 acres. There's a contract between COIC and the hatchery, and building this facility and relocating COIC's diversion downstream would end that contract. So just to orient you, and Dave, can you just confirm, are you guys seeing my my cursor on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, so I have a couple maps I want to show you here. So we're on Icicle Creek. What we're looking at right now is the COIC service area. So couple things. I'm going to put my cursor down here at River Mile 4.3. This is at the COIC, Cascade Orchard Irrigation Company, LNFH, Leavenworth National Fish Hatchery diversion. And from this diversion, then water goes one of two directions. It either goes over to this larger service area. So these are all the parcels in yellow that are included within the service area. And then you have, for the water that doesn't go over there, it goes over to the Leavenworth National Fish Hatchery. One thing I do want to be clear on at the very beginning is that there has been 11.9 CFS continually diverted during the irrigation season for over 90 years, right? So that 11.9 has always been diverted. It's either gone to meet the needs of COIC or it's gone over to the fish hatchery. In terms of in-stream flow benefit and some of the priority reaches of Icicle Creek, this is a map that I had submitted to, I think Trib and Priest Rapids have seen this map, and maybe others of you have as well. It doesn't show, like the previous map did, the service area, but it does show the diversion, again, the COIC hatchery diversion down here in the lower left-hand corner. And so right here where you see this, the purple line and this maroon line take off, this is the junction at which some water currently would go into the COIC main line. This goes into their canal, And then from that canal, there's a bunch of laterals that go from left to right or from west to east to serve all the parcels that I showed you on the previous slide. By moving the point of diversion, the point of diversion will move with a new pump station down to the end of Shore Street. So that's the River Mile 1.9, the new COIC diversion. And so when that occurs, then there would be an 11.9 in-stream flow benefit from the current point of diversion all the way down to the new point of diversion. And that's the place at which the new pump station would pump water back up and into the system. That's the what we call primary reach A. And so that's the 11.9 CFS. Additionally, the COIC pump station will be sized to only pump 8 CFS. So right now where you have 11.9 CFS continually diverted, COIC is going to be reducing that diversion to 8 CFS. And so then there's an additional 3.9, so 11.9 minus 8 is 3.9 in this yellow stretch. So basically from River Mile 1.9 to the Wenatchee River. A couple of things I also want to point out on this map. This reach right here, I think it's maybe a little hard to read. This is the historic icicle channel, or we call the hatchery channel for the purposes of the icicle work group. So this is the priority reach that the icicle work group and all the partners on the icicle work group are trying to improve in-stream flows. It's not the only place, but this is the area where we have 2 targets. We want to have 60 CFS in this reach during drought years and 100 CFS during non-drought years. And it can get into single digits in these areas. And so, this 11.9 CFS goes a long way to achieving those long-term in-stream flow goals in Icicle Creek and specifically in the historic channel. And then this, of course, is the constructed hatchery channel. So just so I'm clear, I think I might have mixed terms there. We have the historic channel here, and then this is the hatchery channel. So trying to improve in-stream flows in the historic channel. Just to put a finer point on the in-stream flow benefits, first, just through that source switch, from switching COIC's diversion, from the existing location down to the pump station, there's an 11.9 CFS in-stream flow benefit. The new pump station will only be capable of pumping 8 CFS, and it's likely that that number is going to be lower. There's a 10-year development agreement that's being developed as part of the water right change, and then to the extent that not all the parcels have been developed or improved, to access the water over a 10-year period, then that water too would go into the trust water program. So we'll see. I mean, that's the idea in the development agreement. We don't know what the exact number is, but it's very likely to be less than 8. A couple of things that are underway right now. The water right change requires what's called a report of examination. And again, a lot of you have become very familiar with, a lot of us, I'd say, have become very familiar with the COIC report of examination. The Department of Ecology is the lead on the report of examination. They've released a draft. There are some comments on that draft, and they are revising it and should be issuing a new draft at some point here in the next few weeks. There's been a lot of discussion about the trust water component to make sure that the water that I'm talking about here that would be dedicated to in-stream flow is protected through the trust water program. So those discussions are going on between ecology and COIC on how to ensure that the protected water is actually protected. And then this also, again, as I mentioned at the beginning, this would, with this change, this would effectively then end the COIC Leavenworth National Fish Hatchery agreement, because they would both have their own systems. Let me get into some of the construction costs for the project, and I'll also talk a little bit about the status of some of the funding, and I think that'll kind of lead me into why we're considering surfboard funds again for the project. So here's a project budget. The total right now is 5.4 million. This was an estimate that we've been working on with the construction team and Dave Rice at Anchor QEA. And I said 5.4 million. That was assuming that we were going to go out to bid sometime in March. I'll show you a schedule in a second. We're clearly not going to be doing that. I do have some concerns, and I think we all would, that because we missed that window, if we go out to bid in May, it's a very competitive environment, and the price may go up. If we're delayed a year on the project, the price may go up just from inflation. And so I did want to put a caveat on a construction cost estimate that it has likely gone up simply because of the delays, because we're going to be in less competitive environments, and it's going to take longer, which will likely lead to additional costs. We don't know yet, of course, till we open the bids, but that's what it looks like.
Mike,
Dave,
you're
do you have
at
a comment?
9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, great, thanks. So funding status here. I hope I use the right words here in describing the funding status. I mean, some of them I know that I did, and then some of them I just wanted to, I'm happy to change this or describe these differently. But all of these funders have been involved in the project. There are 2 requests in front of the Tributary Committee and PRCC for $750,000 each. And those are on hold pending resolution of the water right change and the report of examination. The BOR Water Smart Grant has been secured. That's been secured by COIC. And so there will be an agreement between the county and COIC to access those funds for construction. The Microsoft funding has been secured by Washington Water Trust. So we'll have an agreement between the county and Washington Water Trust to access that funding. We're working with the Colville tribes on an agreement for $1.5 million. And so I've called that one pending because we're working through the agreements. They have an interest too in the outcome of the report of examination. We have a request in through the Conservation Commission. This is through the Conservation District for some technical assistance funds for the project. The Conservation District Board has approved that request. It now has to go to the state level. I think we'll hear about that at the end of May. And then the ISCO work group has invested to this date, I think a little over $1 million in the design of the project. We've not asked yet for a formal vote on the remaining funds for construction, but we've teed that up for a future conversation. So between the funds that I would say in general that are either secured or pending in some way, that's $4.5 million. And so the remainder could be covered by the ISCO work group. And I describe all that just to get to the main point about why a surfboard application, because we have so much funding that is pending, and there's some uncertainty now about when we're going to go to construction. We thought it was wise to put in a surfboard application, depending on how some of these things shake out, right? Because the different committees and the different funders, may have constraints or other interests that for some reason they contribute less, or maybe they contribute more. And because any one of those things could, potentially, hold off construction, then we wanted to have some other funding, potentially through the surfboard process. So that's how we ended up submitting for the surfboard this year. Just to give you a little bit of a snapshot in terms of where we are, some of the details of the project. So COIC has purchased the land at the end of Shore Street, for the pump station location. The designs are at 90%. We're actually pulling together bid documents as we speak. I think there's a slim but possible chance that we still go out to bid in early May. We have submitted for all of the permits. Some of the environmental compliance has already been completed. The one permit with the longest time frame is actually the county shoreline conditional use permit, but that does appear to be on track. So we feel confident that the permits would be in place in order for us to hit the work window, the in-water work window this summer. These are our schedule. This is our schedule. Obviously, a lot of these dates have shifted. Let's say the one date right here, going out, project out for bid. Of course, I don't know who picked April Fool's Day, but maybe that was an omen for the project. But that's what we have been. We've been a little more aggressive about that. We were actually hoping to have gone out to bid by now on the project. We still can meet the work window and order the materials in time. There's a lead time. We have to buy 5 miles of pipe, and there's the lead time for that is actually a lot shorter than it was, say, about a year ago. But it's still 2 to 3 months out. And so, if we're going to meet the in-water work window and then start to install some of the piping in the laterals in the fall, then we could still do that if we went out to bid in early May. Dave, I have gone through all of my slides there, and I think I've covered everything. And again, I just want to reiterate, because there are so many people involved in working on, the water right change and funding, I'd appreciate any feedback if I said anything that was either confusing or could be clarified on that. I'm just acknowledging how many people are working on this project, trying to get this project to fruition. I would say, just maybe the last couple comments here before questions, that there's no question that the project is a high priority project, and the project should move forward, and there's a lot of benefit both for in-stream flow, meeting the ESCO work group goals, for the long-term sustainability of the fish hatchery. But there are some important topics that are being worked through and discussed now, particularly with the report of examination and the water right change. I have every confidence that those issues are going to be addressed satisfactorily to everyone, but there's a process that ecology has to go through in order to do that. So, but we stand ready to go build it once that is all resolved. So, Dave, with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Yep, we've got 2 minutes for questions. Yeah, Amanda, go ahead.
No one has any other questions. Mike, this is maybe more just for your timeline for construction. Have you submitted for the shoreline permit and SEPA checklist with the planning department? Has that been initiated?
Yes.
Okay, we haven't seen that come out for public comment yet.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so just, in terms of like we can't issue the HPA until the SEPA determination is issued. So that can take a couple months in some cases. So
Yeah, we can, and on the SEPA, we can actually do the SEPA under the programmatic EIS as well. So we could expedite that if we need to.
Okay, yeah, just that'll be the one thing that'll trip up the HPA if that's not, if there's not some sort of SEPA compliance shown.
Yeah, it's that shoreline conditional use permit that has the longest time
Yes.
frame that we're working on right now.
Yes, okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, John?
Did you look at, why not get the water out of the Wenatchee as opposed to Icicle Creek? Because then you're not getting that benefit in Icicle, which would need it a little bit more than the Wenatchee.
Yeah, that had been reviewed probably two and a half years ago, and there was a site at the confluence, Icicle Wenatchee confluence, a couple sites on the main stem Wenatchee, and they all had significant, and I'll say like significant with a capital S, cultural resource issues, and were unsuitable for a pump station location. And so the plan B was the current location.
And no way to get wells or otherwise get the surface diversion off the river?
Not for this quantity of water and not in the location that was desirable.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Tracy?
Yeah, Mike, good job. In your draft and final application, could you add in there the total amount of water being diverted out of Icicle Creek? So we can compare what the benefit of this project is to the total amount of water being diverted out of Icicle Creek. I think you did something like that with the large CAP project last year. And if you could add that to this application, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, Tracy, we'll do that. And so that would include the irrigation district, the city, the fish hatchery. Yeah, we can do that.
Yep.
We've got some of that, so we'll include that in there.
Good, thank you.
Okay, great, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that was a success. I didn't overstate anything about the ROE. So that's a tricky one right now. So I'm pleased. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, Matt, Holland, and Carlos, are you ready to go? Looks like, thanks, Carlos. Looks like you're already queued up. Our camera's on.
Yeah, I'm going to let Carlos take the reins on a lot of the technical aspects of this proposal in just a second here. I just want to take 1 second to just kind of introduce or reintroduce the partnership that we've had with Pacific Northwest Research Station and Hinchinbrook to do some of the work up the ENIAT in the past year, which they just wrapped up a paper with. I don't know how if we're distributing it or not right now, but we should be getting that circulating real soon. And this would basically just be an expansion upon some of that work, both temporally, spatially, some different methods, and looking at other restoration features and their effectiveness. So yeah, from there, I'll just let Carlos take it away with the presentation.
All right, thanks, Matt. And yeah, so what we're doing is moving into a broader monitoring program, and this is continuation sort of the monitoring that we began with surfboard funding that took effect last year, but it was obtained in 2021. And I just wanted to summarize what we did with that funding so that, you know, it's part of it is to show that we can do what we promised to do. And so what we set out to do was address the tier 1 data gap, the effects of the scale, both spatial and temporal scales of monitoring, as Matt just said. And I should back up for just a second and say that what will come up to the proposal is sort of in flux, because this has already been vetted by the tributary committee, and it was actually sent back to us for major revisions, and we're in the process of that, and I'll get to that in a minute. But the point of what we learned, okay, so we were comparing the spatial and temporal scale of monitoring, and from the spatial scale, we were comparing habitat scale versus reach scale monitoring. And at the habitat scale, what we found, and this is spatial and temporal, because as most of you know, I've done quite a bit of monitoring in the NEAT over the past decade and a half. And at the habitat scale, we found in 2022, we found that Chinook use ELJ enhanced pools on restored floodplain regions in the middle NEAT at a higher rate than untreated habitat. And then in the lower NEAT, Chinook and Coho, which we were surprised to find in high abundance compared to what I found during the last decade, were more abundant ELJ habitat in the lower NEAT. So that was consistent with long-term results from as I said, from the last decade. We did not find that for steelhead, so that was not consistent with what we found, because we did find an effect on steelhead previously. There was, and as I said, we have no longer term data for coho, but they were abundant in 2022. And then again, also supporting past results, there was a capacity increase for Chinook, and not just a number increase, but a capacity increase. And that's getting into the difference of that is getting into some previously published stuff that I don't have time to go into right now. But then at the reach scale, across reaches in the lower NEAT, Chinook density showed that treated reaches are more productive than untreated reaches in terms of fish density. This was consistent with earlier data. It did not occur for steelhead, and it was not the case in the middle NEAT at the reach scale. So then some other metrics of capacity. The presence of coho in ELJ pools did not affect habitat capacity for immigration into those pools by Chinook, but we need a little bit more data on that. So some other interesting, what other interesting points we promised in that last surfboard grant was to look at the size and spacing of ELJs and what it did to movement. And we found that closer spacing, this is not really a surprising result, but we at least demonstrated it, that closer spacing of ELJs appears to facilitate movement between them at distances of 20 to 25 meters. Wider distances, you don't see as much movement between them. This was based on mark and recapture results. And then for the graph over at the right, what we're showing here is that the longer term seasonal benefit of remaining at ELJs appears to have result in a growth benefit. So Chinook that remained at ELJs well into the summer. You can see the dates from mid-August until mid-September. That as the summer gets later and some of the fish start out migrating from the basin, those that stay at ELJs appear to get a size benefit. So and then for the ability to measure total abundance, and this is something that'll be important into the proposal, is that we need more mark and recapture data with individual identification. We're able to do that to a certain extent the way we did it last year with visible implant elastomer marks, but we need pit tagging to really secure individual identification and really get an idea of population size and then ultimately growth and survivorship. So this led to some follow-up questions. And this is where we transition into the proposal and into looking at broader distribution and restoration effects on whole floodplains. So which life stages and species are using the available off-channel habitat types, and then when floodplains are activated, and we're looking at life stages like fry primarily. Then you can be yearlings. This is dealing with Chinook primarily again. So fry yearlings can still be present if they did linger over the year before out migrating. That's primarily spring Chinook, and those qualify usually as pre-smolts. And then some steelhead, of course, at older ages can, even an anadromous steelhead can be still lingering. Another important question, how much stranding occurs across different restoration types and which species and life stages are stranded? There's mixed literature about this, and to the extent that the fact that stranding is a big deal, or whether or not it's a big deal. And whether or not it's a big deal is, as I said, there's mixed results. Some people don't think it's a big deal because even those individuals that get stranded, you've created such a benefit from the floodplain that it's compensated for. But I think it's still sort of an open question for different floodplain designs, and so we're going to propose to look at different floodplain designs and to what extent reconnection of disconnected pools can ameliorate stranding. So then, looking more broadly at the population scale, how would new abundance and growth and survival data change life cycle model predictions? And life cycle modeling is getting a little bit more into the research realm, but population scale effects of restoration are still very much the purview of monitoring and very much the purview of tier 1 data gaps. And then we've done this work in the ENIAC, but what we haven't, or what we have the opportunity to do is to look at other subbasins and see if they confirm responses to these to the restoration efforts that we've been looking at. There we go. So as this, one thing is important as to whether or not we're addressing data gaps, and in this case, we're addressing 3 different data gaps. And so the effectiveness of, again, the same one that we addressed before, effectiveness of habitat projects at spatial and temporal scales at the appropriate scale, or whether it's a project reach, assessment unit, or population. There's a tier 2 data gap in dealing directly with floodplains. And we have an aside from this is dealing with BDAs and beaver dam analogs and to a certain extent beaver reintroduction in the tributaries, particularly in the ENIAC. And then another tier, habitat requirements and limiting factors by life stage. We're looking at multiple life stages now instead of just PAR, which we were considering in the previous study with ELJs and the temporal effects. We're looking at now fry and PAR and yearlings / pre-smolts, as I showed you in the previous slide. And so we have all of these knowledge needs that we're able to address with some basic monitoring. And so this gets into, now we transition into the proposal. And as I mentioned, this is a pending proposal with the Tributary Committee. And so this will be a little bit of review for those folks that are on the Tributary Committees. And I apologize if you've heard this too many times before, but as I said, we've been making modifications to what we proposed before, so I want to go through this a little and try to give you a sense of what to expect when we deliver the revised proposal. So part 1, stage 1, level 1, whatever you want to call it, we have just some real basic habitat monitoring within reconnected floodplains at, not just reconnected flood, but at high flows. And so we're going to try to get out and sample density in different habitat types, mainly whether there's additional habitat features within the floodplain, such as vegetation, ELJs, and other habitat features, or whether it's just basic substrate. And then again, as I said, which life stages in habitat, what habitat inhabit those different habitat types, and during what part of the season. We're going to get out weekly and sample these restored floodplains. And then if mark and recapture is possible on these smaller fish, particularly the fry that are inhabiting during the time of inundation, we'd be able to analyze growth and estimate survival, which is correlated to a certain extent with growth. And even if we're not able to mark and recapture, there is the possibility of using size over time models, such as what I've done in a paper that I've published based on previous growth in my studies in the lower Eniat. And that size over time model can track growth and determine habitat differences. So this portion of the study is funded for the first year. We're trying to get started like basically as soon as flows go up this year. This first year, my agency has put forth enough funding to get through this basic 4 to 6 week study on floodplain inundation and basic habitat use. What we're seeking from the SRF board primarily is funding for the next year of this, and so obviously because of the funding cycle, that's how that would work out anyway. And so for the next year, overall this is a 3-year study, and we'll be also seeking to SRF board funding again for the 3rd year, but probably won't put that proposal in until next year when we have some more results to show. Okay, now this moves back to the tributary committee part, and we've had discussions with the tributary committee already about moving this into the Wenatchee at certain floodplain restoration sites, again, that Chelan County has already restored, and you heard today earlier about proposed sites up in the upper Wenatchee, particularly in Nason Creek, and that's where we're proposing to work in certain sites there. And then also, just as an aside, we're also looking at some sites in the Met House subbasin. That's particularly for the tributary committee to consider, and that extends kind of outside the purview overall of the Chelan County sites that we're focusing on for this proposal. So the part 2 of part 1 basically is to look at the effect of floodplain design on stranding, and how many individuals, what species and life stages, and then what floodplain designs result in fewer stranded individuals, and how does that impact survivorship. We'll quantify stranded individuals in disconnected pools from the time those pools become emerge, and we'll do mark and recapture within those pools, particularly if they're fairly small. We can probably get all the individuals marked to better estimate the population and survivorship prior to any reconnection of those isolated pools. Then additionally, we'll look at different, as I said, we'll look at different floodplain types to look at the effects. And this again is also part of the tributary committee portion of the study. In the first year, in the second year, we're kind of splitting that. And I'll show you the division of the funding requests towards the end of the talk. Okay.
Carlos, you have 10 minutes remaining.
Thank you. So part 2, this is getting to the population scale, because that's an important question. And so this is moving in now. We're considering both what's going on in the floodplain and what's going on at other restored versus unrestored sites. And so we'll have from the other density and habitat use studies, we'll have a sense of fry capacity and possibly growth estimates or size over time estimates. And this sort of overlaps with what we were talking about before, and then incorporates tributaries. And this is our partnership with Cascadia Conservation District in looking at beaver dam analogs in tributaries and the floodplains that those create. And then to moving into the, as I mentioned, we need a little bit more detailed individual mark recapture data all throughout the NEAT. And so we're proposing a pit tag mark recapture study, and to extend that temporally into summer and winter, and comparing treated and untreated reaches. And this will get at those population level questions as to what's going on in terms of the effect of restoration on population size and survival. So population scale metrics. So this color scheme here gives you a sense of the funding we sought. As I mentioned, the basic 4 weeks floodplain study is currently funded. I say partner funding. That's my agency, Pacific Northwest Research Station, and of the Forest Service. And then our pending tributary committee's request is to expand that into the Wenatchee and Methouse subbasins and consider the stranding study. That's for the first year. And the second year, this again is where the surfboard request comes in handy, or I mean comes into play, and we're handy as well. But the moving or putting in a second year of that floodplain fish density and habitat sampling study, the basic level is part of this request. And then also about half of the stranding study for 2024. And then the tributary committee request is expanding that again to the Wenatchee and Methow. Well, actually, I should probably have highlighted Wenatchee in yellow because the surfboard, we're going to seek that part of it, at least the technician support of that, the Wenatchee part of that study into the surfboard request as well. And then for over all years, there's a summary of what else we're intending to do with requested funding. We're looking at density and growth in tributaries and how that contributes at the population scale. And that's something we're looking at partner funding for, as I mentioned, with our partnership with Cascadia Conservation District. And then part of the tributary committee's request is also to continue this expansion into life cycle modeling using data that we collect on productivity or capacity and productivity, i.e. density and growth, or that we derive from density and growth data, first in newly activated floodplains, in reference sites to those floodplains, and then all throughout in treated and untreated reaches, whether they happen to occur on floodplains or not. And so that capacity and growth data come from a larger pit tagging study, and then continued development and analysis in life cycle modeling. And for that part, we're partnering with the NOAA fisheries folks that have been doing this life cycle modeling for at least a decade and a half, and will have newer and more advanced modeling approaches that we're collaborating with them on and trying to adapt throughout the Upper Columbia, actually in the Methow, the NEAT, and the Wenatchee subbasins that we'll be working with them on. So quick timeline. I won't spend much time on this, just showing how we've partitioned the work in terms of the funding, the yellow being the surfboard request, that including, let's see here, I think there's an error in, I shouldn't say floodplains on the top. I should just say the broader NDAT study. Or no, actually that's right. I'm looking at the wrong year. So yes, the basic NEAT floodplain study, as I mentioned, was part of that request. Moving the stranding study on there is partially, probably one of those squares should be green, one should be yellow. And then moving to fry density and growth of, and that shouldn't That's probably an error on the India tributaries. That's encompassed within the habitat and density study on the floodplains. So sorry for those. And then so getting a little bit more specific, the total project budget is mainly, that looks a little bit large, but it's mainly rooted in matching contributions. A large part of it is pending in a tributary committee request. As I said, that'll be that revision will be forthcoming. This proposal for surfboard, about 60,000. At least from my agency, I over the 3-year study period, I've estimated that contribution at about 380,000. A lot of that is my salary, but there's also some commitment for life cycle modeling and technician support. And I put a plus sign there because it's uncertain at this point in the next 2 years. So there's some funding guaranteed for the first year. Some of that 380,000 is estimated for the second 2 years. The plus sign means that there's also likely more support to come over the second 2 years. And then we have a request as another pending partnership, as I've been mentioning, with beaver dam analogs in the tributaries for Cascadia Conservation District. And if those don't quite add up to 1.65 million, there are other matching funds that are still kind of in flux, and we're working those out. Specifically to the surfboard request, it basically involves some monitoring project oversight through Hinchinbrook, some technician time, particularly for that year 2 floodplain habitat use and stranding study, but also a little bit for the productivity and capacity metrics in the ENEAT. I've been mentioning the sources all along, so I won't linger on this slide at all, and I'll just skip straight to questions and discussion because I believe I am out of time, close to out of time.
Thanks, Carlos. Yeah, you left a couple minutes for questions, so go ahead, folks. Go ahead, Steve.
Hi, Carlos. Thanks for the presentation. It sounds like you're trying to accomplish a lot, which is great. I think that there's a big need for doing this analysis and completing this field work in the Upper Columbia and building off of what's been done in the past. I'm just kind of curious. I mean, it kind of seems like you're kind of doing a before after control impact study, but instead of comparing sites across time, you're comparing sites across space, or you're collecting data at an untreated site and then collecting data at treated sites, and comparing those two in different, comparing the fish data in various ways. And I'm just kind of wondering how you're going to account for differences in how fish use the treated sites versus how they use the untreated sites in determining the effect of the treatment on the fish metrics that you're going to be analyzing.
Well, that's primarily where growth and capacity analyses come in, and capacity analyses will come from movement via the PTAG mark recapture, PTAG or VIE mark recapture, and then growth analyses, as I mentioned, those will indicate how they're performing in a treated reach versus an untreated reach. That's a metric that I demonstrated was important in my earlier studies on reaches restored specifically with ELJs and versus reaches that weren't. And so it's like, okay, well, if you take a metric of performance such as growth, you can show that they're doing better or the same in different reach types.
Gotcha. Are you, just a follow-up question on that, and then I'll be done. Are you doing something similar with your work with beaver dam analogs, where you're comparing fish performance metrics at untreated sites versus treated sites?
Yes, that's part of that side plan, and we can like, we're trying not to focus on it too much in the written proposal because it's part of a different partnership, and it's not none of the BDA stuff in tributaries is really part of either the TribCom or the surfboard ask, so we're trying not to dwell on it too much in the written proposal, but we do mention it as yes, we're going to look at the habitat created by BDAs versus untreated stretches in those tributaries.
John, go ahead.
Thanks, Carlos. I got kind of two questions. One is in regards to Chinook, how are you going to differentiate between in the fry stage, and I guess part two, between spring Chinook and summer Chinook in areas that you have potential overlap? And then second question being, like, how are you envisioning the capture related to the fry, particularly just with multiple captures at a fairly vulnerable life stage, small sizes with tagging, or, is that, weekly electrofishing, or how are you going to deal with the fry stage with multiple captures and tagging and whatnot, and how, what do you think about that?
Yeah, okay, well, working backwards, that question is, we're primarily proposing to use large seine nets and to avoid the physiological stress that comes with electrofishing. And so as far as and then as far as the mark recapture goes, you bring up a good point, and that's why I have the alternative in there, or we have the alternative in there of just doing quick size measurements of the group, and then of each individual in the group, and plotting those on an individual or on an axis that represent individuals, and looking at size over time at kind of a group level. But that would avoid the stress of marking if the individuals are too small. We can use visible implant elastomer marks down to about 35 or so millimeters. So, but we are careful, and we do have the protocols in place and the requirement to get this through permitting and my institution's animal care committee. So there's that. As far as differentiating between spring and summers, that is a challenge. Everybody's raised that with us, and there just isn't much way around it besides, well, the only real way around it is genetics, and that will generally require expensive and sometimes destructive sampling, and we just don't intend to do that. So we'll have to rely upon timing and size of individuals, and that is not 100% reliable, as has been shown in some of U.S. Fish and Wildlife's and Tom DeGrossier's work. Back when he was with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, they published some genetic results showing, number one, that it's not trivial to differentiate, and number two, that there actually is some hybridization as well. So our idea here is to show that, well, what's good for a Chinook is good for a Chinook, whether it's regardless of its run timing, spring versus summer.
Yeah, and I was thinking too, like spatially too, there could be separation. So like at least in the Met House, spring Chinook are going to spawn further upstream in the basin. So if you could find a number of suitable sites that are essentially above the extent of summer Chinook spawning, that may, especially with fry that probably haven't moved massive distances from spawning areas, may be another way to get at it too.
Yeah, that reminds me, that was a criticism we got from the tributary committees. Actually, an outside review that the tributary committees provided from Kevin C. But it was and our response to it was that we would also be able to use red data to incorporate some spatial autocorrelation into fish density and habitat use over time. So proximity to reds will also help us a little bit in that.
Great. Well, thank you, Carlos. Thanks everyone for sticking out for the long day. Carlos, and you especially for sticking with it there for the last presentation of the day. Much appreciated. Tracy Hillman, I'll let you have the final word, but just a note for everyone that we'll be using the same link tomorrow and kicking off at 9 a.m. And Tracy, if you have anything to add, I'll hand it over to you now.
Just a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank you for doing a great job of herding the cats. I think you've done a good job keeping people on time, and it's gone very well. And second of all, I don't know if we made it clear in the beginning, but CAC members are welcome to ask questions too. It's just not for the RTT. So hopefully some CAC members they didn't have questions that they haven't asked. So they are welcome to ask questions at any time. I think we have 8 projects or presentations tomorrow that we'll listen to. And given that it's already 6 o'clock here, I missed happy hour. I'm ready to quit. All yours, Dave.
Yeah, thanks. Nothing else to add. Y'all have a good rest of your evenings, and we'll see you tomorrow.